relationships between men and women and so forth, which was for them also a way of breaking up harems and destroying aristocratic bloodlines, right? Destroying the landed feudal aristocracy. And although so now the Mazdakites, as radical as this teaching seems, the Mazdakites were able to seize control of the Sassanid Persian Empire for no less than 30 years in the early 500s, 505 to 520s, 530 AD, through a court minister called Mazdak. This movement, which was subsequently named after him, but had an older name I'll come to in a moment, this movement seized control of the Persian state. There was a king who, Kavod, who supposedly was sympathetic to it, and he basically let Mazdak have free reign, and they took over the government, and they created insane, radical, Gnostic, communist society in Iran for 30 years.
Wow.
Okay? Before they were finally, of course, you can imagine how the story ended. They were all massacred.
It's right before Islam comes around.
Right, exactly. Well, the trauma of this incident is, I think, in large part what rendered the Persian Empire vulnerable to being conquered by Islam. There had been an internal revolution and civil war before the Arabs came in and made short work of it. That's why the Persian Empire was so vulnerable.
Yeah.
They had basically turned on themselves first.
Makes a lot of sense.
But here's my point, is that if you look in the heresiological texts about the Mazdakites, they all say that this movement was already hundreds of years old when it took control of the state, which kind of makes sense. I mean, for it to have become that powerful and entrenched that it could actually topple the government, it would take a long time, right, to build that kind of following throughout the whole of the Persian Empire. And they say the movement actually goes back to at least 200 AD. And when are we dealing with the Carpocratian order? About 50 to 100 years earlier, right? And so these are very close in historical time frame. And
not to mention the writings that are found from Nag Hammadi and other places in Egypt, like Alexandria, that are related to movements such as the Carpocratians and other movements, mostly in Egypt, Christianity. They're Zoroaster and his grandfather, what's his name? Zosimos, I think it is.
Yes.
But yeah, this is not even like hidden or like through philosophy. They're literally reading and translating in Coptic the writings of Zoroaster and his grandfather.
Right. And so they say this movement goes back to like at least 200 AD. And it comes from the state of Iran, the province of Iran from which the Persian Empire gets its name, namely Persis, Parsa.
Right.
Okay. And which is around where Shiraz is today. It's where Persepolis, the ruins of Persepolis are. It's where the city of Shiraz is, where, the Shiraz wine comes from, and so on and so forth. Anyway, they say the guy who founded this movement, which was originally called Durosdinan, or the Partisans of Justice. Remember that text, the Carpocratian text on justice?
Yeah.
Social justice. So it was called the Movement of the Just. And its founder was a guy called Zarathustra, which is a Middle Persian Zarathustra. So we have the second Zarathustra, the second Zoroaster, preaching this doctrine, which is identical to the Carpocratian doctrine. And then the Carpocratians are setting up statues of Pythagoras and of Plato, who's influenced by Pythagoras and by Heraclitus, both of whom were Persian agents. And not incidentally, I neglected to mention that the Magi attended Plato's funeral.
Oh, that's right. That's a big
deal. They came from Iran. They attended Plato's funeral. and they said he was one of our own. They attended in the capacity of like honoring a brother.
That's a big deal. Oh, Zostrianos, that's the guy's name. Is that really his grandfather? Zoroaster's grandfather?
I don't think so, but I think that it's very significant that the Gnostics wanted to say that.
That's what I'm saying. They're attributing, even if they're making this up,
it's a pedigree they want to establish for themselves.
It shows you how entrenched, how interested, and how valuable Zoroastrian ideas were to the Gnostic movements in Egypt. The Coptics, Coptic Christians, that's what they were.
Absolutely. And then look, I mean, we've gone for a long time, but we can't neglect Mani, right? We can't neglect. Mani.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up.
So many streams of Gnostic thought come from out of Mani and Manichaeism. Like, for example, the Bogomil movement of southeastern Europe, mainly associated with Bulgaria, but there's a lot of scholarship that says that it came from Constantinople originally.
Interesting.
So the Bogomil movement, and then you've got the Cathars in the Occitan region, which stretched from mainly southern France into part of Italy and part of Spain on the Mediterranean. The Cathar movement and the Bogomil movement were both branded by the inquisitors of the Catholic Church as, quote, Manichees, unquote.
Yeah.
Okay. So according to the
called it against the Manichees was the reputation. Yeah.
According to the Catholic Church, these people were Manichaeans.
Right. What does that tell you? That tells you this is a Persian movement to the eyes of the church.
In the eyes of the church, exactly. And so Mani, who was Mani? Mani was a Parthian royal. He was remember, so I mentioned there was the second Iranian empire. It wasn't Persian, but it was Iranian, the Parthian empire. They were descendants of Scythians. And
called himself a disciple of Jesus.
Yes. And so Mani was from a Parthian royal bloodline, born in Mesopotamia, which, again, the capital of Iran in the Parthian period was also in Mesopotamia, and at a city called Ctesiphon. And so he's from this royal lineage, and his mother's a Christian. And so his father is a Parthian, either Zoroastrian or Mithraist, probably in ancestry, and his mother is a Christian. And he basically develops this doctrine that intensifies the dualism latent in Zarathustra's message. So Zarathustra is not a dualist, right? I mean, this opposition between Sepantominu and Engreminu is still sort of under the divine intelligence of Ahura Mazda, and it's not meant to suggest that there is, on an ontological level, in other words, in the nature of reality, some kind of a split between a material world and a spiritual world. You don't find that in the Gathas. So Zarathustra is not an ontological dualist, okay, but he's got these two principles, and Mani takes these two principles of, by his time, it's Ormazd. It's a contraction of Ahura Mazda. Ormazd and Ahriman, contraction of Engreminu. He takes these and he radicalizes them into a real substantive ontological dualism. And he says there are two worlds, a material world governed by Ahriman and a spiritual world like the Pleroma. That's the world of Ahura Mazda. And we are sparks of the divine that have been trapped in this material world. And we basically have it as our spiritual work to free this divine spark within us so that it can rejoin the light, the realm of light, and transcend this realm of dark physicality. And so he develops this Gnostic doctrine, and various elements of his teaching fuse ideas from Zarathustra, the Gnostic Jesus, which at this time we're talking, Mani is around 200, early 200s.
Yeah.
AD, and in fact, specifically under the reign of Shapur the Great, and this is not incidental, Shapur the Great, the most militarily successful emperor of the Second Persian Empire, becomes the patron of Mani.
Right.
He becomes his patron, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, this guy, like, Shapur is like Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah.
He expanded the Persian Empire dramatically, and he takes Mani in. And I say it's bizarre because, people think of Manichaeism as this world-denying, ascetic doctrine of like, oh, go put yourself in a monastic cell somewhere and deny your physical impulses and try to purify your spirit and whatever. And there's no way that this could have been Mani's actual teaching, even if he prescribed some kind of a monastic way of life for a certain class of people. Shapur would never have taken in a guy like that into the court, and would never have backed this guy to go on evangelical missions as far afield as India and China. You know, the Manichaeans, their legacy survived for centuries in China. A lot of Manichaean texts that we have are actually from northwestern China. And so Shapur is backing this guy to go on these wide travels. And what's the deal here? Well, the deal is that Shapur is starting to conquer a large part of the Roman Empire. He's famously depicted in the Pars province of Iran that I mentioned earlier, on these stones next to Persepolis. He's depicted forcing Caesar Valerian of Rome to kneel before his horse. It's a great rock carving. You can look it up, very famous, of Shapur on horseback with Caesar Valerian of Rome on his knees, looking up to Shapur under the hooves of his horse. And so Shapur is conquering large parts of the Roman Empire in the west, and he's conquering large parts of India and all the way up to the border of northwestern China in the east. And so Shapur is looking for a world religion. He wants to create one world religion. And he's looking at Mani as a guy who can do it for him. And so Mani takes Zarathustra and the Gnostic Jesus and Buddha, and he fuses them into one religion that includes belief in reincarnation and, you know, the Buddha of light and all these ideas you find that survive in Mahayana and Pure Land Buddhism and so forth, to create one world religion, a Gnostic religion.
Yeah, it's very similar to the Carpocratians in that sense, where they have these three figures.
Yes, and the Cathar way of life, I think, tells us a lot about what Manichaeism was like, because it's true that you had perfecti in the Cathar religion. They called them perfecti, perfected people, who lived a monastic life, and they were very ascetic. But these perfecti would only become perfecti when they were geezers, okay? It was old men and old women who would become perfecti. When the Cathars were younger, you know, in Occitanian culture, they were all mixed up with the troubadours, who were these traveling romantic poets. And they were also closely allied with the Knights Templar. And sometimes troubadours in medieval Occitan would become Cathar perfecti later in life. And sometimes Templar knights would become Cathar perfecti after living lives full of, you know, brutal conquest, right? And these wars of, you know, conquest in the Middle East and so forth. So you got like erotic poets who are libertines preaching basically all kinds of orgiastic, practices, and writing about them in these romantic poems that they sing in the courts of various medieval ladies. And you've got these, military men who are certainly not pacifists for most of their lives, and they're becoming Cathar perfecti. And so I think this shows you how Shapur was able to accommodate Mani's teaching, because it was not this naive, overly idealistic, world-denying teaching. It had different classes of worshipers, and it had a realistic view of human society. And the laity were not expected to adhere to this kind of asceticism that you find among the perfecti. And then, of course, there was a notion of reincarnation. So, you know, you had many lifetimes to perfect your soul, which you also find in the Cathars. So the Manichaeans are another group of Gnostics who are deeply influenced by Zarathustra. Zarathustra is one of the three great world teachers for Mani, again, together, like I mentioned earlier, with the Gnostic Christ and with Buddha. And so another major stream of Gnosticism influenced by Zarathustra is this radically dualist school that we see coming from out of Manichaeism and all of its offshoots, Bogomilism, Catharism, and so forth.
Yeah, that's so great. There's so much that comes all back to Zoroaster. If you can just, it's like a bunch of lines, like trees branches that just go back to this time period. And it's a time period that's contemporary with a lot of other Isaiah, Hosea, the Babylonians, and like it's just fascinating to think about it like that. Actually have a question for you, because I was thinking about this. There was the Second Temple period of Judaism. They had these high priests that are named Harkness, and there's a thought that maybe they're from Harkania, and they were taking in priests that like knew ancient rites that they somehow lost after being captive in Babylon for all these time, and they wanted to bring in like priests that knew what they were doing, so they brought in these Harkanian priests. What do you think about that?
You said this is in the Second Temple period?
Yeah. And by the way, this is right after Cyrus was called the Messiah, not by, oh, he's a Messiah like Solomon. No, he's my Messiah from the word of God himself, my shepherd. So that's a pretty big deal.
Listen, we could have a whole show on this subject, because I'm about to say something that's extremely incendiary in response to your question. But point being, I could back it up. By the way, if people are interested, this is the book in which I discuss Zarathustra at length.
Yeah.
It's quite a tome, actually.
I got a link in the description too, so people can buy it.
Iranian Leviathan. And I'm pointing to it right now because I have a whole chapter on what I'm about to say.
All right.
Which is very incendiary in response to your question. But we could do a whole show on it sometime.
Sure.
I think you're probably right. Why? Because, again, I apologize for this in advance, but the whole thing about Cyrus being the Messiah of the Jews and why Cyrus rebuilt the Temple of Solomon, okay, when he let the Jews of Babylon who had been in captivity move back home. Of course, a lot of them stayed back in Babylon. And by the way, do you know what the Jews who stayed behind in Babylon, in the capital of the Persian Empire, did instead of returning to Israel? They ran the banking system.
Oh.
The Persian emperor set up the first banking system of the world with standardized coinage. They invented checks. Checks were invented by the Persian emperor, specifically by Darius the Great. Wow. And the Jews were involved in the Babylonian banking system under the Persian Empire. And anyway, long story short, I make an argument in Iranian Leviathan in a chapter that I playfully titled this chapter, Tekel Tekel Man is Shekel.
Yeah, that's from Daniel.
Yeah. Well, it's a play on the words in Daniel.
Yeah.
Tekel Tekel Man is Shekel, because see the shekel. Shekel means image in Persian. Oh. It means face. And it was specifically referring to the face of Darius on the coins called darics. And so the word for, money in Hebrew comes from the image of Darius the Great on Persian coinage. In any case, I'm getting diverted.
Yeah.
The whole business of Cyrus the Great and the creation of the Second Temple and the relocation of the Jews, their odyssey back home to Israel, okay, and the writing of the Hebrew Bible as we know it today, which dates back to that time under Cyrus and Cambyses.
Yeah.
The whole thing was a Persian plot. I make an argument for this in Iranian Leviathan. Second Temple Judaism is a creation of an Illuminati elite who were Mithraists in the Persian Empire. And the transformation that we see inside Judaism, which are extensive at that time, that involve notions like punishment in hell, the individual soul, the coming apocalypse. I mean, all these ideas that you don't find at all in ancient Israelite religion. They are social engineering mechanisms that were specifically introduced into Judaism by Mithraic, I don't even want to call them priests, Mithraic social engineers, who had a much wider agenda in terms of creating a new world order, is what they were really after. And the banking system was part of that new world order, but a transformation in religion was also part of that new world order. And so Cyrus was not a Zoroastrian. Cyrus was a Mithraist. I make an argument for this. And The guy who he appointed to be responsible for the Second Temple project and the relocation of the Jews was a man named Mithridates, which means Mithra's justice.
Right.
He oversaw the whole Second Temple project.
Yeah.
So I would not be at all surprised if they brought Hyrcanians
Yeah.
to Israel.
There was two of them with that name too. And that's when baptism becomes a thing in Judaism too, at that time. So it all just makes sense. And the last thing I'm going to say is I'm going to blow some people's minds with this. I want to get your opinion, and then we can finish off. You can tie it all together. Last thing I want to say is this, because that movement continues up until the time of Pompey and Caesar. So the same year, well, I should say before that, Crassus tries to go into Parthia, fails, gets killed. Pompey the Great sacks the Temple of Jerusalem, and there's a big that's a big deal, because now the priesthood that is held by the Persians is now in the hands of, guess what? The same year, 63 BC, that Pompey sacks Jerusalem is the same year they hold an election, and Julius Caesar becomes the high priest of the entire Roman Empire. Pontifex Maximus, same title as Pope right now, by the way. Guess what else happens that year? Cicero is consul, and Augustus is born, baby Augustus, and the writers of, what's his name? I can't remember the guy's name who wrote this. But anyways, it's passed down through like Tacitus and Suetonius. They're all talking about this. This is widespread. You can go look this up. It's public knowledge. There was supposedly a star in the sky said any male to be born this year will be the king of the world. So they're basically saying Augustus is like a messiah. Anyways, long story short, let's fast forward a little bit. Julius Caesar gets killed. Julius Caesar had plans to go east. He had plans to do it. Alexander the Great was his god, basically. He wanted to be the next Alexander the Great, but he couldn't do it. Mark Antony also wanted to do the same thing, but he ends up battling with Augustus. Now, the question is, why didn't Augustus do it? Augustus had all the stars were aligned for Augustus to go east and do what Alexander the Great did. I'll tell you why. Nicholas of Damascus tells us why. The king of India, Porus, same name as the king under Alexander the Great, just coincidentally, he sends delegates, Brahmin delegates, to go meet with Augustus, and they bring him tigers and lions and oils and fragments and all these exotic presents and money, and basically make a deal. And the reason why I'm bringing all this up is because right after this happens, oh, by the way, one of the delegates goes with Augustus to Eleusis to get initiated in these rites. And after apparently he saw something when he drank the kykeon, had the experience. Apparently he saw something that changed his life. He jumped into a fire after that and killed himself because he no longer had anything else to live for. His life was complete. He wanted to die at that moment. That's recorded in Nicholas of Damascus. Anyway, the reason why I brought all that up is because right after this, Augustus dedicates 72 temples across the empire, and a lot of them were Mithra temples. And he becomes obsessed with the fire of Vesta. No, don't let the fire of Vesta go out. And all of a sudden, Mithraism is a boom in the Roman Empire. So I don't think it's and I think that's what happened. I think something changed his mind with these delegates, and all of a sudden, Eastern religions were the hit. Christianity was not even that long after that. What do you think about that?
Very interesting. That's a fascinating story, which I hadn't heard before, but it makes a hell of a lot of sense to me because, as we discussed in the previous show we did on Mithraism, the Parthians had, of course, Parthia was the main rival of Rome. That was Iran in the time of the Roman Empire. And so he would have had to march against the Parthians. And like we discussed in the previous show we did together, the Parthians had extensive agents operating in the seats of power in the Roman Empire. And among the aristocracy in particular, they would infiltrate through the port cities using the Cilician pirates. And so I could well imagine that what you're saying was some kind of a Parthian plot where they decided to use Indians as emissaries because the Parthians had a lot of influence in North. They basically were trying to turn northwestern India was a vassal state of one or another Iranian empire for almost all of its history. And the Parthians were trying to establish the same relationship with that part of India. So it's quite possible that the Indian emissaries that were sent there, the Parthians knew Romans aren't going to listen to us. And if we send, but we can send these Indians and they can basically do a psyop on these Romans, and get them not to invade Parthia, and so who knows? That makes a lot of sense in that wider context of psychological warfare
Right.
between Parthia and Rome.
Yeah. And if you want to, I think we covered a lot of ground. We can do this for hours, but if you want to give it, anything else you want to say, tying everything together, or if you want to just promote your books or anything, and we'll finish off.
Well, the only book I would say, which I already pointed out, I mean, a lot of these subjects we've discussed are in Iranian Leviathan. I mean, that's really my major treatment of Zarathustra. Although there's a bit about Zarathustra, in particular relation to Gnosticism in this book as well, a novel folklore. I get into certain Gnostic teachings, in particular Manichaeism, and the ways in which it develops Zoroastrian ideas. But I had been thinking to go on to a discussion of modern Gnosticism, but I see in retrospect that we could do a whole show on that subject, because you see, Zarathustra is rediscovered in the modern period, in the 1700s, by linguists, Darmester, and others who translate the Zend-Avesta for the first time into European languages. And then you've got people like Hegel and Nietzsche reading these texts in German translation. And Zarathustra then becomes very important for modern, like early modern European culture, to the point where you have Zarathustra become the mouthpiece for Nietzsche in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and Richard Strauss naming ultimately orchestral piece after Zarathustra. Mozart in Mozart's Magic Flute, he appears as Sarastro. So there's this whole revival of Zarathustra. Voltaire refers to Zarathustra as the religious prophet most suitable to the ideals of the Age of Enlightenment.
Yeah.
He calls him Zoroaster, of course.
Does Carl Jung have anything to do with it? Because I know he revamps Gnosticism in his own way, big time.
I'm sure Zarathustra is mentioned in Jung. Of course, Jung engages with Nietzsche.
Yeah.
So, via Nietzsche, he engages with Zarathustra. But Jungian psychology is so deeply indebted to the ideas that Plato absorbed from Zarathustra, in particular, the archetypes. Right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right. So, and then the aspects of Jung that are often referred to as Gnostic, when people call Jung a Gnostic, those are really Zarathustrian, not to say Zoroastrian, but they go back to Zarathustra because, see, Jung is not a dualist. There's a lot of aspects of Jungian thought that don't fit various facets of Gnosticism, and the aspects of Jung that are Gnostic are the ones that Gnosticism shares in common with Zarathustra's teaching, or really has inherited from Zarathustra's teaching. Okay, so that's the
thing, because in the Red Book, he even talks about this whole battle between Satan and Christ, and nobody wins, and ends up being like this giant explosion where Abraxas comes out, and he's like the embodiment of all. He's everything. Like he is. You can't escape Abraxas. He's basically the one. He didn't say that, but that's basically what he's getting at. That's
very similar to Zorvanite ideas, and I know at some point you wanted to discuss.
We should get into that next time.
Zorvanism. So I'm envisioning another program we do together that's focused on what Eric Voegelin calls modern Gnosticism. In other words, the Gnosticism of the period of like Hegel and Nietzsche and even Auguste Comte and so forth. The Age of Enlightenment, right? Going into the 19th century, Gnosticism in that context, and the rediscovery of Zarathustra in that context, right? And that could be a context for also engaging with Zorvanism, because people said that, for example, Adler referred to Nietzsche as a Zorvanist Parsi without really knowing it, that Nietzsche's take on Zarathustra was basically the type of interpretation and adaptation of Zarathustra that we see in the ancient Zorvanites. So yeah, we could have a whole program on that, and I look forward to continuing the conversation there.
Well, guys, leave in the comments what you guys thought about all this, and if you want to add anything to the conversation, I will read them. And we will do this again in the near future, and you have just attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.
When I switched to Allstate, I saved hundreds. My old insurance company raised my rates, so I started looking around. Allstate made it really easy.
Hey, it's Stripe. And Dune Awakening has received a wide range of responses and feedback on the game overall. I think the game itself, and I can do a separate video on my review of the game, but I think the core game up through Tier 5 and Haga Basin is excellent. But there have been a lot of opinions going back and forth around the end game loop of the Deep Desert, as well as the Lands Red and all of that. And there's a mixture of PvP and PvE, so people that want to farm and fight NPCs and mobs and progress through the tiers and build bases that try to cohabitate with the people that want to grief and PvP and fight other players and have, more real life like PvP combat with other players in the end game, right? So like you have all of those mixing together, and they've been back and forth on this. They were very convinced that the Deep Desert was going to be a slam dunk, that everyone was going to love it, and they were kind of singing its praises before launch, but it has quickly fallen short that most people do not like the way the Deep Desert is. And so they've been making many changes over the course of the last few weeks since launch on how far the PvE line goes, how far the PvP line goes, how you get flagged for PvP, where the resources are for PvE, and all of that. And many people are giving critiques about the game, saying the game is great, which is true up until the Deep Desert, and there are PvE players that are unhappy and dissatisfied with the game, and even the PvP players are unhappy and dissatisfied. And it seems like both groups are being alienated. So just now, Dune Awakening put out a player survey, which is incredibly surprising and a little concerning in some ways too. The survey is very broad of like, hey, do you like PvE? Do you like PvP? What games do you play? Do you like Dune Awakening? Why? It's like this very broad level of like, what kind of game do you want Dune Awakening to be? Which, some purists may say that this is up to the developers to decide, and trying to, for something that basic and fundamental for the game to have the players fill that out through a survey versus the developers creating their vision is kind of odd. But some people also might be very happy that they're going down this line to just get raw, real feedback from players to see where should Dune Awakening go in the future and what your expectations are. So let's take a look at what this survey actually says. You'll find this online. I can leave a link to it down below in the comments in the description. They also said they're going to be putting out another survey in your email as well. So they mentioned that like you're by doing the survey, you're doing the privacy policy. Thank you for showing interest in completing the survey. Dune Awakening has been out for a few weeks, and we have been hard at work. I can't highlight. I've been hard at work acting on your feedback, squashing bugs, fixing various issues. With over 1 million players since launch, our player community is growing rapidly. We'd like to take a moment and ask you a few questions about your experience. We plan to continuously iterate on all aspects of Dune Awakening during the live development process, and this information will help us make more informed decisions about future changes. The rest of the survey is available in multiple languages. You can select a language, yada, yada. So let's jump into this survey and see what it's all about. This is super high level stuff. More like the core of the game. So how frequently do you play these game genres? Platform games, role-playing games, survival games, adventure games, MMOs, third-person shooters, simulators, first-person shooters, and strategy games. They want to know, like, they're basically just kind of fishing the audience to see what games do you play and where your feedback is coming. Generally with these surveys, this just colors the feedback. It gives them a sense of when you say that game is good or game is bad, where are you coming from when you're giving that feedback, so they can at least kind of figure out where they put people in groups and how to sort that feedback into something meaningful. Then it goes even further to say, below are some statements that other people have made about video gaming. Broadly, please let us know which represents you. So from more immersing in lore and story in game to focusing on skill and strategic elements, from more first person view to third person view. So this is like, do you prefer lore or do you prefer, skill and strategy? Do you prefer first person? Do you prefer third person? Which this kind of question is crazy. Like, I feel like if you're questioning the camera position of the game at this stage, that's pretty wild. Do you prefer single player or multiplayer? Do you prefer competitive or cooperative? Do you prefer tutorials or learning through YouTube and Discord? Do you prefer fixed characters with set abilities or custom built characters from scratch? Do you prefer vast content to explore over time or clear goals and quick progression? So do you want like just a hands-off approach with a big open zone? Or do you want like an actual journey, story, season quest to go through where you're hitting milestones and it is very obvious what you want to do? Do you prefer fast-paced combat or slower combat? Do you prefer easy to pick and intuitive gameplay or deep and complex systems? So on a scale, like a sliding scale, do you prefer more, more 1 versus more 5 on that standpoint, which is pretty wide and broad. Then they say, how did you first hear about Dune Awakening? So different ways that you can find it. From a content streamer, I saw it on Steam. I was mentioned on social media from a friend or something like that. So where do you come from? Again, kind of adding context to where your feedback is coming from. Did you play any of the early tests? So like if you gave negative feedback on the game, are you someone that played it on launch, or are you giving negative feedback because you liked the beta better and then when the launch came out you didn't like the launch, that sort of thing? Have you bought it yet? Which is kind of crazy that they have this year. I guess you could actually get to this point by filling the survey out online, since the survey doesn't verify that you're an actual player, so they put this in there for that. Then this is where things get kind of interesting, right? Because they say, what type of gamer do you consider yourself to be? Single player or multiplayer, which was part of the survey earlier. But then they go on to say, are you primarily PvE, primarily PvP, or if you're a mixture, how does that mixture go? Are you 50-50? Are you some PvP but mostly PvE, or some PvP but mostly, you're mostly PvP and some PvE? Like, how does that go? They're trying to figure out basically they have this end game that is a odd mixture of PvP and PvE. They want to know how many of the players are on one side or the other, right? So if they find out that 90% of their player base wants PvP based on this survey, then they can start making the Deep Desert and new content more PvP focused. Whereas if they find out that 85% are PvE, maybe they can tone down some of the PvP aspects and focus on the PvE. And I think this kind of just helps it, because there's definitely, I think right now they're trying to find the balance point that has never been achieved by any other game ever, which is trying to get PvPers and PvEers to cohabitate in the same space with equal vi. And I think that is where things get really weird, because no one, as far as I can remember, has ever been able to do that. PvPers and PvEers generally want different things, and forcing them to coexist in the same area has never really worked properly. In fact, most games that have this end up separating them. MMOs do their PvP combat that's balanced, and then their PvE content that's more about progression and things like that, and they separate them out and allow them to cohabitate in some areas. The PvPers can go do PvE content and the PvEers can go do PvP content, but I can't think of a single example where a game has been able to make pure PvPers and pure PvEers come together in the same activity and be happy with the result they're getting. So they're kind of trying to figure out where that goes. Then they drill down and say, if you play PvE, how do you feel about PvP content? Are you open to it? Are you somewhat open to it? Or do you like it or not applicable? If you play PvP, how do you feel about PvE? It does kind of feel like they're trying to figure out where their audience is at on that standpoint. Then how do you feel about playing online with other players on the same server, even if you don't directly interact interact with them? This is also a very strange question because obviously I think they started marketing Dune Awakening as an MMO, and there's nothing really massively online about Dune Awakening. Everything is very segmented. Even the Deep Desert is super separated into servers. Everyone's separated into 40-person sietches, and then those sietches are then relegated to worlds, and there are people in other worlds that don't get aligned, and there's just so much separation between players that it makes it feel like Haga Basin probably has the best representation of playing online with other players, whereas everything else in the game is very much segregated in a lot of ways. So like it greatly decreases my willingness to play when I play with other players in the same server, or it increases my willingness to play. And the final page goes on to say, how do you consider each of these aspects of Dune Awakening? So I dislike it to I like it. So they have things like PvP, the Dune feel, exploration, crafting, building vehicles, weapons and gadgets, deep desert graphics, social features, solo gameplay, PvE, Imperial testing station, social hub, survival, contracts, combat, multiplayer, the classes, the story, the world design, and the characters. I think this is the best question they have on this survey so far. So people can say, like, if they find out that people really like everything, but they don't like the vehicles, or they like everything and they don't like Deep Desert, then it helps them kind of zone in on what people are looking for. I think broadly PvE and broadly PvP is kind of wild, but I think they'll gain some valuable insight from this question on what people prefer and what they're looking for out of the game. And I think it does kind of feel like they're rehashing or rewalking, like they're trying to reinvent the wheel here, right? PvE and PvP and having both of those available in a game is not new. That has been around since the 90s. There are many games that have PvP and PvE mixed together or separate, and there's been a lot of innovation on this front in many different genres, not just survival games, that they could draw from. So them kind of being confused and fumbling on this is a little odd, but hopefully this kind of survey question will give them some insight. So definitely go and fill out the survey if you're interested and you want to give feedback on the game and kind of just help shape it towards the future. But I think this is going to be a really good one. How frequently do you play the game? Always, never, or occasionally in between. Before you began playing, what do you think best described Dune Awakening? So this is another weird question. Before you played, what do you think of it? Is it an MMO, a survival game, role-playing game? After you've played it, what do you think? So maybe people think they thought it was an MMO, then they find out that it's a survival game, but I also feel like a role-playing game is a very weird way to phrase it. It's like saying, hey, what do you want for dinner? I want sustenance. Yeah, okay, is that pizza? Is that pasta? Do you want lasagna? Like, what do you want? Oh, I just want sustenance. I feel like a role-playing game is a very weird, like, I feel like survival MMO is good, and then like you can have competitive or things like that, but a role-playing game in today's landscape doesn't really define very much at all. So I feel like this is a very weirdly worded question. Then they ask, what made you interested in Dune Awakening? So skills, story, vehicles, the PvP features. I feel like this is just so weirdly worded. I feel like this is not going to give them, like, if I check this, what does this even mean? The PvE features, the PvP features. I feel like these things are very strangely worded. So I feel like that's not going to be there. A mix of game genres. Like if I answer this, what does that mean? I don't know. Like some of these are, like some of these questions are very good and very pointed and will give them good answers. And some of these are very not. And I feel like, you know, if I filled this out and I said this, like this is my answer, what does this tell you? Based on me as a survey participant, I feel like it tells you very little. Like if I do this and then I check role-playing game, like... I don't know what that is supposed to mean for them. Then they say, which of the following are your main motivations to play Dune Awakening? Strategy, competition, customization, exploration, excitement, story and characters, chaos and destruction, immersion and fantasy, relaxation, progress, challenge, and mastery. And then now that you've played the game, how do you feel the Steam page represents the game? So I feel like they're getting feedback now that people aren't playing the game they thought it was, right? So especially when we go up to things like this where they say, before you played, what did you think it was? After you played, what did you think it was? And then this question here, which is, now that you've played it, how do you feel the Steam page represents the game? Is exactly as described. It is completely different. So it seems like they are getting a lot of feedback of people saying, hey, this is not what I thought it was, and I'm displeased about it. Although I would say that most people generally like the game for the first 50 to 200 hours. Playing through Haga Basin and all of that, I think is a great experience. The core game is really good. It's just the end game systems and the additive layers they put onto it are very not good in the current state right now. Would you recommend it? This is a classic, like this is one of the most classic survey things. Like it's a net promoter score of like, you know, what would you recommend it to others on a scale of 1 to 10, that sort of thing. And then is there anything else you'd like to say about the survey? So definitely fill out the survey, give your feedback. Funcom is asking for your feedback. I think a lot of people do really like the game and are wanting to see the future. And I think honestly, the game has such a great foundation as it stands right now that as long as they do, you know, like expansions and, you know, new areas, new zones, new content, if they just keep adding tiers to the progression and figure out some way to make PvP super fun, I think they could even do things like battle arenas or like contested PvP zones that are designated. I think a lot of people have a hunger for ground-based combat. So like being able to use vehicles on the ground or even just using normal, like using your abilities and using your class setup and using your weapons to play. I don't think the getting rocketed by an ornithopter or trying to rocket someone else on an ornithopter is fun or engaging. It feels like, you know, PvP combat from like the 90s and early 2000s was better than just dumb rockets on an ornithopter in the deep desert as it is right now. It just feels very outdated and archaic and not really very inspired at all. So hopefully with this survey and the feedback they get from it, they'll be able to kind of refine their direction for the game. And again, since it has great foundation and a lot of people are interested in the game and it has a great IP that brings people in, they do have a strong chance of, you know, having an excellent next 5 to 10 years on this game if they do everything right, and I think this survey will help them do so. So let me know what you think about this survey and the direction that Funcom is taking the game, and also what your expectations are for the future. What do you want to see out of Dune Awakening in the future in the coming years, and what kind of content do you think they should be adding to make the game better? Let me know down below.
If you found value in today's video, leave a like down below, leave a comment for the algorithm to help this video get seen by more people, and don't forget to check out my other channels for other content and other stuff and other things.
why can't you stay organized? I've experienced this myself, and it's called chronic impulse control, where you prioritize.
Of course, we agree that there is such a thing as the fusion of your body parts, namely your body. And of course, there is such a thing as the fusion of the four legs of the table and the top, namely the table. Why? Because your body, the table, and so on, those are things that belong to our ontology. We are happy to talk about them, etc. But then, when it comes to the fusion of your head, my body, and the left half of the moon, is there such a thing, right? And people say, well, no, that's a crazy thing. It's, as you said, mysterious. It's just not out there. Why not? Just because we don't talk about it? Isn't this a kind of ontological xenophobia, that we don't like certain things and therefore they don't exist? They have no right to ontological citizenship?
Hello, my geeslings. This is Mother Goose, Robinson Earhart, here with the introduction to Robinson's podcast, number 95. And this episode is with Achille Varzi, who is the John Dewey Professor of Philosophy at Columbia University and also the Bruno Kessler Honorary Professor at the University of Trento. And along with Chaim Gaifman, who is a professor of philosophy at at Columbia, and was the guest on 1, 11, 21, and 31. Achille is among the two most important philosophers to me personally, just because of my relationship with him, everything he's taught me, the conversations and time we've spent together. And I just totally adore him, as I'm sure you'll see in our interactions in this episode. And as you might have seen in episode 47, where we talked all about metaphysics writ large, though we paid particular attention to Achille's nominalism. But aside, of course, from being a valued and extremely important denizen of the Robinson's podcast universe, he has other notable qualifications as well. So Achille is an absolutely renowned metaphysicist and logician, but he is perhaps most notably widely regarded as the world's leading Mariologist. And in this installment, we go deep into just that, Mariology, to be more specific, which is the theory of the parthood relation. And I'm not going to get into too much more detail than that, since you've got about 3 hours and 45 minutes or so of that to look forward to. But we talk about ancient Mariology, the modern precursors to contemporary work in Mariology in Husserl, Whitehead, Leonard and Goodman, and Lezhnevsky, the metaphysics of parthood, the logic of parthood, and all sorts of other things. And if you want to learn about Mariology in audio form, this is absolutely the only resource of its kind. But for a more in-depth and rigorous discussion of the material that we cover in this episode, you should check out Achille and AJ Cotemore's really fantastic monograph on the subject, which is linked in the description. I've read it from cover to cover and taken copious notes, and it's really just a truly phenomenal resource. But also, if you want a more bite-sized version, Achille wrote the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy entry on Mariology, and the link for that will also be in the description. Now, one correction I have to mention, quite minor, but Achille mistakenly refers to Verity Hart, the author of Plato on Parts and Wholes, as Valerie Hart, so apologies to Verity. And then, of course, as always, reviews, comments, likes, subscribes, these are endlessly appreciated. And now, without any further ado, I hope that you enjoyed this conversation as much as I really enjoyed having it with Achille. A good place to start, I think, is how you first became interested in Mariology. And I wonder, upon looking in more depth at your CV if it was in the course of working on holes with Roberto Casati, because I know you worked on Mariology there, and more particularly Mariotopology, and then soon after you were working on the Mariotopology of time and events. But it wasn't until sometime after that that explicitly Mariology became a focus.
Actually, it started much earlier. As I was a graduate student at the University of Toronto. So this means sometimes around 1983, 1984, I forgot. And almost by chance, I used to go to this wonderful bookstore called Atticus Books. I hope it still exists. It's a fantastic bookstore in Toronto. And I found a book by Rolf Eberle called Nominalistic Systems, which is about Nelson Goodman's nominalism. Nelson Goodman, as a nominalist, recommends replacing set theory with Mariology, with the theory of the part of relation. And that book was, for the most part, a reconstruction of Goodman's views on that. I got really fascinated in the topic and in the fact that it comes with, it's a view that comes with a rigorous formal treatment. Now, at the same time, I also read a book by Judith Thomson, one of my favorite philosophers, even though I often disagree with her. In fact, I think on almost every topic we had opposite views, but I really liked her work. And back then, she had a book called, I think, Acts and Other Events, where she offers a very detailed analysis of the part-whole structure of events, so a mereological analysis of events. So those two books had a huge impact on my interest at that time. I was doing mainly logic, actually, but I got interested in this kind of formal metaphysics as a graduate student. I even wrote a paper. I remember even presented a paper back then on Mariology. And then this topic has always been on my table. I first put it to work, you're right, in the book on holes without the W, Holes, with Roberto Casati. And eventually we got interested in parts and holes with a W. And so we thought we should supplement Mariology with topology, and that will take us to a longer conversation. But so the point is, it's been basically 40 years that I've been thinking about Mariology. And I still think it's a great topic, even though, of course, fashions come and go. But that is the story. That's the short answer to your question.
Well, we'll come back to the mathematical and more particularly the nominalistic applications of Mariology in mathematics, and then the Mariological formalism, and then Mariotopology a bit later, because, as you know, I'm very happy and looking forward to getting into some depth. But I think we should start with the absolute basics, as Mariology quickly becomes very technical. So why don't we even start with the etymology? Where does the word come from, and who coined it?
Okay, so Mariology comes from the Greek word meros, which means part or share. And it is therefore the theory of, or ameriology is a theory of the part of relation. The term itself is of recent coinage. It was introduced for the first time in the 20th century by the Polish logician Stanisław Leśniewski, whom you might know as Alfred Tarski's PhD advisor. And he used it as a label, as a name for a specific theory that he was developing. The theory itself came out in 1916, but the term was introduced by Leśniewski only later, when he offered a much more extensive description of his own theory in the course of a number of papers published between 1927 and 1931, if I remember correctly. And at the beginning of that series of papers, he calls that theory mereology. Now, you might wonder why mereology rather than merology, since it comes from the word meros. And the answer to that question is that that word was already existing. It had been around since 1850 or so, originally in French, then in German, then in English, as referring to a certain field of anatomy, specifically a field dealing with elemental tissues and body fluids and so on. So mereology was already taken, and so he called it mereology. In fact, of course, he used the Polish version of the word, the Polish name, which is mereologia. And so it was initially meant to be the name of a specific theory, not a field of inquiry. But eventually, especially in the past few decades, when people say mereology, they don't mean to refer, or not necessarily, to Lesniewski's theory, but to any theory that deals with parthood relationships, so relations of part to whole and of part to part within a whole.
Okay, and just because I'm curious about this in particular, was the theory that he originally coined the term to refer to what became known as classical Mariology?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Even though one should add an important footnote here, Mariology was part of a broader program that Lesniewski developed over the years. It was, in fact, one of three components of his very ambitious formal system with which he aimed to provide a comprehensive foundations for logic and mathematics. The other two components are called protothetic and ontology. Historically, they were developed later, but logically they come first. So they provide, so protothetic is essentially a generalized theory of propositions and their functions. Ontology is a general calculus of names and functors. You may think of it as a theory of the copula. And those provide the logical foundations for mereology as a theory of parthood relations. Now, what that means is that he was not working within classical logic as we know it. He was working within a very peculiar kind of logical system, and therefore, the theory is classical mereology as we discuss it today, modulo its translation into the kind of logical systems that we're familiar with, say, either first order logic or some extensions. We may have to talk about that later. But the point is, the basic principles, when stated in English, sound like exactly what people say today in describing classical mereology. But the nuts and bolts of the logical foundations are different. So his use of quantifiers doesn't correspond exactly to the way we understand quantifiers. And even his use of singular terms that doesn't correspond. It's a mixture of plural quantification and other things. That being said, yes, classical mereology may be said to be, in fact, the very first theory with that topic, and that's the one that goes back to Lesniewski. It was reinvented by Leonard and Goodman.
Yeah, and we'll get to that when we talk more about the history. But one other thing, do you know if merology came from the same root, meros? Because I think of elementary tissues as part of...
Elemental, I think that's how it was used. Yes, I think it comes from the same root. And the idea is that it is about the basic, the parts, essentially, of tissues. So, yes. It is also used sometimes in other contexts. I mean, other people have introduced it, for example, the theory of general systems and so on, as opposed to holology, which would be the theory that focuses on on the whole, now with the W. Now, a funny thing about English is that a theory of wholes with a W would be called holology without a W. I wrote a book on wholes without a W, and I'm not allowed to call it holology, which would make perfect sense. And I don't know what to call it, because if I say holology, and all of a sudden the W shows up in English and meaning something else. It's really kind of strange, but that's because the Greek word holos, meaning whole, with the W, doesn't have a W. And so
maybe you need to call it holyology.
Holyology would be a good thing. But you see my problem. My first book was on wholes without a W, and my later book with Roberto Casati was on parts and wholes with the W. But then we thought it would be a bad thing to call it that way, because otherwise confusion would arise.
Yeah. Oh, but before we go back in time, because Mariology's historical development is quite philosophically fascinating, independent of its more current technical aspects, I think that we should give a brief overview of just what it is, or since that might be too much to do briefly, maybe what it means to be just a theory of the part-hood relation. Because I think a nice way of doing this is by disambiguating the term part, because it's used in so many ways in English, like I'm part of the soccer team or whatever. But I mean, please tell me how you'd explain the basic idea of Mariology to a new student or something like that.
Well, the basic idea is simply that we seem to live in a world where there are, let's focus for the time being on the most obvious picture, a world where there are all sorts of things, large and small, and some of the large things include small things as parts. So, for example, you're holding a mug, and the mug has smaller parts, for example, the handle. Or look at your body, you have hands, you have feet, you have a head. So we see things as structured in this way. We speak of all sorts of things around us using the language of part and whole. And so there is this idea that there is some relationship that holds among various things out there, which is the part of relation. So the handle is part of the knife. The remote control unit is part of the stereo system. This half is your part of the cake, and that half is my part. The cutlery is part of the tableware, etc., etc. And in fact, as soon as we start thinking about it, we realize that it's not just material objects that seem to be organized in this way, but all sorts of entities. So the circle is part of the area. The vertices are part of the boundary. The bombing was part of the attack. So events, abstract entities such as geometric figures and so on, they all seem to be organized in terms of this part whole structure. And mereology is intended as a theory of this kind of relation. I said earlier, it's a theory of parthood relations, or relationships, if you like, as opposed to part-whole relations. And the reason is that whether the second term of the relation, whether the second argument is what we would ordinarily call a whole, with the W again, from now on, I'm going to drop that qualification, it's a different matter. It's a different matter. You may say that your hand is part of your arm, and you may not be willing to say that your arm is a whole object. Only your body would qualify as a whole object. Now, that is not, strictly speaking, a mereological claim. The mereological claim is that X is part of Y. Whether Y, in turn, qualifies as a whole, it's a different issue. And that's where, since you mentioned the term earlier, I think, that's where mereotopology would eventually enter the picture.
And we'll get into that later.
So it's basically this basic idea that there is some complexity, some structural complexity, and that structural complexity is not, for example, set theoretic, but down to earth, mereological particle complexity.
Yeah, and I mean, Mario topology is quite on my mind right now, since I'm thinking about boundaries, as we've talked about.
That's another big topic that I
for another day. But for now, turning to the historical development of Mariology, as I recall from my own studies with you when I was at Columbia, and from the monograph Mariology with Cote Noir,
Aaron Cote Noir,
Leibniz aside, most historical Mariology adjacent philosophical investigations were concerned with the parthood relation, or parts and wholes, from more of a metaphysical perspective than the contemporary, more systematic and technical way of dealing with the parthood relation. Is this how you see it as well? That it wasn't really until Lezhnevsky and Husserl that it became more technical, but leaving that really aside,
Yes, I think it is only with the beginning of the 20th century, mainly through, as you said, Husserl and Lezhnevsky, and to some extent also Whitehead, that mereology became the subject of extensive inquiries and systematic treatment. So I think we can all, with the exception of Leibniz, in a number of manuscripts that, of course, were only published a long time after his death. He spent his evenings writing all these sort of little pieces, and there are some where he offers an analysis that can be regarded as a systematic treatment of the part of relation. But with these exceptions, throughout history, we see a major emphasis on the importance of this part of relation, without, however, a corresponding effort to come up with a systematic treatment. So, in fact, you may think that as a general field of inquiry, mereology goes all the way back to the beginnings of philosophy.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask is, I mean, you've cited Plato, Aristotle, and I've never actually said his name out loud before. Boethius, is that how you would pronounce it?
Yeah.
You've cited these three as some notable ancient philosophers who wrote about parthood. And maybe we could talk about a case or two just to get a sense of what some of the early discussions were like.
Yes, but I would even start earlier.
And the pre-Socratics, right?
Yeah, the pre-Socratics, if you think about it, the three main schools of the pre-Socratics, so the Eleatics, the atomists, and the pluralists, they may be seen as disagreeing precisely on a mereological question, namely whether everything, something, or nothing, I think this is in reverse order, has parts. So the Eleatics, Parmenides, for example, of course, held that being is this, undivided whole, a uniform undivided whole. And the very idea that there may be further parts would lead to paradox. And that's where Zeno enters the picture. So spatial or temporal parts, paradoxical. So it's just one undivided whole. So nothing has proper parts. Then you have the atomist, of course, who maintained that some things have parts. Larger things are composed of smaller things, they're parts. But all division eventually must come to an end. There is at bottom a layer of things that have no proper parts, so-called atoms, literally indivisibles. So here is clearly a mereological disagreement, if you allow me that terminology. And then, of course, you have the third view, the so-called pluralists, Anaxagoras, for example, who would go as far as saying that absolutely all things, no matter what size, divide forever into smaller and smaller parts. So you see, those three main traditions in Western philosophy really disagree essentially on what is a meteorological question. And the same, you find similar disagreement in other traditions. In China, for example, the school of logicians, sometimes called the school of names, if I remember correctly, the Minjia, they were pluralist in the sense that they also believed in division forever. On the other hand, you have important traditions in Indian philosophy, where, for example, the atomist view would be favored, and so on. So, way before Aristotle and way before Plato, these big questions were meteorological. Now, Plato, of course, and Aristotle contributed extensively to a number of metaphysical issues using meteorological considerations. So, for example, Aristotle would be emphatic on the claim that the whole is not just a sum of the parts, that a whole is something over and above the mere sum of the parts. In Plato, of course, you have the problem of the one or many, which in many ways turns out to be related to meteorological considerations. Aristotle, of course, also dealt with part-whole considerations in some of his scientific texts, in the physics, but also in biology and so on. There is a book called Parts of Animals, and that is clearly using meteorological considerations. And you find all of this you find attention to meteorological consideration in the entire Greek tradition, eventually the Roman tradition. We go through the Stoics. Chrysippus has a number of puzzles that are meteorological.
Really?
Well, puzzles that we know today from contemporary philosophers, such as the puzzle of Tibbles, the cat that loses its tail. That really goes back to Chrysippus. And the ship of Theseus, think of that famous puzzle
absolutely.
that, of course, we know from Plutarch's Lives. It's a ship that keeps changing its parts. I mean, the old parts get replaced with new and functional parts. And it was a big question back then whether it's the same ship that we had at the beginning. So to what extent can something survive change or replacement or even loss of parts? Those were big questions. And all of these questions survived through the centuries. And medieval philosophers were very interested in metaphysical questions that would involve considerations about parts and wholes, all the way to Kant's second antinomy, which is really whether everything has parts or whether nothing has parts, so essentially atomism versus anti-atomism. Now, it's a fascinating literature, and it shows how important and how central meteorological considerations can be for a number of metaphysical questions, from identity through time to actually identity at a time, whether the whole is the same as the sum of the parts, and many other considerations, what's essential and what's not to the nature of a thing, etc. But surprisingly, I think, it's hard to find an explicit statement of what sort of principles were supposed to govern this relation and what kind of assumptions, therefore, were in place when philosophers were making statements involving part-whole considerations. It is as though, people took it sort of for granted, as if the meaning of the word in Greek or in whatever other language they were using was clear enough to allow its use in philosophical and metaphysical speculations. But of course, as we know, things can get technical. And so a good treatment of that notion was in demand. And it so happens that, with the exception of Leibniz, as I said, who has a few interesting contributions, which amount to literally an axiomatic treatment of a relation that we may interpret today as the part of relation, a relation of containment, we have to wait until the beginning of the 20th century. And the two people you mentioned, Husserl on the one hand and Lesniewski on the other, are indeed the first two to offer a systematic treatment of that relation. And they did that for completely different reasons, though.
Before we get to Husserl and Lesniewski, you already mentioned that medieval philosophers, other than Leibniz, were very interested, or maybe I mentioned in the part-hood relation or parts and wholes. And I have the sense, though you and I haven't ever talked about this, even in all of our conversations, because there's just so much to talk about, but that you're particularly interested in John Duns Scotus, but others like Peter Abelard and Jean Buridan as well, who also did some work in this area. Can we talk a bit about the capacities in which the medieval philosophers that you're interested in were working on Mariology? Maybe just one or two of them?
Yes. So first of all, I would rank Abelard on top of those.
Okay.
You know my sympathies for nominalism. And so Abelard, Ockham would be my favorites. John Buridan as well. And of course, Duns Scotus, but also Aquinas. Of course, Aquinas was an Aristotelian. I'm not an Aristotelian, so I would disagree with almost everything. But I admire his work enormously as well. Now, I think we can still learn a lot from medieval philosophy in a number of ways, or for a number of reasons. One reason is simply that there is still a huge amount of texts that are not available.
Oh, really?
There are no critical editions. In some cases, there are no editions whatsoever. Luckily, today, we can find digitalized copies of some of those manuscripts, which perhaps exist only in one or two versions in some obscure library in France or in Italy or in Spain. But the point is, there is plenty of stuff there, and it's very likely that it contains interesting arguments. And the second point is besides it, that once you start looking at that material, you realize that they were discussing issues that we are discussing today, and that they were contemplating theories or answers to questions that we are contemplating today. And so often we don't realize, but we come up with theories today that you find as soon as you start digging among those philosophers. And this applies to all sorts of areas in philosophy, not just, say, metaphysics. Take, for example, Kripke's theory of truth and his treatment of the paradoxes. The idea that whether a statement is paradoxical, such as the liar paradox, I assume most people know what the liar paradox is about. It's a sentence that says of itself that it is false. And once you start thinking about it, you realize that something is wrong, because if it says that it is false, then it cannot be false, because otherwise what it says will be true. But neither can it be true, because then it would have to be false. So it's true if and only if it is false, problem. Now, I know there is one podcast, at least, that you've done, I think with Joel Hempkins and Graham Priest.
Where we talked about the liar paradox.
Great. Now, I don't know how much you discussed this aspect of the story, but it turns out to be, in fact, not a good idea to think that the paradox arises as a result of some syntactic feature. In this case, self-reference being something that manifests itself via the pronoun this. Whether or not a sentence is paradoxical may very well be accidental. For example, a few years ago, the APA had a T-shirt or a sweatshirt that had two sentences, one in the front and one in the back. In the front, the sentence said, "The sentence on the back is false." And the sentence on the back said, "The sentence on the front is true."
That's good.
As you can imagine, putting those together, you end up with a loop that's exactly the same as the liar paradox. Now, here's the point. it is in fact a loop. But suppose the sentence on the back said, I don't know, snow is white. Then the one on the front would have been false because it said that the sentence on the back is false when in fact it's true. So no loop, no problem. If the sentence on the back said snow is red, then it would have been false. Therefore, the one on the front would have been true, no problem. It just so happens that a sentence on the back says something that generates a loop. But you see, that's because of the overall context in which the two sentences occur. So it's not really just a matter of syntax. In fact, another good example is the following, and then I get back to John Buridan, or rather to the reason why I'm saying this, and the medieval philosophers. Another good example is this. I find it amazing. There is a famous collection of papers in the philosophy of language edited by Martinich. I forgot his first name, I'm sorry. Philosophy of Language, which came out in several editions. And for people like me and others, it has been a very standard, reader to use in teaching philosophy of language. It contains all sorts of classic papers, especially contemporary philosophy. Now, one of the papers reprinted there is a paper by Alfred Tarski, the person I mentioned earlier, a famous logician of the 20th century, in fact, a student of Lesniewski. His famous paper,
and a PhD advisor of Heim,
and PhD advisor of our beloved friend Chaim Geifman. The famous paper on the theory of truth, where he discusses the liar paradox, but he doesn't discuss the liar paradox by listing the sentence, this sentence is false. Rather, he uses an example that reads approximately as follows. The sentence on line 7 of page 25 is false, and it so happens that that sentence occurs on line 7 of page 25. Now, in the Martinich ontology, of course, the translation of that paper had to be edited at that point because you wanted the number of the line and the number of the page to be correct, right? You don't want to refer to the original Tarski publication. You want to refer to the actual publication where the paper occurs in order for the sentence itself to be paradoxical. And so in the first and second edition, we find the paper published, say, between page 60 and page 80 of the collection, and the sentence in question would occur, say, on page 72 at line 25. In the third edition, a further paper was added before the Tarski paper. And so the Tarski paper was moved, say, 20 pages later. Unfortunately, the editor didn't think of correcting that line. And so now when you read the Tarski paper in the third edition, it says the sentence on line, 25 on page 72 is false. But that sentence doesn't occur on page 72. It occurs on page 85. And so it turns out to be not paradoxical. In fact, if you go and check on page 72, line 25, you see actually not even a sentence. It's part of the bibliography of the previous paper. All of this to say, whether a sentence turns out to be paradoxical or not, in particular, paradoxical in the sense of the liar paradox, is a matter of contingent luck, as it were, or bad luck. Now, Kripke famously pointed this out, and I think that's a very important contribution. It really changed many strategies in how we approach the problem, to think of it this way. But he was not the first one to point this out. You find exactly this intuition in John Buridan, in his Sophismata, where he basically says exactly this. It says, well, it depends on a number of contingent factors, whether we end up with a paradox or not. This is an example from the theory of truth, or if you want, more generally, logic. But you find many such examples. In fact, most of the problems discussed in contemporary metaphysics, from identity through time to mereological considerations to free will and so on, of course, all of those are found there. And in particular, some of the most interesting meteorological questions are found there. So I think we can learn a lot. There is a lot to be understood still, but a lot to be learned. And what goes for Western medieval philosophy goes for other traditions. For example, Buddhist medieval philosophy, which means early Middle Ages in most cases. We don't have yet in this part of the world any reasonable amount of knowledge of the wealth of interesting arguments and theories that can be found there. I'll give you just one example. You must be familiar with the famous regress argument that we today label with the name of a British philosopher, Bradley's regress. It's an argument that's often used as a reductio ad absurdum to the idea. Well, it depends on how you construe it, but it's about relations and the fact that if you try to explain, for example, how two things are related, you need to appeal to relations between them, but then the first thing must be related to the relation, and the second thing must also be related to the relation. So there are now two new relations, and you keep going. This is known as Bradley's regress. Well, you find exactly the same argument used in exactly the same way as a reductio ad absurdum in some medieval Buddhist philosophers, for example, Dharmakirti, and so on and so forth. So I think it's a hobby for me at this point in my life. I wish I were younger. I would probably invest much more time in studying medieval philosophers, especially those who are not yet well known, because I'm sure there is a wealth of interesting stuff there.
I'm very much hoping to have Calvin Nordmore on the podcast to maybe, I don't know, maybe even do a whole series with him. Well, I haven't reached out to him yet, so I can't speculate too much. But before we move on,
say hi to him from me when you hear from him. He also, of course, has some background that takes him back to the University of Toronto, where I did my PhD. So I love it.
Well, before we move on, though, from the medievals, is there an example or two that we can talk about? Maybe Peter Abelard or Buridan that has to do with Mariology, just so we can see it.
For example, Abelard was adamant that the whole just is the sum of the parts. So take a table, you have a top and four legs. Of course, the whole table is distinct from each of those parts taken individually for obvious reasons, because it is larger, it is heavier, and so on. So each of the parts is distinct from the whole table. But are the parts taken together such that they amount to the table, or do you need something else in order to get the table? Is the table something more than just the parts? Mm-hmm. Now, we have arguments in the history of philosophy before Abelard, and many arguments in the philosophy that came after, to the effect that they must be distinct. There's something more must enter the picture in order to get the whole thing. So just to have the parts is not enough. And Abelard offered arguments to the effect that, no, it's the same thing. It would be double counting to say I have the five parts and then I have also the whole table. Abelard is also committed to a view known today as mereological essentialism, which actually to some extent follows from this reasoning, but that's the view according to which every part is essential to the whole to which it belongs. So that means that things cannot change their parts without ceasing to be what they are.
Right. And this, I'm guessing, sort of is a predecessor of, well, not set theoretic extensionality, but mereological extensionality. And parthood
yes,
determines identity.
I don't think essentialism and extensionality are so intimately connected. Extensionality says that you cannot have two things, two composite objects, say, or two composite entities more generally, composed of the same parts, the same proper parts, to be specific.
Was that the end? I'm sorry for cutting you off. Was that the end of the of where you were going with the essentialism, or was there anything you wanted to finish with there?
No, with essentialism, I just wanted to say that's, of course, an important question about persistence, about identity conditions. You are familiar with the so-called Leibniz law. Here is again our friend Leibniz, which comes in two halves. One is the identity of indiscernibles, and the other is the indiscernibility of identicals, right? So
Yeah.
the indiscernibility of identicals says that that numerical identity is sufficient for qualitative identity. So if X and Y are the same thing, then of course X and Y are qualitatively indiscernible. It's the same thing. How can it be distinct from itself? That's the idea. That principle is accepted by most people, although it needs to be qualified when identity is understood diachronically, perhaps. The other principle that Leibniz stated, the identity of indiscernible, says that, by contrast, qualitative identity is sufficient for numerical identity. So if X and Y are qualitatively indiscernible, if, to speak the language of the realist, X and Y have the same properties, or more generally, if whatever is true of X is true of Y and vice versa, then X and Y are identical. Now, this is where the extensionality principle you mentioned turns out to be relevant. That principle says that mereological indiscernibility is sufficient for identity. So having the same parts is sufficient for identity. Essentialism says that the parts are necessary to the identity of an individual. So literally, you cannot have parts other than the ones you have. You cannot have more parts, or you cannot have fewer parts. Of course, there is also a temporal version of it. You will not have, and you did not have, any parts other than those that you have. And some people find that extremely counterintuitive, very rigid, and therefore the term essentialism here often comes with a negative connotation.
Okay. No, that's all really interesting. But okay, now I think we've spent enough time with some of that earlier history, and now we can get to the more approximate, or near history. My dog's having a dream, so he's snapping. I don't know if that's on the mic or not, but anyway, please correct me if I'm mistaken here, but I think we both indicated that the more systematic study of the parthood relation that was taken up in the 20th century emerged from two directions. So the first being Husserl's belief that understanding parts and wholes was necessary for developing his formal ontology. And then the second, which you started off by mentioning, came from Lezhnevsky's need for a nominalistically acceptable alternative to set theory. And then maybe we can take these in turn. So what was Husserl's project? And I generally understand that in so much as ontology is concerned with what there is, he also wanted to understand how those things are organized. And then this is where Mariology comes in.
Very good. Yes. So Husserl actually comes before Lezhnevsky also chronologically, because we're talking specifically about his early writings, and in particular, the logical investigations, which were published, I think, the first edition in 1901. And the third of the investigations is, I think, entitled The Theory of Wholes and Parts, or On the Theory of Wholes and Parts. And that's indeed an investigation that is indicative of his general project in what today we call formal ontology, but in fact that was also his understanding, formal ontology. So I'm going to say in a second what that is. I just need to add one thing, that Husserl doesn't come out of the blue. And this whole idea, in a way, goes back to Brentano and his pupils. But let's say Husserl And Brentano himself has interesting writings on the parthood relation in similar spirits. But let's focus on Husserl, because indeed his third investigation is, I think, the first project in a systematic treatment of parthood. Now, Husserl didn't complete the project. He only gives a few examples of the kind of principles that should constitute such a theory. They should constitute a mereology, if we allow the use of that term, besides the label for Lesniewski's own theory. So it doesn't give us a complete theory. And eventually, some contemporary philosophers have done extensive work in trying to figure out how that theory could be fully spelled out. So he gives us just some illustrative examples. But the idea is that mereology is part of formal ontology. So what does that mean? Often when we speak of ontology today, we have in mind a notion of ontology that is familiar to us mainly through the characterization that Willard Quine offered in his famous paper on what there is, where he says that the question of ontology can be asked using 3 single English words: what is there? Never mind his answer to that question. So on that understanding, ontology is about really the task of figuring out what entities exist. The task of, as some like to say, drawing up an inventory of the whole universe. What is there? And you and I, as ontologists, may disagree on the answer to that question insofar as your inventory of the universe and my inventory of the universe may contain different entities. For example, you may think that it contains particular entities such as human beings or tables, as well as universals such as wisdom or tablehood. I may think that it only contains particular. So our ontologies would be different in this sense. To put it in, as it were, logical terminology, your domain of quantification and my domain of quantification will be distinct.
Right.
Distinct not only in the amount of entities that they contain, but also in the kinds of entities that they contain. Objects, events, numbers, universals, what have you, those are all different kinds of things, and different ontologies may disagree on how many such kinds have to be countenanced. Now, Husserl isn't dealing with that notion of ontology. Let's call this substantive or existential ontology. Husserl had a different notion in mind, which he thought of as formal ontology, that may be, I think, very roughly characterized as follows. I apologize for the roughness of the characterization. I mean, the details are very complicated. But he had in mind something that he called the pure theory of objects as such. So he had in mind a theory that would tell us not what there is, but rather it would tell us what laws govern what there is, no matter what it is. No matter what, in fact, there is, he thought there must be some general principles or general laws governing them. Some such laws could, for example, be laws of identity. And indeed, here is a simple example that Aaron Cotnoir and I use in our book on mereology to illustrate the sense in which the laws of identity that would be relevant here are formal. Let me start with an example that comes from logic. Logic, of course, is formal in that whether or not a certain logical principle holds doesn't depend on the subject matter, but just on the form, right? So, for example, take the transitivity of implies, or let's say entailment. P entails Q, Q entails R, therefore P entails R. And this is supposed to hold true, to be valid, no matter what P, Q, and R stand for, no matter which propositions they express, and no matter whether they're true or false. If P entails Q and Q entails R, that's it. You're stuck with the conclusion that P entails R. Now, think of identity. And think of the transitivity of identity, for example. If X is identical to Y and Y is identical to Z, then X is identical to Z. Now, Husserl would say this is true no matter what entities are picked out by your variable X, Y, and Z. No matter whether they are objects, events, numbers, what have you, if X is identical to Y and Y is identical to Z, then X is identical to Z, and that's it. It's a general principle that holds no matter what there is, just like the principles of logic hold no matter what is true. So whereas logic is about what he called the interconnections of truth, ontology in this formal sense is about the interconnections of things. But both sorts of interconnections are formal in that they don't depend on, as it were, the subject matter. They don't depend on what is true in the case of logic. They don't depend on what there is in the case of ontology. So that's orthogonal to the Quinean understanding of ontology. Now, obviously, for Husserl, then the big question is, so what are these general laws, these general principles that govern what there is, no matter what it is? And even before that, there's the question, well, what sort of interconnections, what sort of relations are those that are governed by such principles? So identity for him would be an obvious example, because no matter what there is, it makes sense to ask whether X is identical to Y. You're dealing with numbers, it makes sense to ask whether 3 and 7 minus 1 are the same number. You're dealing with events, it makes sense to ask whether, to use a standard one, the stabbing of Caesar and the killing of Caesar by Brutus are one and the same event. Mm-hmm. You're dealing with objects, it makes sense to ask whether or not the statue and the clay that constitutes it are one and the same. So identity seems to be a relation that applies to what there is no matter what it is. And so now, are there any principles of identity that should also be treated as universal or general in the relevant sense? And transitivity would be one, perhaps symmetry would be another one. If X is identical to Y, then Y is identical to X. Perhaps reflexivity would be another one. X is bound to be identical to X itself. Maybe others, probably not more controversial principles, such as, for example, the indiscernibility of identicals that we were mentioning earlier. Many people think that having the same properties is not sufficient for identity. Good. So there's a bunch of principles governing identity. That's part of formal ontology. What other relations besides identity are important in this project? For Husserl, two good candidates are the relation of existential dependence. X depends for its existence on Y, and the relation of part to whole. Parthood would apply across the board. Material objects are organized in terms of parthood relations. They're structured, if you like, as parts and wholes. Events, I mentioned earlier the book by Judith Thompson as a good example, in fact. And later on, Whitehead would, in fact, develop a mereology that is entirely focused on events. Other people think that the same notion applies to entities of different kinds. For example, regions of space or intervals of time, perhaps even abstract entities such as classes or sets. David Lewis famously published a book in the, I forgot when it came out, 1990, perhaps 92, Parts of Classes, where the parthood relation among such abstract entities is essentially the inclusion relation. So the point is, for Husserl, parthood is another good candidate for the kind of relation that applies across the board. The kind of relation such that the question, is X part of Y, makes sense no matter what X and Y are. And then we have the question of what are the principles governing this relation that should also be general in the intended way. They should be formal in the intended way. They should hold no matter what the relevant relata are. Transitivity would be one, just like in the case of identity. If X is part of Y and Y is part of Z, then X is part of Z. So if your hand is part of your arm is part of your body, then your hand is part of your body. Perhaps another general principle would be reflexivity. If you think that parhood includes as a limit case identity, so if you think that your body is part of itself, insofar as it is itself, then of course everything is going to be part of itself insofar as everything is identical to itself, no matter what we're talking about. Other principles are to be discovered, and a mereology is precisely a systematic treatment of the relation in terms of such general principles that are meant to apply, once again, to everything there is, no matter what it is. That's Husserl's project. And as I said, he only carried it out to a limited extent in his third logical investigation, but it's part of this general idea. We need some kind of formal architecture of the way things are organized that's similar to the architecture that comes from formal logic when it comes to the way truths are organized. So interconnection of truths, interconnection of things. Whether such a project is viable is an interesting question today, and we may want to talk about it later.
Okay.
Lesniewski.
Before we go to Lesniewski, though, a phrase that you used in the beginning that jumped out at me is that Husserl was interested in what laws govern what there is, no matter what there is.
No matter what. No. Yes, no matter what there is, but I also emphasize no matter what it is. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Granted that as well. Now, I feel like a nice way, and correct me if I'm wrong or add to it or change it, to explicate his project a little bit further or add another dimension to it for our non-Mariological or our non-philosopher listeners is to discuss it in relation maybe, or to contrast it. So he had a very a priori concern, and we could contrast it with maybe an a posteriori approach. So because he was trying to do something very different from how a physicist might attempt to figure out the smallest components of matter and how they compose larger objects. He was after a much more a priori project that was very before physics. It was independent of physics, no matter what the physics is.
Yes, that is correct. I mean, he himself used the phrase a priori explicitly. Okay. I think he said that he was thinking of formal ontology as the pure or a priori theory of objects as such, of things as such. Notice that in this sense, formal ontology is very similar to ontology as it was understood before Quine, and in ways that are often attributed to Aristotle, the theory of being qua being, the theory of what there is insofar as it is. That's roughly the idea, right? Where theory means set of principles. Now, it is true that this seems to be at odds with the fact that often we're interested also in considerations that are not a priori. So in particular, if we pay attention to what we do in the empirical sciences, or for that matter, specifically in physics, as you said, it's not a matter of a priori thinking. That's right. But notice there is a difference here in the way in which the a priori versus a posteriori sides of the coin are doing their work. It is not part of Husserl's project to determine of a given X and a given Y, whether X is part of Y. It is not going to be a principle of formal ontology, and now we may confine ourselves to formal mereology, whether a given thing is part of a given thing. That we have to find out. Whether X, say your hand, is part of Y, say a certain arm, that is to be determined. We need to check. Just as logicians live in a windowless room, formal ontologists, and in particular formal mereologists, live in a windowless room. So they are not in a position to determine whether a given X is part of a given Y. When we are studying physics, for example, and we see how the world is organized according to our most advanced scientific theories, we are, of course, interested in how things actually are related in terms of complexity and in particular in terms of parts and wholes. In that sense, we get answers to questions that are not covered by formal ontology. So those are not indeed part of a project that is presented as being just armchair a priori speculation. That being said, it may well be that certain intuitions that we have when it comes to general principles are in fact parochial and limited in that we're only entertaining certain possibilities. So we're saying, okay, what could there be? Well, objects, events, numbers, universals, angels. And then we look for principles that hold true for all of these entities, but we are bound to have left out all sorts of other possibilities, right? And as we know very well, once you start studying the world, for example, from the perspective of contemporary physical sciences, we realize that there are things out there, perhaps very small, very hard to see, elusive in various ways, that we didn't contemplate at all. And it may well be that once we plug those in, once we let them be possible values for our variables, when we say, for example, X is part of Y, then perhaps some of those principles that might have seemed to hold generally in our enterprise in formal mereology turn out to have counterexamples. This is true of parhood, but it's also true of identity. You are certainly familiar with various arguments that come from contemporary physics to the effect that identity isn't as well behaved as I have described it earlier. It's not really a reflexive, symmetric, and transitive relation. Well, just as identity falls apart, meaning just as the principles that someone might have thought are formal principles of identity fall apart when you consider the ontology of quantum mechanics, surely some principles of mereology may fall apart because we just didn't consider some possibilities. This is why the whole project is on thin ice, because somehow it presupposes that we can come up with general principles not open to counterexamples. And that presupposition is quite, how can I say, ambitious. Start considering situations that are really far-fetched and distant from common sense. For example, time travel. Is time travel going to deliver scenarios where such general principles might, in fact, be open to counterexamples? Well, maybe yes. Well, even in the case of identity, it may well be that time travel scenarios where, say, a person visits their previous self in the past, and therefore you have X sitting here and Y standing there. Well, this scenario is going to cause troubles for the good behavior of the identity relation that I was describing as an equivalence relation. Likewise, it may well be Shiva Kleinschmidt, a philosopher currently, I think, at the University of Southern California. She wrote a couple of very interesting papers. One was, in fact, showing that the transitivity of proper parhood, which is to say of parhood minus identity, is into trouble if you allow for time travel scenarios. She was thinking of, here's an example. It's not her example, but it's similar. Have a wall consisting of various bricks. In the future, this wall is going to be shrunk to the size of a brick by means of a fancy machine, put into a time machine, and sent back to the past. In fact, to a few days before the wall itself was built. And it so happens that that brick i.e. the wall shrunk to the size of a brick and sent back to the past, is then used to build the whole wall itself. Then it would be a proper part of itself. Well, you can figure out that this is going to cause troubles, right, to the transitivity, because take the brick, take a larger part of the wall, and take the whole wall. Transitivity is going to be messy. So the point is that once we start thinking about physics, for example, but for that matter, about metaphysical scenarios such as time traveling, it may well be that some of those general principles are not as general as we thought. And that's exactly why it is a big question whether the project can be carried out at all. Maureen Donnelly published an interesting paper a few years ago where she actually said, oh, look, the chances of coming up with principles that are, so to speak, neutral enough to be good for any metaphysical view are very thin. In fact, she's very skeptical about that. And in fact, every principle of classical mereology, about which we may talk later, has been challenged in various ways on various grounds. You can say, well, too bad for those principles. Or you can say, well, too bad for those theories that violate the principles. The principles are laws. If a theory violates those laws, then the theory should be rejected. It's the usual modus ponens versus modus tollens. But that means that the whole project is problematic in interesting ways. We can talk more about this if you want. We can continue now. No, you tell me.
Yeah. I think for now we should move on to Lezhnevsky. Yeah. And in particular, we'll talk about, as you indicated, we'll talk about the classical Mariology, the actual theory, in a little bit. But for now, I'd just like to talk about the motivations of his project and and his project being the search for a nominalistic basis for mathematics. And so how does this relate, though, first maybe to what we now call the view Platonism in mathematics and some of the problems it poses?
Yes, so Lezhnevsky belongs to a tradition in Poland that may be broadly classified as nominalistic philosophy. Now, nominalism, of course, is a mixed bag. Some people are nominalists insofar as they do not accept abstract entities. Others are nominalists insofar as they think that only particular entities exist as opposed to, say, universals, although perhaps a particular can be abstract, and so on. So there are various brands of nominalism, as you know. In this specific case, we can say that Lezhnevsky was a nominalist in every sense that you can think of. You know very well that at the beginning of the 20th century, we ran into problems with the foundations of mathematics owing to Russell's paradox and the paradoxes of naive set theory. And
set theory with unrestricted comprehension.
Exactly, unrestricted comprehension, and everybody was trying to work out a way out. Frege's solution didn't quite succeed. In set theory, eventually, people settled on something in the spirit of Zermelo and Frankel's set theory, etc., etc. Now, writing in the first 2 decades of the century, especially the second decade, Lezhnevsky said, well, wait a second. In order to fix the problem, we have to see exactly where it comes from, meaning what is the real source of the problem. And for him, the source of the problem was that we were trying to do everything in terms of the member-of relationship. The set theoretic fundamental relation is the relation X is a member of, or if you prefer, an element of Y, where Y is an abstract entity, i.e. a set or a class. And the principles that were supposed to govern this relation in naive set theory turned out to be inconsistent, problematic, paradoxical. And so we ended up trying to fix our intuitions, to regiment our intuitions in order to avoid the paradoxes by sticking, however, to that fundamental idea that the set theoretic structure of the reality we're interested in is the fundamental structure. And he said, no, sets classes, these abstract entities, are just invented entities. They're the wrong kind of entities upon which we need to erect our important theories, beginning with mathematics. And he said we should instead work with concrete entities, and the fundamental relationship shouldn't be X is an element of Y, which forces Y to be an abstract entity, but rather X is part of Y, where Y may very well be of the same kind as X. So insofar in particular as he was a, say, materialist nominalist, you may want to say that Y and X have to range only over concrete entities, for example, objects. But never mind that. The point is that he said, let's just work with a different fundamental relation, not member of, but part of. Notice, today, even in metaphysics, most people, including myself actually, often rely on set theoretic machineries in order to spell out a certain view, a certain theory, right?
Right.
It is so elegant, so powerful, so clear that being able to translate a certain metaphysical view or to present a certain metaphysical picture in terms of a set theoretic model of that picture is extremely helpful and extremely common. Well, he said, don't do that. Work with part of instead. Now, what is the theory of this part of relation? And that's the theory that he developed and eventually labeled mereology. So he thought he could come up with a theory that would replace set theory for many purposes, including the purpose of providing the foundations, solid, reliable foundations for mathematics. He was also very polemical about a number of aspects of set theory and about various aspects of the notion of set or class that he thought were ultimately responsible for all the troubles, including the following, that to him, it may not, that the principle according to which, given any object, given any entity, perhaps even a set, there is an infinity of entities that can be constructed out of it. So you take, for example, Robinson, then you have the singleton of Robinson, which is the set that contains Robinson as its only element. And then you have the singleton of the singleton of Robinson, and so on and so forth. And you know very well that one way of constructing the natural numbers in set theory is precisely this. You start with the empty set, that's the number 0. Then you have the singleton of the empty set, that's the number 1. Then you have the singleton of the empty set, that's the number 2. And there you get all the numbers. There are other constructions, of course, depending on whether you go with Zermelo, with von Neumann, whatever. But the point is, out of a single entity, in this case, the empty set, you get an infinity of other entities. And he said this makes no sense whatsoever. Eventually, Goodman would be emphatic about this. That's his principle of no distinction without a difference. So there has to be some kind of difference between, say, Robinson and the singleton of Robinson. But what's the difference, really, they would say. That's one aspect of it. Another important aspect of it is that mereological decomposition is open in the sense that given a certain composite object, you can divide it into parts in as many ways as you like. Take, for example, your body. You can divide it into, say, 2 parts by taking the top half and the bottom half, or by taking the left half and the right half, or diagonally. You end up with various, as it were, various parts that together add up to the same whole thing. The top and the bottom, the left and the right, etc. So decomposition is free. You can decompose a whole in as many ways as you like. But set theoretic decomposition isn't free. Of course, you can only decompose a set into its elements. That's the only way to go. Anyway, so there are all sorts of considerations, but the main one is we needed a new tool a new formal theory, a new framework for our theoretical investigations, beginning with mathematics. And he thought that mereology would be such a tool. In fact, it is not subject to the paradoxes, but in the end of the day, it turns out to be too weak, much too weak to replace that theory. In fact, as eventually his student Tarski pointed out, although with reference to the version of mereology that you get once you translate it into our ordinary logical machinery, in Tarski's case, the language of Principia Mathematica, but basically politically true. It's part of the meaning of art. And I sort of felt the same, but under the pressure of metaphysical views that come from friends who are quite imaginative, I have to recognize that that's a bit of wishful thinking. So now I'm very much open to perhaps claiming that classical mereology is my favorite theory, which happens to be the case. But I don't think it's a priori true, that's for sure. I would feel ashamed of myself if I thought so. I don't think you are irrational if you think that one of the principles of classical mereology is false, or I don't think you're not speaking like a competent speaker in your use of the word part if you thought that was false.
Well, I think circling back and reflecting on Lezhnevsky and Husserl was the proper way to end. So, Akila, it's always an absolute pleasure talking to you, and I'm always absolutely amazed by the breadth of your knowledge. So thanks so much for doing a second episode with me, and in particular also thanks for setting a new record length for the podcast.
Thank you, but I really want to also take the opportunity to thank all of those friends of mine that have helped me think about these issues, from Roberto to Aaron to Peter Simons to Andrei Petrushchuk and all the people I mentioned earlier and many others that I haven't, for example, Shiva Kleisman. I mean, this is really a fascinating topic because so many people together are thinking about it, and I think that's a good area of philosophy in that respect. It's a nice community. I've been learning so much from everyone, and I feel myself lucky and privileged to have been able to do so. And you are one of them too, of course.
Thank you. Well, okay, until the next episode, somewhere down the line.
Thank you.
Hold on, Geeslings. Before you go, please like, subscribe, follow if you haven't already. Smash all those buttons. And also, if you haven't followed me on Twitter at Robinson Earhart, or if you're not joining me every morning as I eat my pint of ice cream on Twitch at Robinson Earhart on Robinson Eats, please do so.
Hey, welcome to the Parker's Pensies podcast. I'm your host, Parker Sedicase. I've got a couple of master's degrees in theology. I'm working on another in philosophy of religion. And throughout my studies, I've had some really awesome conversations with amazing people. But unfortunately, I have not recorded them, so they're just up here. And so the goal of this podcast is to have conversations about fascinating ideas and with experts in philosophy, theology, nature, and life, to record them and then to share them with you so that you get to learn as I learn. I love thinking about cool stuff, so come think with me. This episode is going to be like talking through an Ant-Man or a Doctor Strange movie. We're going to be going at like what is fundamental. It's awesome. I'm really excited about it. I have with me Dr. Ross Inman. He is an associate professor of philosophy at Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary, and he's the editor of Philosophia Christi, which is an amazing journal. And they're starting a new MA program in philosophy.
Acceding to the demands of the crowd, Pilate gave orders that Jesus of Nazareth be put to death. And Judas of Caria, who had betrayed him, saw him condemned. And the weight of 30 pieces of silver grew intolerable. And a man tormented, he went to the temple for the last time. I have sinned. I have sinned in betraying innocent blood. What is that to us? See to it yourself. This is Jesus, the King of the Jews, read the sign. And it was on Golgotha, at the third hour of the day, they crucified him. While he hung on the cross, those who persecuted him came to mock him. You're the Son of God, come down from the cross.
Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
You are the Christ. Save yourself. Save us.
You not fear God? You who are condemned? You and I are condemned justly. We have received the due rewards of our deeds. But this man, he has done nothing wrong. Jesus, Lord, remember me when you come into your kingdom. Verily I say unto you, today you shall be with me in paradise.
As the hours wore on, the skies began to darken.
He still lives. Behold, thy son. Behold thy mother.
By the 6th hour, there was darkness over all the land. The 7th hour passed, and the 8th.
My God, my God, why have you forsaken me? I thirst. into thy hands. I commend my spirit. It is finished. Supplicant Excellency, begging audience. The man Joseph, an honorable consul of Arimathea.
Well, speak up. What is it you wish?
The body of the man Jesus, that I might give it decent burial.
Is he dead already?
Yes, Excellency.
Are you related to him?
No, Excellency.
One of his followers who cried him king?
No, Excellency.
But you are a consular and a Jew.
Yes.
Then what interest have you in the man? Your high priest found him guilty of sacrilege and blasphemy. Your people demanded his death.
Not all the people, only a few. Not our chosen leaders, but those Rome appointed.
You speak with great daring.
I speak what I believe, Excellency. The Nazarene was a kind and gentle man, a learned teacher, a man of truth. Such men I honor as best I can. I have a tomb, my own, new and unused. If your Excellency would permit,
Let him have the body.
And Joseph of Arimathea took the body of Jesus to a new tomb, hewn from solid rock. And two women watched, Mary, who was the mother of Jesus, and Mary, who came from Magdala. And the chief priests came once more to the procurator.
The man was condemned and executed. What do you want now?
Sir, we remember while that impostor was still alive, he said, after 3 days I will rise again.
Do you think that he can?
Certainly not. But he has deluded the masses before, and his followers may have plans to steal him away and tell the people he has risen from the dead. And the last fraud will be worse than the first.
And what do you suggest that I should do?
Order that the tomb be made secure until the 3rd day.
Centurion, order an officer and men enough for the task. Now you have a guard of soldiers. Go, make it as secure as you can.
Our most sincere appreciation, Your Excellency, and that of my Lord Caiaphas.
Was made secure to the satisfaction of those who had demanded it. And a guard was placed by it to watch over it.
Better go no farther.
You mean you stay here with your men?
Orders? I thought you knew.
No. Caiaphas' idea. He assumes all soldiers can be bribed. Well, I've done harder jobs for the Empire.
Me too. More than I foresaw when I received my first Pilum and Gladius.
That's a long time back for both of us.
Long time. A lot of marches, good many scars. You know something? Life on a farm of one's own might not be so unbearable. In Tuscany or Umbria. Or the Valley of the Po.
The light. Man, pull yourself together. You tremble, that was all.
No, the figure.
What figure?
I don't know. One with shining robes so bright, I was dazzled. Then
Pilot will never believe this. You'll have to. When all your men tell the same story. Get them ready. I'll go with you. Perhaps I should leave one or more of my men here. To guard what? An empty tomb.
Anything suspicious?
Pairs of soldiers patrolling the streets. None so much as looked up.
I'll stand guard for a while. You'd better get some sleep.
Thank you, Thomas. But I couldn't.
I thought I couldn't either. But once I'd stretched out and closed my eyes.
I close my eyes, I see too many things.
I know. I see them too.
You do?
The hills of Galilee, waters of Gennesaret, the way the Master used to smile.
I see men in the courtyard. Courtyard of Venice.
Why?
Do you remember the last time we dined with the Master?
I'll never forget it.
How he said, you will all fall away. For it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered.
Yes.
And I told him that even if all the others deserted, I would not. You remember what he said then?
I'm not sure I recall it.
He said this very night, before the cock crows twice, you'll deny me 3 times. And I promised him that even if I had to die with him, I would never deny him.
You tried to prevent his arrest. You were the only one who followed when they took him away.
Yes, I followed. To the courtyard of Venice. The gate was open, and I went in and mingled with the guards.
So you told us. It was a daring thing to do.
I didn't tell you all that happened. One of the women's servants brought wine for the guards. She looked at me and she said, you were with the Nazarene in the temple. And I said she was mistaken, that I didn't know the man. Later, when she came back for the empty cups, she looked at me again. She said to the guards, he is one of them. And again I lied, saying I didn't know a rabbi named Jesus. Not far away, a rooster crowed. And then the guards came to me. I said they could tell by my northern accent that I was from Galilee. And I said, may a curse fall upon me if I know him of whom you speak.
and the words were hardly out of my mouth when the cock crowed a second time.
The sky is beginning to lighten. What was that?
The women must be awake. You're not going out. But it's dangerous. You might be seen, recognized.
Whatever the errand, let me go for you.
We go on a mission for women. To the tomb.
No. No, you mustn't.
This is the third day. My son's body must be anointed.
We'll go with you. Wait till I wake the others.
No, Peter. Please.
If you insist.
I wrapped my son in his first swaddling clothes. Now I must.
Be very careful. We hear there are soldiers guarding the tomb.
I know.
They may have orders to arrest all followers of the Nazarene.
He is dead, Peter. What can they do to us now?
Very early on the first day of the week, when the sun had risen, the women went unto the tomb, bearing spices that they might anoint him.
I wonder who'll roll away the stone for us. Perhaps the soldiers will. Look! They've taken it away.
Do not be amazed. You seek Jesus of Nazareth who was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. See the place where they laid him. Go, tell his disciples and Peter that he is going before you to Galilee. There you will see him, as he told you. Told all that they had seen and heard to the apostles, but their words seemed to the men an idle tale, and they did not believe them.
It's impossible, impossible.
They don't know what they're saying. They're worn out, tired.
We should never have let them go without us.
The shock of finding the body stolen, the tomb empty.
If it is empty.
Well, they couldn't have been mistaken about that. Hardly. They've been under a great strain, grief-ridden, sleepless. They thought they heard the voice, but they must have seen the empty sepulcher.
Perhaps. Well, they may have gone to a wrong tomb by mistake.
Always the doubter.
Is it a sin to be certain? I'll go to the tomb.
I'll go with you.
Alone. There's no use of endangering two men.
If only what the women thought they heard could come true.
Peter went alone unto the tomb. Looking in, he saw the linen cloths by themselves. Wondering at what had happened, he went away. On the evening of that day, the first day of the week, they were together, except for Thomas, who was not with them.
If the authorities are seeking us, they'll be guarding every gate. And all the roads to Galilee. Well, we could go one or two at a time. May go with the crowds going home from the feasts. If one was caught, they'd comb the city till all the rest were found. Yes. No, we'll stay here until they relax their vigilance.
Oh, I agree.
No,
Yes.
I still think that we ought to...
Well,
that's my suggestion. If any of you have a better plan.
Peace be with you.
A week passed. The hordes of visitors left the city. And Thomas went to nearby Bethany to tell Lazarus of the apostles' plans to return to Galilee.
Martha, Lazarus, a guest is coming. Welcome, Thomas. 1,000 welcomes.
Thank you. How good to see you, my friend. My house is yours.
We've been so worried about you and the others.
They're in no danger? They're alive?
Come, sit down. I'll get you some honeyed wine.
Just a cup of cool water will be fine. Now, the others are safe and in good health. Except for Judas. You heard that he'd taken his own life? We heard.
But why did he betray the Master? Why?
I don't know. None of us could guess. Thank you.
More?
Please. It's a hot and dusty walk from the city.
Thomas,
Yes?
for 5, 6 days we've been hearing whispers, rumors that Jesus...
Jesus is not dead. That he's risen from his grave as he prophesied.
Are they true?
And what you've come to tell us.
There are those who say they have seen him, spoken to him.
Then it is true.
I don't know.
Well, who are the people? Where did they see him?
Cleophas and his friends swear they walked with the Master on the road to Emmaus.
Cleophas is a man of honor.
Who are the others?
Peter, Andrew, all the others who've traveled with him these past 3 years.
Jesus
Then he does live.
I was not there when he appeared to them. I didn't see him.
You can't doubt them.
Not your friends, his disciples.
All my life, since I was a small boy, I've been called skeptic, doubter. Unless I have seen or touched or heard for myself.
But you saw him return life to my dead body.
You heard him say that it was by the power of God.
You know it was done for me. How could you doubt that it could be done for the Master?
I want to believe. I want to with all my heart. And yet...
Thomas, come in. We've been waiting for you. Did everything go well in Bethany?
Yes, I gave our farewells to Lazarus and his sisters. Told them of our plans.
Good.
Lazarus wanted to come back with me.
You didn't let him.
No, I told him that his name was too closely linked with the Master's, that he should stay away from the city.
You did well.
He insisted he's coming early tomorrow, with the merchants bringing their goods to the markets.
Why should he take such a risk? Yes, why?
He cannot wait to hear from you, all of you, everything you can tell him of what you saw.
Well, why wasn't he satisfied with what you told him? Surely that should be enough.
Because I could only say, they have seen, but I have not.
But if you convinced him you know the Master has risen, lives again.
I could not say I know. Unless I see in his hand the prints of nails and place my finger in the marks of the nails and place my hand in his side, I will not believe.
Peace be with you. Lord, Thomas, come to me. Put your finger here and see my hand. Put out your hand and place it in my side.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is
Do not be faithless, but believing. My Lord and my God, have you believed because you have seen me? Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
The city of Jerusalem, crowded at all times, filled to overflowing during the annual feasts of the Passover. Travelers from all the lands of Israel thronged to the great temple. The mighty courts resounded to the blaring ram's horn trumpets. The smoke of burning offerings ascended from the altar.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
It was to this same temple that 3 decades before, Joseph and Mary had brought the infant Jesus for the sacred rite of dedication. It was within these vast courtyards that in his boyhood he had impressed the scribes and the sages with his wisdom and understanding. Here he had returned in the early days of his earthly mission as an unheralded teacher, unknown except in his homeland of distant Galilee. It was through the streets leading to the temple that the people had hailed him in a sudden, spontaneous accolade, shouting, "Hosanna, Hosanna to he who comes in the name of the Lord. Hail to Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews." And it was here that he had looked upon the outer courtyard, upon the vendors of sacrificial animals, the sellers of oils and incense, the changers of currency, and had turned away with tears in his eyes. On the following day, Jesus and the 12 came from Bethany and entered the temple.
Have them copy the shufta with the changes I authorized.
Yes, Excellency. Excellency, my Lord Caiaphas, the Nazarene has returned.
How many are with him?
Only his closest disciples, 11 or 12.
Where is he now?
In the inner temple, praying. Excellency, what shall we do?
Do? Let him pray. Yesterday he had half of Judea at his back, and he turned away.
And the people saw that he feared us. Now let them see that we ignore him.
Yes, Excellency.
8 is all that is worth. 8 and no more. Do you think you know the value of Gentile coins better than I do? There, 8 pieces. Take them or I'll call the guards.
Exchange all money here. Coins are acceptable for payment. Rare oil. Exchange all money here. To the Almighty. Coins of any land. Coins exchange. Lambs for the sacrificial orders. Oil. Rare oil. Oil for tribute to the Almighty. Coins exchange. Coins of any land. Only temple coins are acceptable for payment. Coins of any land.
The people are curious, thoughtless, fickle. But remind them of the authority of the temple. Keep it ever before them.
Nazarene.
You shall not make my father's house into a marketplace. Is it not written, my house shall be called a house of prayer for all the nations? But you have made it a den of robbers.
Caiaphas? Here.
Messias has returned. The Nazarene's in Bethany, dining with his disciples, surrounded by a horde of followers. Messias mingled with them, pretended to be one of them. He reports that they're saying that Jesus is a prophet, the son of David, the Messiah of Scripture. They're saying that a wealthy woman thrust into where he was seated at table and anointed his hair with rare oil as though he were already a king. Do you think he'll lead a revolt against us?
I think he has. Yesterday he entered the city to a thunder of cheers. Today he stormed the court of all nations, defied my authority, openly, brazenly.
And tomorrow?
Tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, they've changed things around since I was last here. Changed? Used to look like a stockyard. Bullocks and goats, sheep and pigeons for sacrifices. Money changers' tables over there. They were there until 3 days ago. New young teacher, a man from the north, drove them out single-handed. One man. One man. To be exact, that man, Jesus Bar Joseph from Nazareth in Galilee. You know he's a man of courage. Well, I wouldn't call a money changers a valiant sort of enemy. Oh, I don't mean just for baiting them, but for having the nerve to come back here. He must realize that the high priest can stand no such opposition. Uh-oh. What's wrong? There go two of Caiaphas' closest aides. Let's stroll over and see what's happening.
This was the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. We know that you are true. Do not regard the position of man, but truly teach the words of God. Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar or not?
A very choice trap. If he says pay, the entire crowd turns against him. Don't pay and I arrest him for treason.
Well, come, teacher, answer. Should we pay them or should we not?
Why put me to the test? Because of your great authority and wisdom? Show me your coin. Whose likeness and inscription is on it? Why, Caesar's. Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's.
Disgusting, contemptible. He should be cast out of the temple, banned from it forever.
And make a bad situation worse. If we let him go on, everyone will believe in him.
And the Romans will destroy both our holy place and our nation.
I fear Pilate's troops less than I fear the people. They love us little enough as it is.
And less every day that they hear the Galilean.
But acting against him would only inflame them. We can never justify such an act to them. That I know.
You know nothing. You do not understand. It is expedient that one man should die for the people. Not that a whole nation shall perish.
I agree completely, Excellency, completely.
If it were not that he had so deluded...
I simply have no love for him.
Excellency.
How is he called?
Judas, Excellency. Judas Iscariot.
And the upper room of an inn had been prepared for the feast of the unleavened bread.
My children, I have earnestly desired to eat this Passover with you before I suffer. For I tell you, I shall never eat it again until it is fulfilled in the kingdom of God. Truly I say to you, one of you will betray me, one who is eating with me.
Is it I, Master?
Surely none of us. Betray you, Master.
Who could it be, Master?
Oh, no, Rabbi, it couldn't be.
No, Master, no.
It is one of the 12 who is dipping bread with me. For the Son of Man goes as it is written of him. But woe to that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It would be better for that man if he had not been born. What you are going to do quickly. Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, King of the world, who dost bring forth bread from the earth. Take, eat. This is my body, which is broken for you. Do this in remembrance of me. Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, King of the world, who has created the fruit of the vine. This cup is the new covenant in my blood, which is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins. Do this as often as you drink it, in remembrance of me. Truly I say to you, I shall not drink again of the fruit of the vine until that day when I drink it new in the kingdom of God. Little children, yet a little while I am with you. You will seek me. So now I say to you, where I am going, you cannot come. A new commandment I give to you, that you love one another, even as I have loved you, that you also love one another.
Lord, why cannot I follow you now? I will lay down my life for you.
Will you lay down your life for me?
Yes, Master. Yes. Even if they all fall away, I will not.
Truly I say to you, this very night before the cock crows twice, you will deny me 3 times.
No, Master, no. If I must die with you, I won't deny you.
We will not fail you, teacher. You know that I love you.
Depend on me, Master.
None of us could betray you.
No, no.
And he went out, as was his custom, to a garden named Gethsemane.
Wait here while I pray. Come with me. My soul is very sorrowful, even unto death. Remain here and watch. Father, all things are possible to thee. If thou art willing, remove this cup from me. Nevertheless, not my will, but thine be done. Simon, are you asleep?
Master.
Could you not watch with me 1 hour? Watch and pray that ye enter not into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak.
Master.
Behold, the hour has come. The Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners.
Master.
Judas, Would you betray the Son of Man with a kiss?
That's the man. Seize him.
It was not to the temple that Jesus was taken, but to the home of Annas, where a small portion of the Sanhedrin prepared to hear him and judge him.
It's high time he was taught a lesson, flaunting all authority, starting a near riot on temple grounds.
Riot? What riot? There could have been bloodshed. The day he led that howling mob to the very gates.
He attacked the merchants, the money changers, the sellers of doves and lambs.
Oh, yes.
Sacrilege. There's no question about it. I'm ready to find him guilty now.
There's little doubt that he's deserving of punishment. Let us, however, wait and see what the hearing develops. There have been rumors that he has set himself up as a king, an act of treason against Caesar. Our concern, of course, is not with that, rather with his blasphemies, the false prophecies, his attempts to mislead the people. If, however, we should learn that he is guilty of treason against Rome, then it would be our duty to turn him over to the procurator. Stand there. Now, what have you to say of this man?
Most noble Excellency, I was in the court of the Gentiles, and with my own ears I heard him say he could tear down the whole temple, all of it, in 3 days' time.
That is not quite right, Your Excellencies. What he did say was that if the temple were destroyed, he could build another like it in 3 days, with his bare hands.
No, he said he could tear it down, not rebuild it.
I was as close to him as you were. I heard what he said.
Enough! You may go. We waste time. These fools don't even have sense enough to agree.
The Tsar and I told them.
Jesus of Nazareth, step forward. You have heard the statements of the witnesses. Have you no answer to make? What is it that these men testify against you? I adjure you by the living God. Tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of the Blessed.
You have said so. But I tell you, hereafter you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power, and coming with the clouds of heaven.
Blasphemy! Why do we still need witnesses? You've heard his blasphemy. What is your decision?
Guilty. Guilty on all charges. He has blasphemed.
Guilty?
Guilty.
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 Guilty. As the day dawned, Jesus was taken to the palace where the procurator was staying. Those who escorted him, having already purified themselves for the observance of Passover rites, declined to enter the abode of a Gentile. Pilate, awakened before his accustomed hour, was in a surly mood.
Good morning, Your Excellency. If the matter weren't of such urgency.
Hi. We regret urgently having interfered.
But it will only take a moment of
This
your...
man you've brought to me, of what is he accused?
He incited the people to riot in the very courtyard of the temple. Why, he even claims to be the Messiah, the Christ, the Son of God.
He encourages his followers to hail him as the King of all the Jews.
These affairs are yours, not Rome's. Take him. Judge him according to your laws. We have, Excellency, and found him deserving of death.
All we ask is your endorsement of our findings.
If he were not guilty, we wouldn't have brought him here. Wait here.
And Pilate questioned Jesus, seeking to find if there was truth to the charge that he had plotted to proclaim himself a king.
Are you a king, then?
You say I am the king. To this end was I born, and for this cause I came into the world, that I should bear witness for the truth. Everyone that is of the truth hears my voice.
Truth. What is truth? I find no fault in the man.
But he has stirred up the people.
Yes,
Free
spoken
sedition
against
to be
Caesar.
king himself. All over Judea, from here to Galilee.
Galilee? Is he a Galilean?
Yes, he comes from Nazareth.
Then he comes under Herod's jurisdiction, not mine. Centurion.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Have the prisoner taken to the Tetrarch.
But Excellency, you will wait if you'll govern us just for a moment. And Jesus was brought before Herod. And Herod demanded that some sign or miracle be done by him. But Jesus answered him not. And the priests and the scribes stood by, vehemently accusing him. And Herod and those with him treated him with contempt and mocked him. And arraying him in a tattered robe, jeering him as a pretender who called himself a king, they sent him back to Pilate. And so Jesus was once more brought before the procurator.
You brought the man to me as one who incites the people. I questioned him. I found no fault in him. No guilt in the things of which he was accused. No, nor did Herod. The prisoner's done nothing to merit death. I will have him chastised and then released.
No! No! Whipping is not enough! Yes, do away with it! Do away! As he was flogged, brambles were taken and woven together. And sneering at the prisoner whom the crowds had hailed as king, the guards placed a crown on his head, a crown of thorns.
You have heard how many things they have witnessed against you. They say you call yourself the Son of God. Who are you? From where do you come? Why don't you answer? Don't you realize I have the power to release you or crucify you?
You could have no power at all against me, except it were given you from above. Therefore, he that delivered me to you has the greater sin.
If you release that man, you're no friend of Caesar's.
I bring him before you so you may know I find no fault in him. Behold, the man. By custom, as at each Passover, I will free a prisoner to you. Will you have me release for you the King of the Jews? What then shall I do with Jesus called Christ?
the innocence of this man's blood. See to it yourselves. Release Barabbas.
And upon insistence that he be crucified, Pilate delivered him to their will.
Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 Lux Cravings boxes. Take a dip with the $5 Classic box. Indulge in the $7 Supreme box. Or try the $9 Discovery box, featuring the crispy chicken burrito. Get Lux for less, only at Taco Bell.
Hey, welcome to the Parker's Pensies podcast. I'm your host, Parker Sedicase. I've got a couple of master's degrees in theology and working on another in philosophy of religion. And throughout my studies, I've had some really awesome conversations with amazing people. But unfortunately, I have not recorded them, so they're just up here. And so the goal of this podcast is to have conversations about fascinating ideas and with experts in philosophy, theology, nature, and life, to record them and then to share them with you so that you get to learn as I learn. I love thinking about cool stuff, so come think with me. This episode is going to be like talking through an Ant-Man or a Doctor Strange movie. We're going to be going at like what is fundamental. It's awesome. I'm really excited about it. I have with me Dr. Ross Inman. He is an associate professor of philosophy at Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary, and he's the editor of Philosophy at Christi, which is an amazing journal. And they're starting a new MA program in philosophy of religion. So, I mean, this is right for you guys over there at Southeastern. So go check that out. They also have a PhD program in philosophy of religion. And don't tell Paul Gould that I plugged another school's MA program. But before we jump in, I just want to thank everyone who is a Patreon patron, someone who supports this program. You guys are making this happen. This is awesome. You can see the quality of the videos getting better and better because of you guys. I want to do this full time. I will continue doing my work with Athletes in Action at Northwestern, but I would love to be able to focus more and more time on the podcast to give you guys the content that you want. So if you have benefited from this program, this podcast, please consider becoming a Patreon patron. You can find the link in the description. There are all sorts of goodies that you get over there, including the book giveaway, where I give away books that I've received from publishers, from my guests' books, guests of the podcast. So today I'm going to be doing one. We're going to be giving away 3 books, and that's going to be a monthly thing. So just become a Patreon patron for at least $3 a month to enter the book giveaway drawing. So without further ado, let's bring in Dr. Inman. Dr. Inman, thanks so much for coming on the podcast, man.
Parker, it's great to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and as I told you off air, like this is a really highly requested episode. People want to hear about Mariology, and so just real quick, for anyone who is not familiar, Mariology comes from the Greek word meros. I know this from my Greek time, which is sweet, but it means part, and so we're going to be talking about parts and wholes and fundamentality and all sorts of amazing stuff. You can see the background is Ant-Man because that's how I think of this as I was reading Dr. Inman's book. As we get in here, Dr. Inman, how'd you get into philosophy at all?
Yeah, great question, Parker. Thanks for having me on, man. It's great to be with you. Philosophy. How did I get into philosophy in the first place? I guess sort of at the root, it was just a deep desire fleshed out to be rightly oriented to reality. I mean, that's kind of a simple way to put it, but it was just the philosophical questions were naturally the questions I was asking that were keeping me up at night, both before I was a Christian and after I became a Christian, my junior year in high school. These were just the questions that was kind of my intellectual center of gravity, were these sorts of questions about, reality, mind, values, God, these sorts of things after I became a Christian. So yeah, I mean, it was more of just kind of dovetailing nicely with my own kind of longings and my own interests about reality, and I figured out there was actually a discipline that I could study and channel these deep desires and interests of mine into a formal area of study. I'm the more I'm exposed to philosophy as I continue to study it, the more I'm just honestly trying to be an aspiring generalist. There's just so many fascinating topics in philosophy that it's hard not to be drawn in and to see the interconnections between the different disciplines. So
yeah, well, so you said you consider yourself a generalist. I mean, because I have this book. I bought it back when Paul Gould was at TED's, and I saw him reading it, so I'm like, I'm going to read it, and then I immediately put it back down because it was a little bit too tough for me at the time. But now we're reading it in his class. So I've always thought of you as like a Mariologist, but how do you consider yourself? Are you a philosopher generally who has different interests? Are you fundamentally, are you a Mariologist who has more broad philosophical interests? How do you consider yourself?
Yeah, great. Well, I should say I'm an aspiring generalist. I'm not always successful in doing so, but I mean, as you know, when you're sort of the norms of graduate study, especially doctoral studies, you're sort of forced to travel through a very narrow topical gauntlet, right?
Yeah.
And it was a directed study actually with J.P. Moreland when I was doing my master's degree at Talbot in the metaphysics of material objects that just initially piqued my interest. And he had me reading figures like Edmund Husserl's Logical Investigations. He had me reading Aristotle, Aquinas, Brentano, these sorts of figures that I'd never been exposed to, but that were incredibly rich. And I just naturally gravitated towards metaphysics, one, but also two, just the structure of the material world and how parts are related to their wholes in general. And I realized that this was a topic that was quite ancient indeed. So I sort of gravitated towards that topic and naturally just found that to be a world in itself, honestly. So that's what I decided to kind of specialize in for my doctoral studies. And this book is really a kind of an outflow of that doctoral dissertation at Trinity College in Dublin under Peter Simons, who wrote sort of the Bible on Mariology called Parts: A Study in Ontology. And I was thumbing through that book and I was just really moved by the way that he approached the topic, how radically different it was from a lot of contemporary literature that I was reading at the same time. I mean, I'll just say I've since broadened some in areas of interest since working on this project in particular, mostly to broader aspects in philosophical theology, as well as metaphysics. So if I had to sort of pick an area to hang out in, it'd be philosophical theology, metaphysics, and even just the application to various Christian doctrines too, with respect to metaphysics. So, yeah.
Well, I gotta imagine that being the editor of Philosophy of Christi is pretty cool because you don't have to go out and find things anymore. People are sending them to you, and so how do you? Well, what's the most current, up-to-date arguments? Well, they're coming in daily, to you. I think that's pretty awesome. That like those kind of things are fantastic. Having a podcast every now and then, people will be like, "Hey, can I come on? Here's my paper," or "Let me send you my book," and it's like, dude, this is. Somehow I reversed the polarity, and now it's coming my way, and it's fantastic. Your book, I mean, it's right in the title, a Neo-Aristotelian Mariology. As we're kind of wading in here, what are some other options of Mariology? And actually, before that, like what is Mariology?
Yeah, good. Well, Mariology, I'd say probably. Most specifically, it's just the formal study of the logic of parts and wholes. And as a sort of formal discipline, it probably traces back to, I don't know, at least in the Anglo-speaking world, 1940 with Leonard and Goodwin's book, The Calculus of Individuals, which was an attempt to employ a formal theory of parts and wholes to replace set theory. So this was supposed to be a nominalistic substitute for set theory, what Leonard and Goodman were up to. And so it was just, it was a logic governed by various axioms of various degrees of strength. And so now you have what's often called classical extensional mereology or formal mereology that picks out a particular logic of parts and wholes with various axioms and, like I said, of various degrees of strength. If you've ever heard of unrestricted mereological composition, that is one of the axioms of classical extensional mereology. So I'd say in the most specifically, Parker, it picks out just a particular formal theory of parts and wholes, but I guess more broadly, just the study of parts and wholes in general, whether like a formal logic of parts and wholes. Really, like I said, it goes back at least to the time of Plato. So you have Verity Hart has a wonderful book called Plato on Parts and Wholes. That's with Oxford University Press, and doing an amazing job of just tracing out some of these mereological themes in Plato's own work as well as in Aristotle's work. Yeah. So this really goes back quite a ways, and some of the richest insight in mereology do come in the medieval period as well. And I'll just point your listeners, if they want to read up further on this, Andrew Arlig has a wonderful Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy entry called Medieval Mereology, as well as Robert Pasnow's book, Metaphysical Themes, has several chapters in there on how many in the medievals thought about parts and wholes. And there was just quite a bit of diversity and variation, but they were thinking about these issues as good, many of them good Aristotelians. So, and of course, how the Aristotelian tradition impacted people like Husserl and Brentano and these thinkers as well. Yeah, there's a lot there, but I would say probably most specifically it refers to a formal theory of parts and wholes, but more generally just to, how do material composite objects get composed, and what are the various types of parts they have, and so on, and so forth.
Yeah. So I think that last part is really interesting. Is mereology limited to material objects? Because there's this problem of the one in many, and depending on where you're at, in different, even apologetic circles, that's an emphasis. And so I was confused on this, but someone said that it's restricted to material objects. Is that right?
It just depends on your view, honestly. Okay. The parthood relation, so something's being a part of another thing. It just depends if it's what philosophers call topic neutral or category neutral, if it can obtain between entities of any ontological category, abstract, concrete, material, immaterial. So David Lewis, in his book Parts of Classes, he thinks it's a topic neutral relation, where he says, like, for example, he just says hypothetically, God's beliefs would be a part of his foreknowledge or something like that, and you can talk about parts and parthood with respect to immaterial or non-material things as well. So the powers of an angelic being's soul would be parts of that angelic being in some sense, if it's if it's powers or parts, that sort of thing. So it just depends on the view, but mostly I would say it is accurate to say it is restricted in most contemporary discussions on the matter to spatiotemporal things. Okay. Yeah.
That's really helpful. So I was talking. I love this topic. I love mereology in general, but I was talking with some people at my jiu-jitsu gym because they were asking me about the podcast. What's next? And I said, we're talking about mereology. And no, not Mariology, but mereology. and they were like, yeah, that's heady. Their eyes kind of glazed over. I'm like, look, this is actually really interesting because, like, are you are your parts more fundamental or prior to you, or are you more prior to your parts? And if your hand gets cut off, is that your hand anymore? What about you get a prosthetic? And we had an amazing conversation after jiu-jitsu about mereology. So it's a really fascinating, like really fun topic. Your book is fantastic, and I wish we could talk about everything, but it would take a week to do it. So today we're going to be focusing on fundamental mereology, and hopefully we get into like your particular take of neo-Aristotelianism. But what is fundamentality when we talk about a fundamental mereology?
So I would say probably the label fundamental mereology was first coined in the contemporary literature, I believe in 2010, if I'm not mistaken. This is when Jonathan Schaffer's article in the Philosophical Review, Monism, Priority of the Whole, came out, and really on the heels of a resurgence in thinking about grounding, metaphysical grounding, this idea of non-causal explanatory relations between entities. That's Schaffer's understanding of grounding. But grounding is really kind of, it's just probably in the last 11, 12 years has just exploded as a discipline, or as an area of inquiry. And so when we're talking about grounding, one thing's being grounded in another, or one thing's being more fundamental than another, or one thing's being more derivative on another. These all have to do with a type of metaphysical ordering or structuring relation between things. In this case, between entities. This is how Schaffer understands grounding. Not everybody understands grounding in a way that relates entities. Some say it relates facts or propositions or other sorts of things. So you can imagine there's just a lot in the area of what is grounding, what are its relata, or what is its relata. So it gets us at least into the mindset of, okay, are some things more fundamental metaphysically speaking than other things? So are some things ontologically prior and posterior to other things? And this is a question that really, I would say, why we find it being asked today is, I think it's also on the back of a resurgence in neo-Aristotelianism as well. So much of contemporary metaphysics has been done within the shadow of a sort of neo-Humean ontology in various ways, of causation, of laws, of modality, of properties, and so on and so forth, and material objects also. So the idea of ontological priority or ontological posteriority is really a thick metaphysical notion that I think is really part and parcel of a resurgence of taking sort of thick conceptions of metaphysics seriously again, and largely that's come on the heels of a resurgence of neo-Aristotelianism. Not exclusively, I should say, but by and large, Schaffer's own his own proposal in that essay, Monism, Priority of the Whole, is using and employing very explicitly some thick Aristotelian concepts about substance, fundamentality, grounding, ontological dependence. So when we talk about fundamental mereology, we're really talking about the intersection between parts and wholes and priority, metaphysical priority, and metaphysical fundamentality. So our wholes, composite wholes, things that have parts, are they ontologically or metaphysically prior to their parts, and thus more fundamental than their parts? Or are parts ontologically or metaphysically prior to their wholes, and thus more fundamental than their wholes, right? So it's really the intersection of parts and wholes, the study of parts and wholes on the one hand, and then the intersection of metaphysical priority, grounding, or wholes grounding their parts, or vice versa, which again is a very ancient question, but I think the whole area of inquiry has come back on the scene in a really fascinating way, because it does, as you say, it raises issues about not only the mereological or part whole ordering of physical reality, but also the metaphysical ordering. It really tells us something about whether reality is hierarchically ordered, metaphysically speaking, if whether all the fundamental substances, which we'll get to no doubt about what that means, but are really small and at the sort of bottom mereological level, right? At the level of what Schaeffer calls the atoms, or is there only one substance, namely the cosmos, and everything else is a derivative or dependent part of it? So I could say more about how Schaeffer sets things up, but is there anything you want to ask?
Well, I have like random questions too that I just want to toss out. Like, there's this conversation about mereological simples, and it seems like just from the conversation, a lot of people just kind of think that's super duper speculative. But whatever, like that's kind of the nature of the podcast. Do you think that there's such? Can you explain what a mereological simple is, and then do you think there are any?
Yeah. So mereological simple is just an object that lacks proper parts. So it itself does not have proper parts. So yeah, I mean, some philosophers think this is some think actually there's good empirical reasons for thinking that I should say this, there aren't simples, that reality is sort of infinitely divisible, mereologically speaking. So every object on this view has proper parts. So there's the reality of what some have called infinite mereological descent. So it's sort of parts upon parts, and there's really no bottom mereological level, no simples, right?
Is that gunk? Is that David Lewis's gunk?
It is, yeah, it is. But I guess I should say some philosophers think gunk is at least metaphysically possible. So if it's at least metaphysically possible, we should at least allow for just that, the metaphysical possibility that there are no simples, that reality descends infinitely downward with respect to every object has itself proper parts. So yeah, it just depends on. I tend to think that there is a fundamental, if you had to press me on this, fundamental mereological level, but I don't know how one would argue very strongly for that philosophically or metaphysically, because I do think it is possible, metaphysically possible, that is, for there to be gunky worlds, so worlds where there are no simples. So I want to say partly it might just be an empirical question in part, but also I don't think we should rule out the possibility of gunky worlds as well. Whether which world we live in, whether we live in a gunky world or a world where there are, simples, maybe that's an empirical question that can decide that. But
well, that is one thing that comes out in your book, that when you talk about real definitions, and you do have a strong place for the empirical in your book, which is great, which is a little bit different than what I'm used to, because I'm used to like strict armchair stuff. Yeah. And I was thinking, could someone run some kind of argument about infinite regress, and like if we got turtles all the way down, famous expression, but we would never get to the grounded things that we have today, because I don't know, maybe are there any infinite regress type arguments there?
Well, there are for grounding. So the question of so perhaps you're familiar with an epistemology about epistemic justification, the structure of justification, the view known as foundationalism, right? There have to be some beliefs that are justified, but that are not inferentially justified. So they sort of constitute the foundation of one's noetic structure. And some have argued for a metaphysical foundationalism with respect to grounding. So there has to be some bottom metaphysical fundamental level. Or else, as Schaeffer puts it, being would be infinitely deferred, right?
Yeah.
So I'm very sympathetic to those, and I actually think there are good theistic considerations as to God's being absolutely fundamental and himself being the ultimate terminus of grounding relations or metaphysical dependence relations. So I think there are theistic reasons to hold to a kind of metaphysical foundationalism, or what I call in the book the well-groundedness of, so the well-foundedness of grounding, right? That grounding is not does not have infinite. They're not infinite chains of grounding. So yeah, so that is a discussion with respect to grounding itself. So maybe I should say something about how Schaffer sets up kind of some of these options here.
Yeah,
So fundamental Mariology, Schaffer distinguishes between two different views. One would be what he calls priority pluralism, and the other is priority monism. So priority pluralism, actually I should say they're both defined in terms of the maximal mereological whole, so which would be basically the sum of all physical concrete objects. Call that the cosmos, right? It's sort of the largest composite, physical composite that's concrete in existence. That's what Schaffer calls the cosmos, right? And so priority pluralism says the proper parts, or some subset of the proper parts of the cosmos, are themselves fundamental. So the parts are prior to that one cosmic whole. On the other hand, priority monism is the view that no, the cosmos as the sort of maximal compositional object is itself prior to all of its many, many proper parts. So everything other than the cosmos, that is all of its proper parts, all of its physical concrete proper parts, are derivative. They're not fundamental. They're not substances. So on that view, there's only one fundamental substance. And here, substance really is supposed to be tracking fundamentality. So the substances are the fundamental things, the things that are not grounded in other things. So they have a sort of ungrounded character to them. They are the terminus of grounding relations, the substances are, and they're supposed to do the grounding. They themselves are not grounded. So on Schaffer's view, there's really only one fundamental substance, and all grounding relations terminate in it. It's the cosmos. It's the one maximal whole. And on priority pluralism, one particular version, which he spends most of his time interacting with, is priority pluralism. And that's the view that, priority microphysicalism. And that's the view that the things that are the parts of the cosmos that are prior to all other things, that are fundamental and where the substances reside, those are the little physical bits of reality, whatever they might be, right? So just take that as a placeholder, whether those are like fields or strings or whatever. They're fundamental, right? The substances are down there, and everything else built up out of those microphysical bits of reality are derivative. They're not substances. So I don't know if you've noticed, but there's an assumption in both of these views, and I'd say priority microphysicalism is probably the predominant view that really sets the stage for many discussions in the metaphysics of material objects, for philosophy of mind even. And Schaffer's is quite unique and new, but it hasn't really gotten the traction as much, nearly, not even close, really, I should say, as priority microphysicalism. But both of these views share in common this idea that no substance has another fundamental substance as a proper part. So if the one cosmic whole is a substance, then all of its parts are not substances. And likewise, if the little microphysical bits of reality are substances, then everything that they compose at a higher mereological level, they're not substances either, including the cosmos. But that also means that includes intermediate, what I call intermediate objects like us, like living organisms, trees, people, depending on your view of a person. Both of these views really render, I should say, all intermediate objects, things that are like ordinary medium-sized composite objects, like trees and living organisms, they render them non-substantial, right? They're not substances. So on Schaffer's priority monism, there's only one substance. All of the parts of the cosmic whole are not substances, including all living organisms, including beings like us. And then likewise on the other end. everything built up out of the fundamental substances at the microphysical level are not substances. So I guess what got me thinking about this was, wow, on both of these views, both the priority microphysicalist view and the priority monistic view, really Aristotle, which was, if you think about it, one of the main, his sort of understanding of primary substances was such an important player in the history of metaphysics that there's really no room for Aristotle here, right? So, and I always want to make room for Aristotle.
That's good.
So, so I thought, maybe there's something we can say here, and to be honest, it really stemmed from the fact that there seemed to be deep problems with saying that no intermediate objects that are composites are fundamental, and so that's what got me initially thinking about these sorts of issues. Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Inman, are you familiar with Floam, the children's toy thing? It's kind of like Play-Doh.
No.
Okay, I think this is Floam. It's a bunch of little small, like squishy BBs, and you put them together and to make objects and stuff like that. And so I think for those listening, like that's priority microphysicalism. You have these little BBs, whatever they are, strings, and you build up the physical reality with those things. But it seems, I'm wondering if priority monism and priority microphysicalism, would both of those views deny a gunky universe, a gunky cosmos? Because it seems like priority microphysicalism, the fundamental things are substances, and substances can't be made out of other substances. I don't know. How do we think about that?
Yeah. Well, if I'm remembering right, in the third chapter, I think I lay out models that are consistent with gunky and non-gunky mereologies, and how that might work. So if I'm remembering correctly, I think there's room to make both of those views work.
Is it separable and inseparable parts? Is that doing work there?
No, it would be no. So I would just point your readers to the third chapter, where I'm laying out the views and saying there are gunky versions of priority microphysicalism, where there's really no bottom fundamental mereological level. There are no atoms, as it's called in mereology, just simples.
Yeah.
But in fact, every object itself has proper parts, but that would entail that there's no fundamental metaphysical level for a gunky priority microphysicalism. It would just be grounding relations, just because if all holes are grounded in their parts, and there's no fundamental metaphysical level, then
Okay. I think that's really helpful, because we usually think, if we're talking apologetics and stuff on the more popular level, we think the BBs, that's like the physicalists, and so microphysicalists have to have these one fundamental BBs, and that's everything. Well, not necessarily. Like, you can have a gunky where everything is turtles all the way down, and it's more complex than we might initially think. But it's really super fascinating, super interesting. So we have priority monism, priority microphysicalism, and then yours is priority macrophysicalism, right?
Actually, no. So that is one possible view. So you could say, in contrast to priority monism, the cosmos is not a substance. Whatever else it might be a plurality. So when I use the word the cosmos, it's a plural referring term. It doesn't refer to one thing at all. It just refers to a plurality. So there's not even composition taking place. That's one view. You could say it's also it's a whole, but it's not a substance. Maybe it's an aggregate or something like that.
Okay.
So it's dependent on its many proper parts. But in contrast to priority monism, the priority macrophysicalist will say, no, there are macrophysical, ordinary, medium-sized composites that are substances. In fact, on that view, all macrophysical, medium-sized objects are substances. Now, that's not my view. So, my view is called substantial priority, and what it does is it tries to move the discussion away from the cosmos, sort of defining these particular views in terms of the cosmos, as Schaffer does, because you might not think there is such a thing as the cosmos as the sort of maximal mereological sum. So maybe it's not a good idea to basically define the possible views on the table in terms of something that not everybody really might, countenance in their ontology. So I say probably better to unpack the various views in terms of categories. So for substances, for substantial holes, composite holes that are themselves substances, they're going to be ontologically prior to their parts. So if a substance has proper parts, if it's not simple, right, it's going to be metaphysically prior to its proper parts. All of its proper parts are going to be grounded in it. They're going to be inseparable parts, as I say. They're going to be parts whose natures and existence is tied to that whole in a very strong way. And I call these grounding holes in the book. So these are composite holes, substances, that is. So we're in the ontological category of substance. There's composite holes that have a particular grounding structure to them. If they have parts, they ground their parts. Their parts don't ground them. But when you move to the ontological category of aggregate, these are both categories of objects, the more general category of objects on my view. So there are two types of objects, right? Substance and aggregates. So if it's an aggregate, and I would include most artifacts in this category, intentional objects, it exhibits the exact opposite grounding structure. So aggregates, like a pool table, is composed of parts, right? So you have aggregates in your ontology, right? So you're not an eliminativist about aggregates or artifacts. They just have a very different grounding structure. So they're wholes, but they're wholly grounded in each of their proper parts. So their natures and existence are strongly wedded to their proper parts. So these are grounded wholes. That's what I refer to these as. So I say better to situate the question of fundamental mereology in terms of the live views on the table, in terms of the ontological category of the objects in question, rather than, okay, do you think the cosmos is a substance and everything else is a non-substance or an aggregate? Or do you think, the little microphysical bits of the substances and everything built out of those are aggregates? Because that builds in a lot that many people might not agree with those assumptions in the first place. So on my view, substantial priority is simply this. There are intermediate substances. So there are ordinary medium-sized substances. Notice that doesn't say that all ordinary medium-sized composite objects are substances, right? So pool tables, right? Pool tables are not substances on my view, but they exist. And they're composite. So they have compositional structure. They've got real parts, proper parts. The legs, the felt, of the pool table. Those are all proper parts of the pool table. But tables are not substances on my view. So you have room for saying some intermediates are substances and are grounding holes, and some intermediates are not. They are grounded holes. So what that does entail, though, is that the cosmos is not a substance. Whatever else it might be, could be an aggregate, or it could just be a plurality where there's really no composition taking place there at all, depending on which way you want to go there. Does that make sense? So that's kind of how my view tries to do a little bit of both.
So I guess I thought that that substance priority was like a subset of priority macrophysicalism, but priority macrophysicalism would say that the pool table itself is a substance, right?
Yes. So priority macrophysicalism, says all macrophysical composites or all ordinary sort of medium-sized composite objects are ontologically prior to their parts. And that's where basically when you ask the question, well, where do the substances reside? And for priority monism, it's going to be exclusively at the topmost mereological level, right?
Yeah.
For priority macrophysicalism, it's going to be this: exclusively at the macrophysical level, at the intermediate level. And then for the priority microphysicalist, they say exclusively the substances reside at the bottom most mereological level. And I guess what I want to do is to push back against the assumption that the substances, that the things that are ontologically or metaphysically fundamental are going to exhibit sort of that sort of uniformity where they're all going to reside at the exact same mereological level. And I want to say there's a real ontological difference between, say, an artifact, an aggregate like a pool table, and a living organism. So I want to recognize that Aristotelian distinction, but I don't want to reduce away non-living or even non-conscious composite objects, as say the Illuminativist does. So that's where kind of substantial priority is rather minimal, in the sense that at least there are some intermediate substances.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's super helpful. And I think the now that you've helped me think through the priority macrophysicalism, it's a little bit weird to think that like just everything in the manifest image that we see is a substance. Like, why would we think that? I like yours because you get to put substances all over the place. Actually, before we go on to this next one, but you have two categories for ontology. You have substances and aggregates. What about heaps? Like, where do we put heaps? Are heaps just a subset of an aggregate?
Yeah, I mean, you could say one of two things. I think about heaps. You could say they're not composite objects at all.
Okay.
So you could just say there are pluralities. So when you ask, are heaps composite objects, or are they just assemblages of various grains of sand, right? Is that a many or a one, right? And it's a real live question as to whether it's a one at all, or it's just a group. It's a group of grains, right? So if you think it's one thing, right, then you'll say, no, it's a composite object. It's an aggregate. But as Aristotle pointed out, unity is a degreed notion, right? Something can be more or less unified. And the intuition I'm trying to really tap into, Parker, is aggregates are unified, right? Mm-hmm. But not nearly as unified as the substances are. So I guess the question for heaps would be, what reason would there be to posit compositional structure in them to say that they are one thing at all, or just groups of many things, right? So that it would just be which way you preferred, and whether or not there were reasons for saying, there's we quantify over one thing when we talk about heaps. They seem to have, if you had to press me, I would say something more along the lines of heaps would be pluralities. I wouldn't put them in the category of aggregates, just because the intuition that they lack even the unity of an aggregate, on my view.
Yeah.
Aggregates are at least unified to some degree or other, like a pool table, and maybe it's exhibiting some functional, the parts are exhibiting some function with respect to the whole, like an automobile or a pool table. These are aggregates on my view, but the parts are much more organized with respect to the whole than, say, a heap, right? They're just sitting, those grains are just sitting there, and they're not really ordered to anything higher than it. But I mean, I'm open. You could convince Parker to be a realist about heaps and say that they're composite objects.
Well, I'm gonna stick with sand, because I think this might help us as we're thinking through substances and aggregates. So if you take a heap of sand, which could go either way, and you form it into a sand castle, is that now an aggregate?
Yeah, I don't know. So if you form heaps of sand into a sand castle, I would say it probably has more. It's more plausible to consider it potentially as an aggregate. But remember, the existence and identity conditions for aggregates, at least I'll just say these are necessary existence and identity conditions for aggregates, is that they exhibit a certain type of grounding structure. So Aggregates are composite objects, all of whose parts are grounded.
Yeah.
Right? So it is radically, its existence in nature is radically tied to the whole. So
okay.
I don't. So for example, if you went and removed one of those grains of sand,
yeah.
Does that sandcastle cease to exist? And so if you think it does, then you might think sandcastles are aggregates.
Okay.
Because they're radically fragile in that sense. So all of the parts of an aggregate ground that aggregate.
Yeah.
And so if you remove a part of an aggregate, this is just the view known as mereological essentialism.
Mm-hmm.
They're just incredibly metaphysically fragile things. So, but many of us will think, no, the sandcastle doesn't. It doesn't. We can talk about the sandcastle, but they're really just grains arranged in a particular shape.
Yeah.
But again, I'm open there to be convinced that there's one composite thing there as well. So.
Yeah. Well, I want to up the ante just a little bit. What if lightning then strikes that sandcastle and turns it into glass? So now it seems like it's more radically unified. Is there a better case for that? Let's say it's wholly made out of glass now. Is that an ordered aggregate, you think?
So it's more unified with respect to the relations each of its parts stand to one another. So I do want to say that.
Okay.
There's greater spatial contiguity, right, between the parts of that thing. It just honestly depends on whether you think spatial contiguity is sufficient for composition. Yeah. So sure. This gets to the question of what are the conditions under which something gets composed, right? You're familiar, maybe this is the special composition question. So and there are different answers, but I think one answer that's been, I think, aptly dismissed is spatial contiguity is necessary and sufficient for composition to occur. That can't be all that's going on with respect to getting a new composed object. There's got to be more than that, because you and I can become spatially contiguous in a sense, and I can put my hand on your shoulder, and there would be contact, right? There would be some degree of spatial contiguity, but we wouldn't thereby compose a further object. It wouldn't become, at least I don't think. So, so anyways.
Yeah.
That gets into larger questions about the special composition question. But I mean, I should say, I'm happy to be rather permissive about aggregates. So it's not as if I'm not willing to let in a lot in my ontology with respect to aggregates, but I think it's the substances that are really, in sort of true Aristotelian fashion, they're the kind of elite beings in one's ontology. And so the substances are going to be the ones that I'm kind of more like, okay, what makes something a substance? Why do substances exhibit the grounding structure they do? Right? What makes them different from aggregates? That sort of thing. Yeah. And I'll just say, there are going to be vastly fewer substances in one's ontology. But I'm not as permissive as a Schaffer would be.
Okay.
About the non-fundamental things, but I should say more concerned with the fundamental stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, so that brings us right to Schaffer. I think it's Schaffer's Tilling constraint, and that is so fundamentally for you, for neo-Aristotelians of your flavor, the fundamental entities are substances, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then there's this Tilling constraint that there are no gaps or overlaps of the fundamental entities. So we have substances they're fundamental all throughout the universe, like they're everywhere, but they don't overlap with each other, and there's no gaps. So like perfectly, they catch everything. I think that's awesome. That's so cool to think about. It's easy to think about if you're a priority microphysicalist because you just got all these BBs fitting together. It's a little bit different to think about with substances. I mean, I agree with you, but it's really weird to think about because we're substances, and then if there are mereological symbols and that's a substance, together, all of us, there are no overlaps or gaps between us. Fascinating.
Yeah, no, it is, and so, so the idea of there being no gaps and no mereological overlaps between the fundamental things really gets to several intuitions. One is that the substances are going to provide the exhaustive grounding base for everything else. So this is the no gaps idea, that the substances should serve they should serve to ground and not leave out anything, right? For anything that's derivative or not fundamental, it's going to ultimately trace its existence or its nature back to something that's fundamental. So there's no sort of metaphysical danglers, right? And so that's one thing. And then the no parthood constraint, or the no mereological overlap constraint, I call it no fundamental parthood. It's really supposed to be getting at this idea that substances are not only metaphysically complete, but they're minimally complete in the sense that to be truly fundamental is that something doesn't have any subplurality, or any of its parts aren't fundamental. So if composition is like a building relation, right? You get a composed object by way of the composition relation when you build up a composed object from its parts, right? There's an intuition, at least that I find plausible, that if once that process has taken place, some of the substances remain, right, as parts, then the whole is in some way still derivative on that substantial part. And so the intuition, again, this is very Aristotelian, and Schaeffer's really gives some arguments for this, but this is really a deeply entrenched assumption in at least Aristotelian mereology that you find in many of the medievals as well. That what it is to be fundamental, or a basic metaphysical entity, means that you're not going to have any basic metaphysical entities that make you up. Yeah, those are kind of the rules of the game, at least within this traditional Aristotelian framework. Now, if you jettison those constraints, things get a lot easier. They really do. But somebody who's playing by the rules of fundamental mereology is just going to say, okay, I'll play by these rules insofar as these constraints are reasonable and intuitive. So on my view, yeah, you have to say that I do agree with you, Parker, that on the priority microphysicalist view, much easier to see how the little microphysical bits of reality can serve as the exhaustive grounding base for everything else, right?
Yeah.
Not as easy, as well as for the cosmos, to be honest.
Yeah.
So it's the maximal whole, leaves nothing out, right? All of its proper parts are included all other things are included among its proper parts, all other concrete physical things. But for a kind of a mixed view like mine, you have to give a kind of disjointed account that says something like, depending on what type of object we're talking about here, if we're talking about an aggregate, well then it's going to be totally grounded in, I think quite plausibly, in some set of substances, perhaps at the microphysical level.
Yeah.
So my view would be something like this for all the the microphysical base provides a grounding base for all other composed objects other than substances. And so there are going to be some composite objects that defy being grounded in the microphysical base, and those are principally, and I would say chiefly, living organisms, to follow Aristotle there, and I actually think persons as well, on my view. So So if all of the, I guess this is the way I put it, is if all of the microphysical things can serve as the exhaustive grounding base, well then so can all of the microphysical things save the intermediate substances. So you've got some intermediates that are kind of hanging out in the intermediate level. They're not, so this would be a problem if you went for the priority macrophysicals view, where all the substances were at the macrophysical level. But I want to at least leave room for a mixed view that says, the microphysical base is entirely sufficient to ground all aggregates in the existence and nature of aggregates, but not all intermediate objects per se. So it does get trickier, and you got to say some really weird things. This is some of the traditional worries with kind of Aristotelian Mariology, and the view that substances can't have other substances as proper parts. You got to say some wild things, and as you imagine doing some reading in this area, in Mariological metaphysics, there are some wild views.
And it seems like everyone's got to say something wild, right?
It is, absolutely, and it's kind of like who can get away with saying the least amount of weird, wild things, and have a view that has powerful explanatory power, or broad explanatory reach. And I guess I would say my own methodological constraints, Parker, is coming into this, and this is I think this is chapter 7 of the book about getting personal and looking at personal ontology. I want to come in to this discussion. I mean, we all come into this discussion with antecedent commitments, philosophical commitments, theological commitments, about person, right? About agency, about consciousness, right? I think that I'm a composite object. I think that I have, to some degree or other, I have various non-redundant causal powers. So there are activities that I can engage in as a substance that cannot be exhaustively explained in terms of the activities of my proper parts. So there are things that I can do, there are non-redundant causal powers that I have that cannot be solely attributed to my proper parts in their joint activity. So like thinking, and I would argue libertarian agency. So if you come into this discussion with antecedent commitments about agency, or at least certain forms of agency that require irreducible or fundamental causal powers, and even irreducible or fundamental phenomenal conscious properties, mental properties, well then I actually think there's already antecedent reasons for saying, well, there's got to be some substances that are intermediate. There got to be some composites that are at a lower level than the cosmos, but that are a higher level than the little microphysical bits, that are actually bringing about non-redundant causal effects in the world. And I want to say you and I are like that.
Yeah, it's like looking, like it's in the mirror. Go check it out. Like it you have to be able to capture the thing that's doing the thinking when you're thinking about this.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you think thought and just mental activity in general it's the sort of thing that, which many agree, is the sort of thing that can't be a joint activity, right? There's this sort of simplicity intuition that many people have about consciousness and even just mental activity in general. You don't just get conscious thought on the cheap, metaphysically speaking. You need a robust ontology where you've got some highly unified, I would argue, fundamental beings that are the bearers of conscious thought and thinking, so as well as agency. So if you can't get conscious thought unless you have a bearer of conscious thought that is extremely unified, this gets into issues regarding the unity of consciousness. I think you need an ontology to support what you want to say about matters in the metaphysics of free will and mind. That this is where we're going to have to sort of think about the interconnections between these various issues. And the reality is many philosophers, when they do their work, they they don't necessarily think about these interconnections. And for example, Jonathan Schaffer in his Priority Monism, I remember asking him, saying, what sorts of entailments might there be for freedom on this view? And he's very explicit in his affirmation that, yeah, you do what you do in virtue of the cosmos being the way it is. So I don't see how there's any room for irreducible causal activity for what I do, if the ultimate explanation for why I do what I do is sort of grounded in something that I'm a part of, or vice versa, if ultimately why I do what I do, or at least what grounds my own actions and aging, are my microphysical parts, well then, why not think that I'm just a puppet of my parts, right?
Right. It's like PVI's consequence argument, just running right through either down or up.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Jason Turner, Trent Merricks, they've all sort of run similar style arguments that I unpack in chapter 7 of the book, that I call the tracking argument, where I just say, hey, look, not only does determinism threaten with certain kinds of plausible closure principles, free will, right? But also this bottom-up ontology does as well. And I would argue that a top-down, radically top-down sort of priority monistic ontology has the same exact consequence. So I come to these issues, Parker, with sort of I'm leaning into the phenomenology of these things and wanting to sort of take how things appear to me quite seriously in my method. I'm very Chisholmian in this sense. I want to account for the appearances as best as I can, and it strikes me as I'll just say obvious that I'm an agent that can bring about irreducible or non-redundant causal effects in the world. I also think my being made in the image of God partly means that not everything I do is going to be reductively explained in terms of what my smallest parts are doing. So, yeah.
Just one last one for you as we close out here. So that strong unity. Okay, so I want to talk about persons, but maybe it's easier to talk about a tree first. A tree is a living organism, and it's got the strong unity, and it's composed of, it's a composite object, but it's a substance, right? A tree would be a substance on this view?
Yeah.
Okay. And so then when this tree, if I take an axe to the root or the trunk and it dies, it's no longer a substance, right? Does life confer the strong unity of the substance of the tree?
I don't want to say no.
Okay.
Precisely because I want to say there are non-living substances.
Okay.
So my own hesitancy.
That's a good point.
And I'm happy to talk further, honestly, Parker, about this. So, my own hesitancy with restricting the class of composite things to living things is it does just that. It takes the sort of principle of compositional unity to in some way be a notion of biological life or something similar, right? And I want to just say, again, coming at these things methodologically, there seem to be composites that are scientifically serious in the sense of like a water molecule, or a quantum hole or quantum system. I know things get extremely weird at the quantum level, but a chemical hole, or a biological system. I want to say yes, there are some substances that are living, right? But not all substances, or even composites, are going to be living. I want to say water is a composite object. It has various proper parts. So again, my methodological approach is I'm going to do what I can to try to preserve what strikes me as being in my own, that exists, right? I think molecules exist, but they don't just exist, they're composed. I think if you told me that, I think it would be a massive oversight to leave out the parthood structure of a water molecule.
Yeah.
So I want to say there is parthood or compositional structure there, but water molecules obviously are not alive, nor are they conscious. Sorry, panpsychism. So you know what I mean. So it's I just want to try to, as best I can, to preserve what strikes me as intuitive or obvious in my ontology. Now, I may be forced at the end of the day to kind of go that eliminativist route, but I think the substantial priority view can offset a lot of the worries with the main puzzles that lead people to eliminativism about composites, or at least non-living composites. And I think the substantial priority view can really go a long way to assuaging some of those worries without reducing or eliminating things in our ontology that seem very intuitive and that science seems to take cognizance of.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that probably has to do with maybe it's chapter 1 or chapter 2 where you're talking about real essences and or real definitions, and you're talking about essences, and it's a empirical thing. We need to use science to discover what these what I don't know that you said this, but I'm going to try to summarize and see. Oh, I'm still here. Like we need to go out and discover what things are substances, and we might not just be able to do it all from our armchairs. Does that seem right?
Yeah. So there's two things here. So I actually think we can make quite a bit of progress a priori on the existence and identity conditions of substances. So this would be like, what are substances, right?
Okay.
What are the natures of substances? Now, it's a further empirical question, I think, not exclusively empirical, but largely a question that we need to be consulting the empirical sciences. What substances exist, right?
Yeah.
Are there water molecules? Do they exist? Are they substances? So I think the former, namely what is the nature of a substance, I don't think is an a posteriori matter. I think that's an a priori matter. I think there's a real role there for traditional metaphysical inquiry about what are the existence identity conditions of the category of substance, right? Mm-hmm. It's going to involve fundamentality, it's going to involve a high degree of unity, so on and so forth. But whether there are any of those that actually exist in the physical world, that's I think largely a matter for empirical inquiry. So, yeah, go ahead.
I think about me. So I'm a person, and so I'm fundamental. I'm a substance. But when I die, and this is partially because I'm thinking of Aristotle and the severed hand, and when the hand gets severed, it's no longer part of the substance, and it's not even a hand. It's like a corpse hand. So when I become a corpse myself, is that still a substance, or was it when the life leaves? That's kind of what I'm wrestling with. In that, does the unity go? It seems like there's still strong unity, but the person's not there anymore, so it seems like it wouldn't be a substance. I don't know how to think about that.
Yeah, these are great questions. So I would just say Aristotle's, classic homonymy principle, where he says, a severed hand is not a human hand.
Right.
It's only a human hand in name only, right? So we can call it a human hand until the cows come home. But what makes it human, right, is the form, or the formal component that actually confers existence and identity on every one of the substance's proper parts. So that's why, that's kind of if you see what I'm doing in the book, is I'm trying to sort of unpack in contemporary analytic metaphysical sort of terms the basis for Aristotle's homonymy principle, that the formal component of a substance, right, is conferring, it actually places grounding constraints on each of its proper parts. So it confers the existence and identity on each of its proper parts. So if a proper part ceases to be a proper part of that substance, right, as you just pointed out, well, then it literally ceases to be. Now it shares a lot of qualitative features, right? At least a newly severed human hand, right? With a human hand. But remember, for him, the nature and identity of something is conferred by that formal component. So it's strictly speaking, speaking strictly in the ontology room, you might say, it's not a human hand. It's not human, right? It's a lump of flesh, you might say. So the afterlife stuff with the human person really, this raises a lot of interesting issues. I would just wonder, there are different ways to go here. I'll just say, I don't think you ever become a corpse.
Okay.
So I think at every moment of your existence, you are human. Corpses are not human. So therefore, you will never become or be identical to something that is a corpse, because it's not human. So my own view, sort of, that I kind of vacillate on the issue of the afterlife, but my own view is that you cease to be composed of matter, and so in the intermediate state, you are no longer material, although you are essentially the sort of thing that is naturally disposed to be material. So this is what sets you apart from, say, angels or angelic beings. It is part of your nature to be essentially disposed to be united to matter. And so that's what a human being is somebody that has a nature that is naturally disposed to be united to matter. And so when I exist in a disembodied intermediate state, I'm still human, although I'm not currently united to matter. Now, I do exist as a human being, because I'm still the kind of thing that is naturally disposed to be united.
The disposition is still there.
Matter, absolutely. But I have one metaphysical part or constituent at this point, and it's my rational soul. From my own view, you're not identical to your rational soul, but you forever have it as an essential proper part or constituent. You don't have matter as an essential proper part or constituent, but you are the sort of thing or the type of being that is essentially disposed to be material. Hence why there will be a bodily resurrection in the second coming. So,
do you say that we're bodily souls? Do you use that language at all?
That's not my view. As far as I understand how that view is articulated, I don't identify the person with the soul.
Okay.
So I want to say that you are a substance that has a rational soul as a part, or a metaphysical part or constituent. So at that point in your existence, are you identical to your soul?
Okay.
You will forever have and essentially have your soul. You will never be without it, but you are not it, in the sense that a whole is not identical to one of its proper constituents. So in your ante-mortem, existence, like right now, your embodied existence, you are a substance that is made up of or composed of a rational soul and prime matter, or some material element, however you want to make sense of that. But upon death, you cease to be made up of that material element, although you continue to be made up of that rational soul. So the person, namely you never cease to be in that sense. Though you do lose your material constituent, which you are naturally disposed to be united to, in which you will be reunited to eventually. So I don't know what to call that view, but it's kind of where the view that I'm currently inclined to adopt. So.
Okay. On that view, you have a nature, and you're not a nature, though. You have one, but you're not your nature, right?
Well, it just depends on what you mean by, nature. There are a lot of questions around that. I will just say you are the kind of thing that is essentially composed of a rational soul and is essentially disposed to be united to matter.
Yeah.
But you can exist without being united to matter.
Does that mean matter is our material body is a separable part of us?
Yes, I think.
Okay.
I have to think more about that. But so if you recall, the view that I defend in the book is this sort of no fundamental parthood constraint that Schaffer lays out. I qualify it slightly and say if you tend towards a hylomorphic ontology of the human person, things like form and matter or the rational soul and primatter, these are not ordinary run-of-the-mill proper parts, like say my cells would be, or my hands would be, or these sorts of things. These are more fundamental in explaining, or at least partially explaining, the sort of thing I am, what kind of substance I am. So I try to leave room for not having the no fundamental parthood constraint apply to if you think there are metaphysical parts or metaphysical constituents like form and matter. And no fundamental parthood wouldn't apply to those because those aren't ordinary run-of-the-mill integral parts or proper parts that I have within my purview.
Yeah.
Within the book. So.
Okay, man, that's huge. This has been so much fun. I seriously appreciate you going back. Like I always tell my audience, when these guys are writing their dissertations and gals, they could learn something that day and put it in a footnote, and then they might not have it in mind anymore. And then you give it a couple years. And so for Dr. Inman, for you to come back and rehearse all the stuff from this book, it's been huge. I really appreciate it, and the audience is gonna love it. I'm super stoked for this to get out there.
Fun, man. Thank you so much for having me, man. I really appreciate it, and it's been real fun talking to you.
Yeah. Well, okay. So before we go, you have this is like pure, just rich metaphysics. You also do really good analytic theology as well. We've I read a lot of your stuff in our analytic theology classes at TEDS. One of my favorites is you're pulling back, I forgot the terminology in the theology world, you're retrieving a doctrine of immensity from Turretin. And it's just awesome, man. I'm so stoked that you did that because that's been really influential for me as well. If somebody wants to find more of your work, you got a website, you got somewhere where that's at?
Yeah, I do. I'll just say the Protestant scholastics, man, they had some serious metaphysical chops.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So if you want to see, I think, other than the medievals, if you want to see theology that's attuned to some serious metaphysics, you should look no further than the Protestant scholastics. So Turretin, Petrus von Maastricht, John Owen, even. I mean, some of these guys, they know their metaphysical stuff. So definitely check them out. But yeah, I've got a website, just rossinman.com, rossdinman.com, I think it is. But I've got some work on there, and I have deep interest in divine omnipresence, divine immensity, but I'm currently writing an intro to metaphysics volume that hopefully will be of use to kind of a first-time reader in metaphysics, introducing some contemporary concepts in analytic metaphysics. And Paul Gould and I are working on a volume, Introduction to Christian Philosophical Theology, together.
And that's you're a classical. You identify as a classical theologian and philosopher, and he is he calls himself neoclassical. It means a bunch of different stuff, but I'm excited for that because you guys are going to show us how to not be jerks to each other, hopefully. So that'll be great.
Paul and I are really good friends, so that it should be, it should just be an organic outflow of just how we kind of relate to one another.
Totally. Yeah.
So. And then, so working on that. And then hopefully, I'm sort of fingers crossed, we have a volume that will be in the works. I don't know if this is a kind of a done deal yet, but it looks like it's going to be. But a 5 views on divine simplicity volume.
Oh, sweet.
So just getting some key thinkers in that area, just interacting with each other, addressing some of the most important challenges to that doctrine. And then a book called The Wonder of It All: Christian Philosophy as a Way of Life. So I'm chipping away at a volume that is basically trying to recapture philosophy as a way of life in the Christian tradition. So more of a posture than material content, but more of just a way of being in the world, the philosophical life. So yeah, those are just things I'm working on. But yeah, you can find all this stuff on my website if you're interested. Yeah,
that's
thanks
awesome.
for having me on, man.
Yeah, this is huge. And for the listeners who like this, man, you can go and study with Dr. Inman, master's or PhD at Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary. So go and check that out. This has been Parker's Pensies. That's going to have to do it for now, folks. But maybe we can have him back on and we can continue this conversation. That's going to do it. This has been Parker's Pensies. And as always, all glory to God.
Do you think that
its pattern of worship from? What's the proper way to do a church service, and how do we know that? Does the New Testament have a service?
No, we know this.
Oh, but the apostles established worship. So have you considered that maybe the worship services themselves are something that are not in the scriptures that are apostolically established?
They'd still be, if they're apostolically established, they're still partially established by the dictates of man.
You think that the apostles didn't teach authoritatively only what they wrote? Because Paul says, all the things that I taught in Ephesus for 3 years to Timothy, you pass those things on.
Mm-hmm.
So you just told me, no, you only passed on, they were only authoritative in the written?
To this day, I think that you're talking about authoritative, and I'm thinking.
Well, you're just begging the question, because I'm telling you that the apostles established liturgies. And so we worship the same way that they laid down that worship. You know, we can go read how in the 1st and 2nd centuries, the bishops of that time wrote about the worship of the church, right? Irenaeus,
yes.
Ignatius, Cyprian.
No.
Okay, and they describe the same type of worship that we do in the Orthodox Church, the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist.
And so in that argument, you're saying that the Orthodox Church is the only church that follows that authoritative doctrine.
Absolutely.
So that's and what does that have in relation to salvific principles or salvation?
Well, the Orthodox Church is the one true church, and your church is, as you just admitted, a recent invention.
Well, more recent. If you're going to call it an invention, maybe that's a stretch, but I can understand it.
Well, now wait a minute. Do you have continuity with the church that I'm talking about?
Yes we do.
No, you don't. What Orthodox bishops ordained any Reformed Baptist elder?
That doesn't necessarily mean it's the same thing.
Okay,
so still like the
well, you began this discussion by talking about how many different divisions and splits there were in the world of Reformed Baptists and Calvinists.
Yes, but that argument can be applied to all of Christianity.
No, it can't. That's my point. Because Jesus said that the body of Christ would be like his body, indivisible. There's one Lord, one faith, one baptism, as the Nicene Creed says, one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church.
One Holy Catholic. Yeah, okay. So the argument that you're making is that there is only one true church, and that is the Orthodox Church.
Part of the argument I'm making, yeah.
Okay.
How many bodies did Jesus have?
As a physical body, the one.
Right. And the church is the extension of that incarnation of his physical body.
Yes.
So there can't be 2, 3, 50,000 churches.
Do you believe in the noetic effects of sin?
I believe there are noetic effects of sin, but I don't believe what you think about the noetic effects of sin, because in your view, even after regeneration, the noetic effects of sin are still in effect, and so it should be precluding you from making any normative or dogmatic statements. That's why the Reformed confessions all say that nobody can bind another person to their interpretation, right? Freedom of worship, freedom of conscience.
So then are we talking just about a difference in aesthetic
No, I mean, I literally, right, I'm not being rude to you. I'm just literally just said that heterodoxy versus orthodoxy, inside the church, outside the church. So no, it's not a matter of aesthetics.
So then, is it beyond reproach to say that the Orthodox Church views only people within, or your position within the Orthodox Church only sees people within within the Orthodox Church to be Christians at all, and everyone else is on some form of heresy?
Correct.
Where's the line between?
No, correct.
Where's the line between Christianity and heresy?
The Orthodox Church.
Well, so it's membership to a human body.
Jesus' church is a theanthropic institution. It's not a human institution. And that's precisely what your heresy is. In the New Testament, Paul, in many places, says that the church is the body of Christ. And you're saying it's a human institution. So you right there just kind of gave the game away.
It does. That's a good call. Give me a second here. That's a good call. The problem, though, is that I don't know where you draw the line of who is inside and who is outside the church.
Well, I mean, again, you're either Orthodox or you're not. So are you in communion with the Orthodox Church, or are you in communion with a recently invented group?
What does it take to be considered truly Orthodox?
Well, I mean, it's not just being a member. Obviously, you also have to live it and believe it and, participate in the sacramental life of the church. So I'm not saying you can just notionally think it. Oh, I think that I'm Orthodox. No, it's actually like joining the visible group known as the Orthodox Church. This is
which Orthodox Church is the right one?
The one I just explained to you, the public canonical Orthodox Church that exists throughout the entire world. It's the second largest Christian communion, so-called Christian communion in the world.
And how many different Orthodox churches make that same claim? Like, it's because this is the
So
point that I'm
you don't
saying
understand. You have this fundamental misunderstanding of what Orthodox theology and ecclesiology is. Different jurisdictions doesn't mean different churches, man. You understand that the guy that Paul was talking to in Ephesus, Timothy, that there's still an Orthodox church in Ephesus today that descends from Timothy.
And you're
that Orthodox church.
From father to father to father to father.
That's apostolic succession, correct? That's Paul's letters to Timothy. I laid hands on you, Timothy. You lay hands on men after you, because the giving of the Holy Spirit is transferred. And he says, don't lay hands on men lightheartedly. Make sure that they're good men who can pass on the entire deposit that I committed to you, which, as he says in Acts, was 3 years, day and night, teaching, not just written, because he only, as far as we know, there's only 2 written letters to Timothy. And yet he tells Timothy to pass on the entire deposit of what he taught for 3 years straight.
So I think where the issue is going on here, I think where I draw the line on this one is that I don't know if I would want to place. I don't think you can place salvation within man's institutions, even though
You keep calling it a man's institution. I'm telling you that Jesus said in John that the Holy Spirit would be given to the church. I mean, don't you think Pentecost was significant? That he says the Comforter will lead you and guide you into all truth. And you're telling me that at some point, apparently, the Holy Spirit left the visible historical church, and then it had to be restored by whatever sectarian person you follow. Jesus said that the gates of hell would not prevail against the church. The church is the kingdom. It's a visible society set up by the apostles in history. And so what you want is a church or a group divorced from that historical institution. It is not a man's institution. It's a divine institution. That's the point.
Well, saying that I want it might be let's start there, because this
well, I'm saying, but when I say you want it,
I'm coming into understanding more and more about the Orthodox Church.
Okay, fair enough, but
it hasn't been prevalent.
Well, what I meant by you want it is not to impugn bad motives, but to say that your defense of the Reformed Baptist position would mean that's what I meant by you want to defend the Reformed Baptist position, and that's what I meant.
Okay, so then is calling it Reformed Baptist itself causing it to become heretical?
It's the lack of connection and communion with the church in history, and the heterodox beliefs that make it not a true church, not the name itself.
Yeah, we could go with the heterodox beliefs for sure. The connection to people the connection.
Yeah, but you just keep assuming that there is no pastoral succession. And I've given you 2 points already that the Bible itself was put together by these people. And that's why Paul says to Timothy that the church is the pillar and ground of truth. He doesn't say that the written text is the pillar and ground of truth. And he tells Timothy to pass on this inheritance, this deposit, by the laying on of hands. That's a historical continuity and succession. You remember the Old Testament? Yep. There's a laying on of hands and the giving of the Holy Spirit. Moses, Joshua.
There's the Father.
Okay, so the apostles are modeling that same structure for the spiritual Israel and laying on hands not on the basis of biological descent, but to induct men into the Melchizedekian priesthood. Because Jesus' priesthood is a continuing presbyterate, which is the Melchizedekian one, a la Hebrews 7.
So then what is left for those people who exist in the world? I mean, I know half the answer to this. What is it left for those people who exist in the world who have not had connection to or communication with an Orthodox? Or the Orthodox churches, or people who claim to be Orthodox, are even stretching between, like.
Hey, by the way, I don't mean to.
I think the point, the problem is, the world is big. How do we deal with that? Because I think there's a solution to be had here.
Hold on. You have to request to speak. So I'm not. The woman says I'm muting her. You have to request to speak. I'm not muting you. And also, by the way, people are saying in the chat for Christian Wagner, if you want to come on, they're saying that it does now work on PC. So, Spaces didn't used to work on
the computer.
Yeah, that's what people are saying. But yeah, so I mean, the question of what happens to people who don't know about Christ, we leave that to God. That's not, we don't know that. So, God's going to deal with them in the way that God deals with them. But there is the doctrine of recapitulation, which means that all men do, by the virtue of the universal nature that Christ assumed, have a connection to Christ. But we're not told about their ultimate destiny. But we know that it's our duty to tell people to repent and come to the church. You can't divorce Christology from ecclesiology, is my point. That's why the church can't be a purely human institution.
Oh no, I agree. Purely human institution. The how much of the Orthodox Church is human and how much of it is of God. But fair. I mean, it's a good argument. I do appreciate it. We're finding theology are much more focused on orthodoxy as opposed to like bloodline or patriarchal follows. You know exactly what I'm talking about because you came from some of the more reformed area and went into an Orthodox. I think I would like to hear how that happened and why you chose it.
Well, I mean, I've got videos on I've got videos on that, so you could go watch those longer videos where I kind of break that down. So I won't restate that whole story, but I had a long time where I spent in both Calvinism and the Roman Catholic Church, and so to make a long story short, the Church Fathers, the formation of the canon, reading all the Eastern Church Fathers, and seeing which lined up with Scripture ultimately was the kind of final decider for me on that topic. Well, yeah, we're going to give somebody else, I'm not going to be rude to you, or I'm not being mean, but, yeah, well, hop back on. You're welcome to chat anytime or bring any other issues or questions. Now, this woman says, I have requested to speak and you have me muted. No, you haven't. Everybody can see. How many people are requesting to speak? Okay, is the wine mom on the list? Lisa. No, she's not. So she has not requested to speak. She's saying, oh, you're not going to let me speak. You didn't request to speak. I've asked you 10 times to request to speak. So you're not there. She's like, look, I request to speak. I request. No, you didn't. There's the list of people requesting to speak. I really would like you to come on. I mean, you made such a fracas today. And you're obviously not on the list to request. Do you not, maybe you just don't know how to work this. You just hit request to speak. And by the way, Wagner, you can come on too. So again, today we're giving preference to people who disagree. Constantine. Just hit.
Can you hear me, Jay?
Yes, sir. How are you?
How are you? I'm from Missouri, so
You're
I
what?
kinda have one question.
I can't hear you.
I'm gonna
Speak
be
up.
really quick about it because I watched your YouTube channel sometimes when I get the chance. And
Okay.
I've always wanted to ask you this question, which is, what is the actual difference between Oriental Orthodox Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church? I mean, I've tried to research about it, but I clearly cannot understand what the actual, problem is between the two churches, because I'm an Oriental Orthodox Church follower, so
Yeah.
I'm trying to
So again, I would say go watch the videos that David and I've done. We've probably done 5 different streams on that. So David Erhan is really good on this topic. That's his specialty. So if you want to get into nitty gritty, I would say go watch all the videos that David and I have done together. But really, it's just a matter of the place of Chalcedon, whether or not we are wedded to the terminology of the younger Cyril, Miaphysis, whether or not the Fifth Council was good enough to reconcile the two positions, and then the place of certain people that your church considers saints like Severus, which we would not consider a saint. So those are the main issues of departure, but I would recommend to go watch the videos that we did with me and David talking. So let's see here. Thank you for that, though. So this woman is still not here. She's made such a huge fuss all day. And tell you then what? Request to speak. She literally is so, she can't even figure out the buttons, dude. She's like, tell me what to do. Request to speak. It even works on PC now, so people don't have the PC excuse. Well, I don't have my phone. Okay. So I think we have another disagreeer man. Nick, what's up? You gotta unmute, bro.
Hello.
Is this our libertarian buddy that we had an argument with before?
Yeah. I would just like to say, I would like to make the argument that the Orthodox Church sucks, and Rosicrucianism, the Rosy Cross is where it's at, and they Orthodox got it wrong and they're lame. And in a monarchic theocracy, I would create a new title of King Pope, and I would declare that all Orthodox Christians are heretics, and I would have them burned at the stake. And then I would create devices like a spiked coffin and enclose most of the Orthodox Christians and Baptists in them, and this would be part of the new forms of a program. But first,
that's really funny.
Because the angels are forgiving and I have declared it so, I will first let the Orthodox Christians repent before I burn them.
Do you have an argument, or are you just trolling?
Hold on, and then I'll start the order of the cruciform sword.
I like that, because we're getting into. All right, I'm gonna boot you, dude.
This order will be the only way that the roast.
Why would you Why would you even want to interact with me, being this ridiculous? I do like the idea of the order of the cruciform sword, though, because that's from Indiana Jones, right?
Yeah, and actually that's Rosicrucianism, and actually I was just joking. And Rosicrucianism, I think, is what the cross of the cruciform sword it actually is. You said it was Sufism.
Well, I mean, they're wearing Muslim hats. They're wearing fezzes. So.
Yeah, but it's more like Rosicrucianism because of the cruciform, the Rosy Cross.
Well, but I mean, okay, but I mean, that could be. But I mean, Sufis, you know, they're kind of syncretists, so they'll try to have, you know, secret meanings for all these things too. So I don't know what Spielberg had in his mind. So whatever.
Also, in the new Indiana Jones, there's a crescent. If you noticed when there's that artifact, it's like a dial that they go in the tomb. That's like a crescent, and that's kind of like part of like this Satan worship cult thing that's going on, where you have the crescent, the black sun crescent thing. It's in Egyptian mythology too. The crescent, whatever the hell that is supposed to represent.
Now, did you have a presentation, an argument, or a critique you'd like to make?
Yeah, I just think religious fanatics that think everybody's a heretic is not politically viable for a humanist, from a humanist perspective.
Why should we believe the humanist perspective?
Well, a humanist perspective is basically that.
No, I didn't ask for a definition.
It's not.
I didn't ask for a definition. I said, why should we believe it?
It's not compassionate towards humanity. It's not good for humanity.
Okay, so we should be compassionate. Why? On your system, just give me the reasons why that's what we should do. Maybe it's true. I don't know. But tell me why.
Because the religious doctrines all over the world, and eventually theocracies go against their own theology.
Why should I accept the religious doctrines of the world that teach tolerance and not the ones that teach jihad and death?
Well, why should you accept your own religious?
So that's a tu quoque. So what's the argument from your position as to why I'm supposed to accept what you're saying?
The argument is.
So do you remember the last time you called in? It was the exact same conversation, and you haven't made any progress since then. Do you not understand the question I'm asking? I'm not being mean to you. It's an honest question.
I make the argument that theocracy eventually goes its own theism. It goes against its own religion.
But that's not telling me why I need. That's not telling me why I should choose your perennialist tolerance religion.
Because it's.
Do you know what the? Let me ask you this. Do you know what a tu quoque fallacy is?
Perspective.
I want to know why the humanist perspective is true. Maybe it is. That's what I asked you last time. You've gotten even worse than last time.
It is true because less people die, and dying is bad.
Oh, says who? On what scale? What's the basis for this? Do you know what a tu quoque fallacy is? Okay, well, yeah, I mean, if it's funny, if it's funny, yeah, I mean, if it's funny, then we can just move on. So, Wine Mom, where you at? I thought you were coming. Request to speak. She says, look, this is the woman calling me an idiot and a coward all day. Here's the exchange. Request to speak. Hit the button. What button? You have to join the chat, Goofus. Like, Boomer needs it spelled out, right? Like, literally step by step. Join that. Request to speak. Put down the box wine. Let's see if she can figure it out. So we're giving preference to people that disagree. I know a lot of you guys always want to call in and ask theological Q&A. Let's have people that disagree with the takes that I have, people that haven't called in. Bruce weigh in. What's up, Bruce weigh in? Bro, I'm you, dog.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yo, what's up, Jay? How you doing?
Good. What are you chewing on? Smacking on some...
It's just gum, my bad.
It's okay.
So I wanted to ask you, how do the Orthodox have assurance about salvation?
Well, we can have assurance that we are experiencing the grace of God, but salvation is not just a past event. It's a past event and an ongoing event and a future event in the eschaton.
Okay.
So there's no assurance that you will persevere until the eschaton, unless you in fact do.
Okay, and in Orthodoxy, the sacraments are necessary for salvation, correct?
Normatively, yes. If a child dies, like the innocents, that are murdered by Herod, if a child dies in some cases like that, the martyrs, the baptism of desire, and all that. But normatively, yes, the sacraments are absolutely necessary.
Yeah, sure. Let's say, for example, you have this. I understand why the Eucharist might be necessary, why confession, and why baptism is like necessary under normative circumstances. But how come marriage and the other sacraments?
Because it's a sacramental lifestyle that we live based on the estate that we enter into. Not everybody enters into the marital state. So it's not like you got to stack up all the hit points and unlock all the achievements by getting all of the sacraments. So it's not a role-playing game. It's just living out and participating in the sacraments that are appropriate to your station in life.
Got it. And Jesus, the Son, he's the God. He's God in Orthodoxy. So he's like a God being. But when he becomes a human, isn't he sort of two beings at the same time? When he takes on, let's say, human nature, isn't he like a God?
No, he's a single being with two natures. So this for us is the teaching of the hypostatic union. It means that the two unions were united in the divine person of the Logos that assumed the human nature. So when the church rejected Nestorianism after St. Cyril in Ephesus and the disputes there, that was a rejection of the notion of any dual subject in Christ. Christ is a single subject, a single divine subject, and the natures are dual.
So how can the natures, let's say, unite? How is that possible? And what is how is it like?
Because it's a divine person with a divine nature coming into time and space and taking on a human nature. How is it possible? God, what is impossible for God, as both the Old Testament and the New Testament say?
Oh, so just a question about what is the philosophical necessity of, let's say, God being triune rather than a Unitarian?
I think there's a good argument to be made for why Unitarian and dyadic positions are metaphysically destructive, theologically destructive, and impossible. So I think there is an argument to be made for that. And it gets into stuff like the arguments against modal collapse, the arguments against absolute divine simplicity, the idea that there's an exchange of attributes between the persons in love and energies, etc., that occur between the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit that don't require a created order. And if you look at somebody like Origenism is a great example, because Origen thought that for God to be eternal and to be Father and to be Lord and to be Creator required that he be eternally God, Lord, and Creator. So that means that he had to have a creation that he was lorded over. And so you get this Neoplatonic and sort of heterodox idea in Origen as an example. You could look at Aristotle as well. If you look at Aristotle's philosophy, he has a dyad because he defines God as an eternal actualizer. If God's an eternal actualizer, then there must be something other than him that he actualized. And so that would mean that an eternal actualizer is eternally moving or causing or actualizing a prima materia, another world or whatever, which is not him. So that would be, as Basil says in Hexameron, a dyad, because you've given an eternal attribute to the created order. So now you have a dual principle God. So Unitarianism and dyadism, I would say, cancel one another out and are impossible.
All right, got you. So just another question about salvation. So in Romans 8, Paul says, for those he predestined, he also called, he also justified, and then he also glorified. Doesn't that just mean that once you're justified, you're going to be glorified and you can't lose your salvation?
No, because there's also many passages that talk about the possibility of tasting the heavenly gift, being cleansed in the labor of regeneration, and falling away, a la Hebrews. So I think you can speak of a corporate predestination, which is the way Paul speaks in Ephesians. He calls the visible church at Ephesus the predestined in Christ. So he's not writing to the elect. But there's also a sense in which, yeah, sure, God knows who will persevere till the end. And so on an individual basis, God does know who the final elect are. But that doesn't mean that he caused them alone to be the elect, because we believe that God can create a world where there's secondary causes. And usually Calvinism is kind of hinging on this idea that there can't be secondary causes and God must be the immediate direct cause of every event.
Yeah, so another question about Orthodox tradition. The Orthodox tradition is infallible, right?
Well, I think there's aspects of the tradition, if you're talking about what relates to divine revelation, that are infallible, but not every, quote, tradition is divine revelation or, quote, infallible.
So what aspect would you say is infallible? Like, I know ecumenical councils, but other
Yeah, I mean, anything that would pertain to divine revelation, right? So, I mean, there are canons in the councils, for example, that relate to cities that no longer exist. Okay, so are we still bound to that canon? How? I mean, it doesn't exist. So there is a temporal aspect to some of the canons in the councils that I don't think equates to the eternality of the truths of divine revelation. So I think that's a higher category.
Okay, so Paul in multiple passages he talks about keeping the tradition, and Orthodox often use that passage to talk about how it's important to keep tradition, etc. But how do you know what the oral tradition is, and which traditions he's talking about when he says that you should keep the traditions, whether it's in Thessalonians, whether it's in Corinthians? Because
yeah, you know it. Yeah, it's not like a Roman Catholic mindset where there's a document somewhere that has all of them listed, or there's some secret Gnostic tradition where you get it whispered into your ear when you convert. It's known in the experience in the life of the church, and that's why there is no perfect list of this, and neither Roman Catholics nor Protestants have the perfect written list of all the things that I have to believe. The attitude, the mindset is totally different in Orthodoxy, because you're going to experience a lot of things that tell you about divine revelation and show you God. The lives of the saints, the liturgy, right? So it's not possible to have a fixed written list of the things that you have to believe.
Okay, but how do you determine which one which
well, I'll give you an example. So, I mean, I think when Paul's talking there, he's talking about the whole deposit, the apostolic faith in toto that he passed on to Timothy, and what he passed on to the Thessalonians, right? So, what that means is that something like liturgy is something to be passed on. For example, when Paul talks to Timothy and he's talking about the traditions to pass on, the succession to pass on. He says, I laid hands on you, you lay hands on men after you. The laying on of hands there is connected with the passing on of the whole body of the faith. So that would include apostolic succession as part of that deposit to be passed on. Also, liturgy is a great example of this, because the apostles, for whatever reason, in divine providence, they didn't write down how the liturgy was to be conducted as far as we know. Maybe Paul wrote something down about that, so in other words, the church's liturgical worship itself is an attestation to this tradition that is passed down that is not specific in Scripture, you see. So liturgy is a great example. So you can go read the ancient liturgies, and you can see, as I pulled up there with Nicaea, I mean, Nicaea is listing canons that clearly show the universal church in 325 operates like the Orthodox Church.
Yeah, you talked about liturgies, and I think earlier you said you still have the ancient liturgies of, I think, St. James, correct?
You can read the Liturgy of St. Mark, Liturgy of St. James, Liturgy of St. Basil. I mean, Basil's a little later, but it's still ancient.
Okay. So the ones that are written by St. Mark and St. James, how come the Orthodox Church doesn't use those? And
it does sometimes. It does sometimes use those. It does sometimes.
It does?
Yeah. Hold on. Sometimes it uses them when it's appropriate, but as church history progresses, because of the preeminence of the Byzantine Empire, most of the Eastern Church opted towards tending to do the Liturgy of St. John Chrysostom. So sometimes it's the liturgy. Most of the time it's Chrysostom. Sometimes it's St. Basil. But Orthodox churches that are other patriarchates will still do those. That's why if you can go to Western Rite Orthodox churches that do the ancient Western Rite.
Oh, okay. So another question about
well, I'm not trying to be rude, but we're gonna move on because we've already done a bunch of questions, but I appreciate that. So we're taking given permanence No answers. So you can see, talk smack all day. How dumb, how much of a coward, I'm such a retard, and then they won't come. Same with all the other Roman Catholics that all day long, smack, smack, smack. Hey, come chat, come make your argument, come. It should be so easy, right? To dunk on the Ortho Bros. Just come dunk on us, dog. And then they don't show up. I mean, who else is like saying you can have the floor to talk as long as you want, make whatever arguments, but nobody else is saying that. Dawood Hajl. Dawood. David.
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I had a question.
No, do you disagree?
Hello?
Yeah, do you disagree?
Oh, no. Should I?
You go ahead. I mean, I want to give preference to people that disagree. Go ahead.
Okay, so I had a question because I was looking into different realist positions, and I was reading Aristotle, and I was wondering what your critiques of Aristotle's view of objective essences, universals, holomorphism, and like that kind of stuff. Like, what do you think your critique of that would be?
Yeah, so you can read the Dr. Philip Sherrard paper on immortality of man and the soul. I forget the name of it, but that's a good critique of that. I'm not trying to be rude, but that's not the topics today. So the topics today are atheism, Protestantism, Islam, pagans, cults, world religions. I thought our wine mom was going to call in, but she is. I thought I was promised entertainment, you see, and now I'm let down. Jordan, what's up? By the way, you guys can support the stream via Super Chats through Streamlabs. Use the Streamlabs function to ask your questions. Send in your Super Chats right there. By the way, was anybody mean to the Baptist guy? Nope. Remember when Dale had his meltdown this last week? If you guys didn't see the Baptist, not Baptist. That was an interesting interview. I thought it was just a discussion. I didn't realize that when we went there and showed up. I don't care. That it was going to be a quasi-debate. So I want to recommend that everybody go watch this pretty lengthy debate that we had with Dale here, the Protestant, if you want. It was me and Dr. Branson and
the new 2020.
Some Protestant guys, and everybody was really cool. We had a good time. And then for whatever reason throughout this discussion, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is that nobody was rude or mean to Dale. Nobody did anything mean. And then what happened was, after that extensive discussion, he did a hour-plus meltdown stream that everybody who's Orthodox is mean and awful and satanic. And this is the pattern that I see, right? Which is that people make this big stir, this big fuss. You can interact with them in a completely charitable, civil way. Nobody was mean to Dale. Nobody said anything rude to him at all. And what did he do? Oh, I was persecuted as a victim. They're so mean. They're so rude. Oh. He cried about it. Okay, nobody was mean to you, man. People are going to have to man up. I mean, this is just pitiful to act this way. And everybody can see when people act this way that it's ridiculous. Just like the Roman Catholic guy today, right? What did he do?
You Orthodox are full of trash. It's horse shit.
Oh, okay, come on and debate. You're so mean. No, I can't deal with you. You're uncharitable. These people do all of the things they say is uncharitable. Virtuous victim signaling, dark triad traits. Evgeny Migatachi. I can't pronounce your name. What's up?
Hello. I was wondering, Jay, just really quickly, because I was trying to study the church fathers, like, what do you think is the best responses, like, by the church fathers to Pyrrhonianism/academic skepticism, and also, like, Husserl's bracketing method? Because I've been trying to research, I think, like, those methods, because they've been appealing to me for a long time. I was wondering, like,
all right, well, Husserl's bracketing is still based on the notions of epistemic neutrality and that reality is not theory. So reckoning doesn't really get anywhere or do any. It doesn't do the work he wants it to do, and that's why later Husserl like wandered off into like quasi-Buddhist views. Where do the church fathers deal with Pyrrhonism? Well, I mean, Athanasius has a book called Ad Gentes with a lot of like classical pagan arguments, but I would think that Pyrrhonic skepticism is kind of easy and it's self-refuting. So,
like in its method of like epoch, like I mean, in modern time, I think it's been like dissolved into like fallibilism for the most time. Like people accept that you can't have everything absolutely, so you know that they'll put like fallibilism as a charge. Do you think fallibilism is like a direct attack, or does it not solve the self-authenticating foundation question still?
yeah, I think it would have the same epistemic problems that we always highlight with evidentialism and foundationalism. I mean, if you're going to be a skeptic, you're giving up debate. And so if a person wants to live that way and go that way, number one, they can't live that way. But the point is that from the vantage point of apologetics, if a person accepts that worldview, then they don't have anything against Christianity. So we've done our job, right? Our job is not to put out the official refutation of every possible position. If our job is to show the positions to be absurd, and if they surrender objective logic, debate, certitude, etc., all those kinds of basic principles, then I mean we've done our job as an apologist. Skepticism is not a real viable position. It's really a surrendering.
Well, I mean, it's been like one of the most influential movements throughout Western philosophy.
So?
Descartes, Hume, etc. Like that people have been treating it as like almost a status point. So like I feel like a lot of people skepticism.
So every time they debate, they're defying that principle and proving it to be false.
Skepticism?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, they might have to, like, say it's like a method of inquiry, but it's like, you're right.
It's not just a method of inquiry. It's a worldview. You're talking about Pyrrhonic skepticism. You can't have your cake and eat it too, right? This is what the epistemic nihilists try to do. They try to have their cake and eat it too, and it doesn't work that way.
Because they're like in assuming a worldview implicitly.
Absolutely, every sentence assumes an entire worldview.
Yeah, but is there any way for them to get out of that by saying that they're like that might be the case, that they are assuming things, but they're suspending judgment about how exactly it's manifested?
No, you can't. No, that's just bait and switch. That's lying, because you can't utilize things that then you say you don't have to justify. Oh, my sentences all presuppose logic and universals and all these things, but I don't have to give a justification for those because I'm a skeptic. That's just being a sophist.
Like in the outlines
Look,
of Pyrrhonism.
if they can do that, I can do that. Oh, okay. Well, I believe in God, and I don't have to give an account for it because it just is. So they're basically just saying it just is.
It's not that just like it is. It's just it conforms with our appearances.
No, that is to say that that is to say that it just is. Well, why is it? Why am I supposed to follow with what appears to conform to my appearances or to my experience? Right. So it's begging the question to say that, well, my skeptical propositions require an entire metaphysics, but I'm not going to be committed to those metaphysics. Well, then that's just being sophistical.
In saying that
they don't get out of this dilemma because they say I'm a skeptic. It's self-evident in this sense that doesn't work. Because if they can do that, I can do that. Oh, okay, then God exists. I don't have to give a justification. It just is.
Well, I guess doesn't that depend on the notion that they're saying it just is?
No.
I guess.
No, everybody has the same requirements for justification. That's the purpose of debate. So as soon as they enter into utilization of logic, universals, etc., they don't get to just say, but I don't think there are logic and universals because nobody can know. That's just being, again, that's sophistry.
Can they at least question the method in which the transcendentals are?
No, because making a sentence requires a certain making a sentence requires a certain kind of world. certain kind of metaphysical structure to reality.
Oh yeah, it's perfectly evident. I meant more that, like, the method in which the transcendentals are derived, that we come to them in the first place. Like Husserl, the epoch method is going from the ground up versus, like having them all at once.
Yeah, you're just grasping for another human system building project. The point is that humans can't build this kind of a system. How are you gonna build an epistemology from the ground up, given that just the fact that man's finite?
Well, I mean, I feel like there's like it's not that man is finite, but almost it's like they're semi-infinite in the sense that they have absolute.
No, wait a minute. But see, now you've launched into a vast metaphysical idea. So wait, is it skepticism or these obscure metaphysics of Husserl? Like which, or you like them both?
I feel like Husserl's kind of like both. Like he's not like the ancient skeptics, because it's not like he has no metaphysics, right? Like he was a transcendental idealist for most of his life.
Yeah, but I mean, then he would, number one, he'd be subject to the same problems of Kant. Number two, why did that take him into basically some sort of Buddhist position towards the end of his life? And number three, the whole project of bracketing is built on there not being that reality is not theory-like. So you're going to have to first, I would say, solve the dilemma of saying that reality is not theory-like.
Sure, I'll have to wrestle with those questions. By the way, what was the book?
Yeah, but I mean, these again. The point though is that these are futile projects, right? It's like, what's the point of what was the reference?
Something about Alexandria, about against the pagan arguments that you read. Reference?
Oh, Athanasius's book Against the Heathen or Ad Gentes.
That's great. Thank you, Jake, for your time. I'll
Yeah,
have to look into this.
good questions. Yeah, we haven't had those kinds of questions in a while. Let's see here. I can't believe our blind mom never called in. Christian Logos. This sounds like. Is this going to be our evangelical guy that always, like, how many profiles does this guy have? If this is him, right?
Just the one, man. I had a question too about Telos Bound, kind of what your disagreements were with them.
Well, I don't necessarily have a problem with a person who is newly converted, trying to be a public person or something like that, because I was already kind of doing this stuff when I converted. And of course, he claims that he has permission to be doing what he does, so I'm not coming at him on the basis of that. But the repeated pattern of, working with and aligning with people who are very hostile to what we do is one problem. He's committed to promoting an ecclesiology that I think is wrong. Every time we have a conversation about it, he basically just doubles down. The argumentation that he uses in the papers that he cites are kind of low tier. They're pretty bad. It's like citing the Old Testament about the fact that there was northern Israel and southern Israel, as if that's applicable on a one-to-one basis to the church of the New Testament. No, in the New Testament, we're told that the church cannot be divided. So you can't use these Old Testament examples as if the church is Old Testament Israel or something. I mean, just the whole project is all about, we have to figure out how Roman Catholics have holy orders. And it's just silly, because once you start digging into it, you find out that really this ends up being, number one, people that are ignorant of the Roman Catholic position, because they don't realize that the development of the Roman Catholic position was that matter, form, and intention are what you need for a sacrament, and that leads to atheists and Muslims being able to baptize. So they're going to have to be consistent and either go in that direction with this citing of Florovsky, as if we just follow Florovsky because he's Florovsky, right? That's all they ever do is cite Florovsky. And the guy that they all united themselves with went total Fordhamite liberal. So I don't know. I mean, it's just like a repeated pattern of bad behavior. And, and then he says, oh, they don't know how to use transcendental arguments. The dude literally just got into this, like, a year, 6 months ago, and he's like, oh, they don't know how to do transcendental argumentation. It's just silly pride. And we've been super nice to that dude, and I've always tried to be kind to him, and he just wants to be a douche. So whatever.
Yeah, no, I get it. And he kind of goes for this like communal ontological argument over the transcendental kind of tag form that you use. And to me, I just see an issue with this, and he coins it like the communal ontological argument, which, you know, I respect people that going out and doing this, but even me studying philosophy for 3-4 years now, I'm still struggling and grappling with a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he
you know,
shouldn't.
so
He shouldn't be. I'm sure maybe he means well, but he shouldn't be doing it. It's gonna. And what happens is that this leads to disaster a lot of times. People that, and all the people that he's aligned himself with, like they're essentially, basically, heterodox and apostate now. So you know, he wants to go on that conquest. I mean, it's just the problems that happen with a really young person that is a new convert. So I would say avoid telos bound.
Yeah, I got you. And do you have any like specific arguments against his communal ontological argument? I feel like that kind of falls back into natural theology.
Yeah, any type of argument like that would be essentially a natural theology type of argument. So I'm just going to ask the basic critiques that I would have of any position that posits self-evidence, axiomatic principles, because they don't achieve the status of justification.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. And I feel like, you know, in your transcendental argument for tag, it can entail, you know, the ontological argument. You can still use these arguments.
Yes, you can make it. You can make
for a higher justification there.
Correct.
Whereas he's kind of pushing that away and kind of merging the Catholic kind of natural theological.
Yeah, the whole project of everything he does. Yes, everything he's doing is to try to make it an ecumenist Roman Catholic, and it's just like we've all been through that, man. We already know all of the pushes and the try to. We don't need you, a new convert, to save Orthodox apologetics and to save Orthodoxy and give it Thomism and we got. I'm not saying he's giving it Thomism. I'm talking about like I've seen this many times. Like people come to the church, especially if they're academics or philosophers, and they almost always think I need to save Orthodoxy with this thing. I need to make them Thomists. Father Deacon himself says that he used to be this way. And thank God that he changed his mind, right?
Yeah. And the thing that I stumble across all the time is, you know, you think you have this bright new idea or you see some thread line, and after a couple minutes of study, a couple months of study, you fall right back into, oh, this has been in the church fathers for years. I just haven't studied enough. You know, a lot of this comes up as we're going. So hopefully on my channel, I've never misframed you or anything like that. If you ever do have any critiques for me or anything, I'm more than open to accept those too. So.
Yeah, and I appreciate that approach, and I think that on a one-to-one level, Telos Bound has always been open to discussing these things, but it doesn't get anywhere, and he just keeps doubling down. So, and he is, continues to align himself with the people who, again, don't like what we do, and so I would avoid that dude.
I have one more question, just with Pavlov Ferenczi too. Do you have any disagreements with Pavlov Ferenczi? I talked to Bishop Maximus before, and he's like, yeah, I'll never read that guy. Like, we don't really follow anything he says. And I was kind of looking more into that, and I wondered if maybe you knew anything.
I've only heard, I've heard negative and positive things. I know Losky cites him positively in one place. So he might be insightful, but I've not read Ferenczi, so I can't say. But
okay. Yeah, the Pillar and Ground of Truth, like, it has some pretty good arguments, but I can see where he can maybe be stepping kind of on that borderline of just kind of getting skeptical with it or kind of getting a little too far out there maybe. So I can kind of see points of contention there. But overall, I was just wondering what your opinions were on all that. So I do appreciate that, Jay. Thank you.
Yeah, and usually, by the way, people like Telos Bound are people that we help convert, and then they don't listen, and they go do their own. They want to be on their own quest, and they make huge mistakes, and then they have to learn the hard way. So, FDA, did you want to say something?
No, I just requested in case you guys wanted to ask anything.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if you know anything about Pavlov Ferenczi too, or what you've heard, I've been doing this for about 4 years. I'm 26, so I'm not going to claim I know everything. I'm definitely just trying to find sources that know more than I do, so I can keep progressing. Yeah,
I don't know too much. I've read a few things that seemed okay from what I read, but that doesn't mean everything is. So I'm just not qualified to speak on. Okay.
Alex Bain, what's up, Alex? Thank you for those questions, Logos. Those are good. I'm glad you weren't the evangelical dude that always calls in.
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, Jay, I just want to know why you're a coward and you never want to debate me.
Is this a real question?
Yeah.
Oh,
You
here you are.
A good argument.
You don't make a good argument. You repeat the same argument for 2 years now, every time you come on.
Well, you don't deal with it, and you kick me off, and you
because I don't want to, because yeah, I'm scared of you. You know, I've had you on infinite numbers of times because you have some mental obsession. Like, why do you even want to interact with me? If I don't want to interact with you, why do you want to interact with me? Just attention.
Well, because I try to get my point across, and every time we do, you.
Yeah, but you
so
just state the same. You just state the same. You just state the same thing over and over and over. Here he is.
So are you going to interact with me, or are you going to run away again?
Yeah, I'm scared of you. terrified, going to run away.
Okay, so go ahead and boot me and show everyone you're.
Gladly, yeah, totally coward. I mean, I just like the like, does anybody actually think that is going to convince? Like, if I was that dude and I'm sitting there thinking, like, how am I going to win people over to my position? How can I get people following me on Twitter and getting some good traction? To think that this approach is the way to do it, I'm just going to give you a little bit of social media advice, bro. Like, just strict social media advice. Like, this isn't working. To make a new profile and to come with the same low-tier droning on nonsense every time, it's just, you're wasting everybody's time, dude. Like, how many, this is what, your 10th profile? And you literally bring the lowest tier argument ever. So this is open forum if you'd like to come on. Eve something. Evgeny Migachev, star Russian Mexican. That sounds scary.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you weren't going to come on. Just request to speak again. Yeah. So our you didn't request to speak. So here's our Neoplatonist pagan woman saying, I've requested to speak. She has never requested to speak. She is not in the... She's not in the quay. She's never been in the quay. It's amazing. The Ortho Bro subculture. Now we got Eric Ibarra talking shit. It's just unreal. Like, everybody... What happened with all the Roman... Did something happen in the Roman Catholic world today that made everybody just go feral and get mad? Let's see what old Eric Ibarra's chewing on today. Something sweet, I'm sure. To be very clear, I do not sympathize with the disgust. Wait. To be very clear, I truly do sympathize. And I've grown even more. I've growth even more. I don't know if he's talking about his weight or if he's talking about his emotions. That the disgust of such people in the Ortho Bro subculture. The Ortho Bro subculture. Let's just have our way and agree and be happy. Let's nuance our way through the failures. Now, wait a minute. You're the nuance bro. You and your carbohydrate companion over there that ditched you. Y'all were the ones always talking about, it's nuance, bro. Yo, dog, it's nuance, bro. I'm lost in, bro. And then you're over there, Jay, let's take this piece by piece. And in 3 months, I'll finish my argument because I talk in 0.3 speed. Right. I sympathize with the Ortho Bros, but not their evil subculture. I think that's what he's saying. We are trying to fix a 2 + 2 = 3 error. So again, Eric, maybe Roman Catholicism is false. I'm sorry that you wrote a giant, fat, copy-paste papal book last year that nobody bought that you thought would make you super apologist, but how come Lofton ditched you? Does that not vindicate all the stuff that we said about carbohydrate Lofton? Here's Ibarra's whining today. It's a garbled, I don't know what. He's responding to me about saying that all of the Roman Catholics on Twitter today that were talking smack wouldn't come, and none of them did. And so his garbled sort of whatever he's saying. And what's he doing? He's whining and saying that I treat everything like an MMA cage match. So again, it's just these people. It never ends with these people. And we all know he's soft. because he's physically soft, right? I mean, physiognomy test, bro. You look like Bluto. So guys, if you want to come on debate, hit the request to speak button. I will give you the... I mean, again, all they've done is bitch and whine. Isn't this amazing? This is always available. Here we are. How many years ago was the Ibarra debate? 5 years? 6 years? Lofton has thrown him under the bus. He's not on there anymore. They had a falling out, as everyone who's associated with Lofton has a falling out. They get thrown under the bus by him. They get thrown under the bus on the way to the buffet. I take that back. You can't physically throw Ibarra under the bus. You could throw Ibarra onto the bus, and it would destroy the bus, but you can't throw Eric under the bus. Candy Ibarra over there has done nothing but whine and bitch for 5 years straight. So people are always like, why are you mean to Roman? I'm not mean to Roman Catholics. Every time we reach out and are civil and kind and nice, as for example with Tim Gordon, we make jokes back and forth. Tim makes jokes. I was joking with Tim about having a lesbian haircut and my lesbian glasses. I don't care. But what happens is that people like Ibarra, you can't joke with these people. They're so fragile. They freak out. They melt down. Remember when Eric Ibarra was crying that he said, quote, somebody memed him. Dude, the internet memes everybody. Somebody memed Ibarra and he said, the internet is making cartoon strips of me. Cartoon strips? I don't even know what a meme is. Dude, aren't you like, how old are you? You're not a boomer. Cartoon strips. What is this, Dilbert? Cartoon strips. They're making... He said, they made internet cartoon strips of me, and I'm embarrassed because my sons will see it on the internet. Well, welcome to the internet. I'm sorry that you got your feelings hurt. And this is nothing. It's been nothing but an excuse for so many years. And look, this is what, 5-6 years into this now, and they're still using the excuse that I'm mean. How come Tim Gordon can interact with me absolutely fine? If the whole problem is that I'm mean, and by the way, everybody's seen that, as we said about Lofton, he's thrown all of the friends and people that he had with him under the bus. Doesn't that suggest that maybe it wasn't my problem? Maybe I wasn't the problem in the Lofton situation. Maybe Ibarra wasn't the problem in the Lofton situation. But they're still whining. Still whining. Still. He's too mean to interact with. How come Muslims and atheists can interact fine over here? How come I'm going to have a debate with Pikachu? With Pikachu? You don't see Pikachu whining? Eric, I'm going to help you out here. Number one, put down the food. I'm being serious. I'm not being mean to you. I'm being mean to help you out. Get on the carnivore diet because you are unhealthy. Being that large and unhealthy literally will affect your mind. So your effeminate constantly getting upset and whining might have to do in part with your diet. I'm being serious. And if you do that and you figure out that, oh, maybe that actually might help me, then you'll see that the jokes, all of this, it's not ultimately from a mean spirit. We don't want to be enemies with you or any of these people, but I'm sorry that you can't take jokes. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't care if Tim Gordon, I made fun of Tim Gordon, he made fun of me, and then we talked and had a good time. You see how that works? That's what guys do, right? A man who has a disagreement with another man can laugh about it, have a fight, you're fine. Maybe you can even go have a boxing match. That's a masculine way to settle these. That's what men do. Crying and whining on the internet that somebody's mean to you and hurt your feelings is effeminate. Some others saying you need a makeover. No, I'm not a soy man. I don't do makeovers. So you can take that over to the Roman Catholics and tell them to get a makeover. That's not what I do. So if you want to come on and chat, I'm going to give preference to people that disagree. Following Jasmine. What's up, dude? I have no point to make, so I attack the person. Really. Literally been over here for how many years critiquing Roman Catholicism in probably hundreds of hours of video? Hundreds of hours of video, and you
Do you think that the arguments for mereological nihilism also apply to the existence of persons, or can some sort of bootstrapping save them? Okay, to anybody who's new here, mereological nihilism is the view that there are no such things as parts. So the way that this expresses itself generally is the idea that distinctions between objects, like this glass of water that I've got in my hand and the table that my computer is sat on right now, the only distinction between those things is a mental distinction that I make. There's no real distinction between them. Now, granted, that sounds insane, but here's how to think about it. When did this glass of water begin to exist? Well, that's kind of impossible to say, like you don't know when this cup was manufactured, but at some point, this cup did not exist, and then it did exist, whenever that happened to be. But no new matter was actually created. Right, whenever this cup was made, it's not like new matter came into existence. Matter doesn't pop into existence, or out of existence, except I suppose when it's exchanged with energy. And so what actually happened here? It's not like there's a bunch of new matter created. Instead, somebody took a bunch of pre-existing matter and like rearranged it and called it a cup. And that's true of any material object that exists, like a car, for example. Cars don't pop into existence. You take stuff that already exists, like metal and glass and rubber, and you sort of organize it in a particular way and stick it together and call it a car, but nothing new actually exists. So what is the difference between one organization of this metal and rubber and glass, say it's just sat on the floor over there, and when I rearrange it and put it over there in the shape of a car, what's actually changed? The only thing that's changed is like its arrangement. So suppose I start with a bunch of pre-existing matter, just a bunch of fundamental atoms, and I take this soup of atoms and I sort of arrange some of them into the shape of a cup, and I arrange some of them into the shape of a car. Nothing new has been created. All that's happened is I've organized things in a particular way, and I've just put labels on them. I call that one a cup and that one a car. But the only thing that's actually changed is like my perception and the labels that I put on them. So given that all material objects emerge from this quantum soup of foundational matter, the only distinction between any objects is the way that we label them. For example, think about this. Does the left-hand side of a car exist? Like just the left-hand side of it. The words that I'm using there refer to like a part of the car, but it's kind of arbitrary. I can talk about the front or the back, and the only thing which determines how many parts there are of this car is kind of how I'm divvying it up, how I'm labeling it. And so in the same way that the left-hand side of the car kind of only exists as a concept that I put onto the car itself kind of only exists as a concept that I put on to the atoms and matter that it's made out of. I've talked about this quite a lot before, and I'm probably not doing a very good job of explaining it here. I'll try to remember to put a link in the description to a previous time that I've spoken about it. But the long and short of it is this. There is no real distinction between objects. There are only mental distinctions. So the questioner here is asking whether this line of thinking also applies to persons, to like people. Now this to me is incredibly interesting because despite everything I've just said about atoms and arrangements, it does seem to me that people really are distinct. It seems like my mind is distinct from your mind. I have thoughts that you don't have access to. You have thoughts that I don't have access to. So if mereological nihilism is true, but it's also true that our minds are actually distinct, then we can run a really interesting argument, which I think comes from Peter Van Inwack. Premise 1, there are no real distinctions between material objects. Premise 2, minds are really distinct. Conclusion, minds are not material. So from mereological nihilism, we end up with this quite interesting argument for the immateriality of the mind. Now, of course, this relies on the idea that minds are truly distinct, and there's not really much of a way to prove that except for just intuition. It seems like I can have thoughts that you don't have access to, you can have thoughts that I don't have access to, like I already said. But there might be some counterexamples to this. For example, a friend of mine recently pointed out to me that the version of my brain while it's sleeping and dreaming generally doesn't have access to my waking brain. Like it doesn't know that it's asleep. When I wake up, I can remember that part of my brain. I can remember the dream that I've had, at least sometimes. But when I'm in the dream, I seem to lose access to the other version of my brain while it's waking. But it's the same brain. The dream brain is the same brain as the waking brain, but at least in one direction, there's an inaccessibility. So the fact that I can't access your thoughts might not necessarily guarantee that our minds are really distinct. And of course, it's worth pointing out that a lot of people experience something called ego death, especially under the influence of heavy doses of psychedelics. People report sort of losing their sense of self. They feel more connected with other people. They start to feel like all is one and that we're all kind of the same person. That kind of experience does happen, and people do experience that. And so, for all the intuition that I have that our minds are distinct, if I was taking a hero dose of LSD right now, I might have an equally forceful intuition that our minds are actually the same thing, man. So, whether mereological nihilism applies to the existence of persons is an open question, but hopefully something interesting to think about.
Feral individuals coming in hot on the weekday. What about on a Friday night? Hopefully you all got to see today's installment of Lord Voldemort. We had a lot of fun over there today. Jamie joined me. I got my cool 90s guy hair falling down on my face. How are you going to beat a guy in a debate? It's got Jamie said I could look like a 90s cool guy boyfriend. And I said, okay, I'll go with that. Imagine losing a debate to a 90s cool guy alternative boyfriend. That's what's going to happen to you tonight. You try to make your dumb arguments. I'm just kidding with you. It's okay. You're not dumb. Tonight, we're going to open it up. Why not? I even got our buddy, the famous whiteboard. It's a whiteboard summer. If you haven't heard, I got it ready to go because I know we're going to have some heat. We're going to have some smoke so we can help clear up the confusion via the whiteboard. Tonight, the topics are, as you probably have surmised, Catholicism, atheism, Protestantism, Islam, paganism, neo-paganism. That means we can talk about why you believe there is no God, why you think I'm crazy and wrong. We'll talk about philosophical topics, logic, transcendental argumentation. Is it a good argument? Is it a bad argument? Best argument for God, that is. We'll talk about recent topics I've covered. Maybe you're a Petersonian. You want to talk about my take on Jordan Peterson. We can talk about that. You want to talk about the essence of distinction. You want to talk about absolute divine simplicity. You want to talk about the history of the papacy. You want to talk about John Calvin, Calvinism, James White. You want to talk about Trent Horn. You want to talk about Taylor Marshall, Trad Cats, whatever. As long as it's in those domains, we'll talk about it. So you want to talk about the papacy. You want to talk about whatever. Eastern religions, man. Natural theology. It's open forum. That means you can have the floor. The rules are you can make arguments. As long as you want, you can make whatever presentation you want within reason. You can't talk for an hour. Don't nobody want to listen to you doing your slam poetry. We don't care about your latest rap. We don't care about the single that you're about to drop. Ain't nobody over here interested in. The only music that we like over here is called cringecore. That's my music, which I'll be doing live in LA, by the way, if you sign up for the LA event July 6th. Tickets available in the show description. In the show descriptions. You're going to need some prescriptions. All you got to do is request to speak. You call in via Twitter Spaces. It doesn't have to be a debate. You don't have to debate if you don't want to. If you feel like you just want to ask a question, that's also good. That's acceptable. However, I'm not going to talk about geopolitics. I'm not going to talk about conspiracies. I'm not going to talk about how you think I'm a KGB sorcerer. I'm not going to talk about how hot you think I am. We all know you think I'm hot. That's fine. We're not going to talk about what else? Mama jokes. No mama jokes allowed. We're not going to talk about what else is everybody else? Crazy people calling. They want to talk about crazy stuff. We're not going to talk about your Gnostic vision quest and how you're the bloodline of the Grail and all this nonsense like that one guy. No, sorry. If you make dumb arguments, I'm going to call them out. If you get sassy, I'm going to get sassy right back. Well, you're going to get some sass. If you're cool, you'll get cool. Eye for an eye around here. It's straight up Lex Talionis, baby. So the way it works is you request to speak. You call in via Twitter Spaces. Unfortunately, Twitter Spaces only works on the app. So if you're on a PC or whatever, it's not going to work. You got to be on your phone to call in via Twitter Spaces. I have put the link in many times. Can we talk about how you know you're hot? Again, we already know that I'm hot, but that would be a meta level question. Do I know that I'm hot? Yes. So, but we can't talk about that. I'm a 10 on a 10 scale, baby. I'm talking about a weight scale. If you weigh me, my hotness comes out as a 10. I don't even weigh 350 pounds. You probably think, you look upon this man, you think that man weighs 350 pounds at least because of all the beefcake that's he's full of beefcake. So he must weigh 350 pounds. No, when I step on the scale, it's a 10. Why? Because I'm a dime bag. I'm a dime piece. I'm Dime Bag Daryl. That means that people think that's a weed reference. No, Dime Bag Daryl. The women thought he was a hot piece. Dime bag, a 10 piece. We busting the fourth wall tonight. That's right. It's open forum. That means you can have the floor. You can tell me why I'm wrong. You can refute me. You can bust my chops. You can demolish me, annihilate me. Do whatever it is you want to do. Just keep it to argumentation. That's it. Some dude caught on it. He said, I got a 40-point IQ above you. How do you know my IQ, dude? He's like, I'm at least 40 points IQ higher than you. And it's got to be trolling. But who knows? You never know. Dude, it's almost impossible to troll. I hope he comes in here. I mean, this dude is talking some serious smack. He's got the highest IQ of anybody in the Twitter space, for sure. Man, he said he's going to set me straight. I'm not joking about this. Dude's like, you're a dick, and my IQ is at least 40 points higher than you. I mean, anybody that's like shouting out their IQ on Twitter, come on, dude. You got to be trolling. You can't be taking yourself serious. Where's he at? What's his name? T-Free 817. I'll send him a damn space. Where are you at, T-Free? Put me in my place. Come shoot me down. He's like, you're a dick, dude. Buffalo Billions. What's up, dude? You're on. Put me in my place. Set me straight.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's going on, man?
First of all, I was just wondering if you know of any resources that would be useful in finding a saint for intercessory prayer, for specific stuff. Do you know of any resources like that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
You mean for like a specific issue, like saints related to travel or health issues? Is that what you're talking about?
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I mean, you could probably just go to the Rocor website and there's probably lists of saints there.
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, that's a good question. I don't have like a. I think the Orthodox Church is basically you just attend the liturgy and then you'll find them in the calendar, I guess. But did you have any issues you disagree with or anything like that?
No, I didn't really. I just thought you put Q&A in the title.
That's fine. That's cool.
I was just worried about it. But I also wanted to thank you for I've been following you for a couple of years, and I'm loving the Twitter Spaces because it just goes to show that you're not fearing anyone and that they're free to come join. But no one big is really coming to challenge you.
Yeah, of course. I think a lot of those people are going to just say, "Well, it's not a formal debate, and he's going to cheat or whatever." Yeah, but
yeah.
I mean, if they really wanted to come have a conversation, it'd be easy to set up.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I've been trying the whole last week
today?
to get some kind of Roman Catholic discussion.
The basin is a pretty big
But
mirror's
I get tired of the same
Yeah,
old
I know
papal
it.
debates. They always want to debate the papacy. I want to debate some other interesting things, like at least Trent was willing to debate natural theology, which was cool. So I like to debate, I don't know, the history of the geopolitical entanglements of the papacy. Nobody ever wants to debate that. I think that's actually a much more grounded, realistic assessment of what's going on in the 20th century papacy. So I've posed the debate something like, does the papacy still maintain? How did I word it? Let me see how I worded it. I worded it really well in this tweet here that I sent. Let me see. I sent this to a couple people. But nobody will come debate this. They don't want to debate the is the papacy a captured institution of geopolitical powers, or is it still the infallible, divinely guided chair that Christ established? I'd really like to debate something like that, but they never want to debate that. They only want to debate, of course it's infallible. Yeah, and you the ortho bros getting owned because they don't have a central authority. All right, what's up, Fola Ajabade? Sounds like a Muslim.
Hello.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I've just got two questions, really.
Okay.
The first one will be like, how do we historically affirm that we have apostolic succession?
How do we know that we have it? Like in a specific church? Yeah. I think every church has a record of who ordained who. So, it's even posted on websites. You mean how is it not made? Is it made up?
Yeah. How do we affirm that list?
Well, for one, I think we can have a basic reliable trust, a basic reliability when it comes to the history of the church, that these churches have existed since the 1st and 2nd century, and we have writings going all the way back to those times. So, why would it be questionable that there is a succession? Or are you saying from a Protestant perspective, what if a Protestant says, you made that up? Right now, well, we can actually go read the Church Fathers, and they consistently talk about apostolic succession. So you can read Book 3, Irenaeus talks about it. You can read Cyprian talking about it. You can read, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century Church Fathers all talk about apostolic succession, and they list it, right? In 1 Corinthians 15, 1 Corinthians 16, 1 Corinthians 17, 1 Corinthians 18, 1 Corinthians 19, 1 Corinthians 20, 1 Corinthians 21, 1 Corinthians 22, 1 Corinthians 23, 1 Corinthians 24, 1 Corinthians 25, 1 Corinthians 26, 1 Corinthians 27, 1 Corinthians 28, 1 Corinthians 29, 1 Corinthians 30, 1 Corinthians 31, 1 Corinthians 32, 1 Corinthians 33, 1 Corinthians 34, 1 Corinthians 35, 1 Corinthians 36, 1 Corinthians 37, 1 Corinthians 38, 1 Corinthians 39, 1 Corinthians 40, 1 Corinthians 41, 1 Corinthians 42, 1 Corinthians 43, 1 Corinthians 44, 1 Corinthians 45, 1 Corinthi Against Heresies, Book 3, Irenaeus says, look to the preeminent Church of Rome, founded by Peter and Paul, and you can see the succession of the bishops from the apostolic period in the Church of Rome. So even Anglicans admit apostolic succession.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be like an issue? Because some of them say like, for example, like what's his name, Ignatius or Polycarp, they don't directly claim to be taught by Peter and Jay and John. So
No, actually, no. Well, hold on. So Polycarp does claim to be taught by John. So what do you mean? He said he was a disciple of John.
oh, never mind then. Well, I guess I haven't read it properly.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's if you look at Paul's letters to Timothy, he says that the body of things that I taught you, that entire teaching that you heard from me in the presence of many witnesses. If you look at Acts, he says he taught in Ephesus for 3 years, day and night. He says, pass on all of that to men after you, lay on hands, he says, and that is the passing on of the gift of the Holy Spirit. So that body of deposit, that body of faith, the doctrines that are deposited by the laying on of hands through the teaching of the ministry that Paul laid hands on Timothy, says you can lay hands on men after you, but don't do it hastily because it passes on the power of the Holy Spirit. So that's apostolic succession in the letters to Timothy.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah.
And well, the second question would be on Gregory of Nyssa, because I've heard that
On what?
Gregory of Nyssa.
Yeah.
Saint Gregory of Nyssa, and I've heard that he ends up denying classical numerical identity when he's talking about like not three gods and stuff like that.
He's talking about the Muslim argument from that Jake makes or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Dr. Branson has dealt with this. Like, there's no such thing as like a universal numerical style of like how we number things, right? So the fact that people are using like modern numerical attribution and saying, oh, they didn't do it the right way back then. He's just saying that so that he can do his LPT argument, which again trades on the fact that God only picks out one thing. So you can have something being one and also many, right? And so he's just kind of like assuming that there's only one way to talk about numbers, or there's only one way to speak of something being one, depending upon, again, like what time period we're talking about, and it's just not true. There's no such thing as a, quote, classical universal number theory. By the way, Islam doesn't have that, so I don't know how he thinks that that's going to help Islam.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, man, good questions. So tonight we're taking preferably people who disagree. So if you have a issue you want to debate, an issue you want to discuss, a topic you disagree with, you're welcome to Gregorios.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Alright. I am Orthodox, but I mainly had a theological topic, and we do disagree. So I support icons of God the Father. I was wondering if that was on topic enough.
Sure.
So the first question I would have would be, what would be the basis for drawing, say, like the... So we typically say that the basis for icons is that, Christ became incarnate. My question would be, what would be the basis for things like theophanies being depicted?
The basis is that the theophanies are picking out, just like the icons are picking out, the hypostasis. So the theophany is the hypostasis of the Son manifesting in an energetic way.
So I looked into this, and I actually made a video that got a little bit popular at the time that I made it. I looked into the topic, because there are like many miracles that I sort of had a very difficult time reconciling. So some examples.
Miracles you had, hold on. Miracles you had a hard time reconciling. What do you mean?
a lot of miracles that have, or icons that are miraculous that have even been like commanded to be made by the Theotokos that have the icon of God the Father in them.
Well, so do you think that the normative way that we go about doing theology is claims of miracles?
No, but I've how do I put it? I found it very difficult to have a consistent view.
Why is it difficult to have a consistent view? I mean, to me, it seems that the logic of the Seventh Council and the canons and then the Moscow councils is pretty consistent. So what's inconsistent with it? So your only hang-up was that there's claims of miracles around certain icons?
I mean, it's entire, like, I mean, you would have to remove a large portion of, like, the entire Russian tradition.
Well, so let's be clear, because it's not forbidding all depictions of God the Father. It's certain depictions. And so the Moscow icon synods were called precisely because there was heterodox iconography that was influencing the Russian church. And so a lot of the icons were teaching the filioque, right? So you're familiar with that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, but don't you think that the logic and the theology and argumentation of like John Damascus and the Seventh Council about not depicting the Father, is that no longer, it doesn't hold, or what?
Well, I don't think the intention of the icons is to depict the hypostasis. I think they're depicting an energetic manifestation.
I agree with that.
So so like when I see like the cursed root icon, or I see the Port Arthur icon, like, yeah, it's a man in the sky, quote unquote, but it's not a depicting person in the same way that we would depict Christ.
Okay, well then, I mean, that part is, I think, probably harmonizable. I wouldn't have a disagreement with that.
That's what I was saying, because there's a lot of people who are very against it, but there are articles in Greek and Russian that you have to translate that explain it more in depth. Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to bring it up because I haven't heard someone publicly defend it in this way before, and I think it's pretty important with our iconographic understanding.
Yeah, as long as we understand that we're not depicting the person of the Father, I think there is room for some flexibility there, and that's why the Ancient of Days icon, it is the Father, but it's the Father presented as Christ in the way he's presented in Ezekiel and Apocalypse 1, which is, with white hair and this kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, if you pay attention to the Russian tradition of depicting God the Father, I mean, he's like encased in clouds and things, and in the Old Testament the Holy Spirit has an energetic manifestation of clouds,
sure,
things like that. I just wanted to bolster that and to start a discussion about it, because I mean that's genuinely what I think, and I think the miracles are consistent with that view.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, so I don't think we disagree there. So yeah, I don't think it's not a prohibition of all depiction or imagery. It's specifically, ultimately, the person of the Father, and the logic and argumentation is the same for the Holy Spirit, right? There is no direct image of the hypostasis of the Spirit. We don't know what the hypostasis of the Spirit is, but he's manifested as tongues of fire, cloud, and so forth, right?
Yeah. Well, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, good questions there. I'm glad you made that clear. I think that it actually does clear things up. Let's see, we got a bunch of different people here. Ungar Nicholas, what's up, dude? Gotta unmute, dog.
Hello, how's it going, J-Dar?
What's up, man?
I just want to tell you I am a pretty big fan of yours, and I do like your content on InfoWars. I've been on InfoWars several times.
Okay.
I have a Substack, economist.substack.com, and I'm writing an article currently, and I wanted to bounce some things off you and get your opinion.
All right, so, but the topics tonight are, I'm not being rude to you, but it's atheism, Catholicism, Islam, paganism. Do you have a theological, religious kind of disagreement? Or
it's an ism. It's a political ism.
Okay, what?
I'm writing an article about
Malthusianism, and I'm writing an article about internationalism. And I have a belief that this type of globalism is actually some kind of a facade. It's kind of like a
Okay, so, but the topic tonight is theological stuff, so I'm not trying to be rude to you, but we're going to move on to, if you have a disagreement about theology, religion, that's fine. Criminally something, I can't see the rest of your name. So it's open forum tonight, not on conspiracy and geopolitics, which is what I said at the beginning of the show. So, not being rude, maybe you weren't here for that, so we're not here to talk about that. Go ahead. What's up?
Hey, how are you?
I'm great, man. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I just I want to give you some congratulations. I think you are a very good proponent of what you believe.
Okay.
I also consider you like a modern day kind of Gene Scott.
Who's Gene Scott?
You do know Gene Scott. If you're
No.
familiar
Who's
with
Gene
the,
Scott?
if you're familiar with Werner Herzog's documentaries, he did a documentary on Gene Scott.
Okay, who's Gene Scott?
Angry Man of God, I think I think that was the title. I'm not.
Oh man, sure. You think I'm like some kind of crazy Pentecostal preacher? Good grief, dude.
Yeah, well, not in that way. I would say you were in a good. I would try to do it as more of a compliment. I would say you do a good job of, but in a kind of way of. You're very literate and.
Oh, is he the one that would smoke and cuss like he's got a cigar?
Oh, I don't know about the cigar. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm looking at him. He's sitting here with a cigar. So. Anyway.
Not sure. He does have. Anyway, where I'm coming from is, I guess, how do I sum it up? Someone who was, I guess, Christian, brought up somewhat, grew up Lutheran, became, Presbyterian, tried to, as a believer as you could be. But in light of, so much. Okay, well, let me put it this way: if you could summarize religion, if you could, put it into some, it is a part of what we are as humans, as primates, and what it's come from. It was our first explanation of the world. It's our explanation of, everything. Our first attempt at science. And so you would have to believe that for hundreds of thousands of years that, the world just exists. And then a few thousand years ago, God comes along in this place and says, okay, we've got to do something about this. And here we go. Here's, we're going to get involved. And then, but I can't reconcile the science, the archaeology, the observations we have around us, the science we have with.
Oh, would this be like the same science that says that biology is not determined by chromosomes? That science? What science?
Biology is not determined by chromosomes.
Yeah, your gender.
No, not at all.
Oh, so that's not good science. Is that good? Is that because that's the science today, right?
I don't think so. I think there are two sexes, as far as I know.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, so what's the true science here?
Okay, so I would land on the side of observable science. I mean, science that you can be, actually,
What do stars represent in Scripture? It can refer to believers who will shine like stars or to spirit creatures. How do I know? Ready? You ready, guys? Let's continue. Job 38:47. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? He's talking to Job. questions he can't answer. Because God is showing him, Job, you don't know as much as I do. You haven't been around as long as I have. So don't doubt my wisdom. Trust me. I know what's going on. I know more than you. I know what's best for you. Tell me if you know understanding. Who set its measurements, since you know? Or who stretched the line on it? What were its bases sung? Or who laid its corner when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy? Morning stars are spirit beings, creatures, who were there seeing God create the earth. But wait, that's not only it. When God destroys earthly kingdoms, he's destroying their heavenly counterpart. What do I mean? The Bible clearly teaches that behind every earthly dominion, kingdom, government is a spirit creature, a spirit ruler, a fallen demonic power. How do I know here? Isaiah 24:21. So will be in that day that Yahweh will punish the host of heights on high. The host means these spirit beings. He's going to punish them. And the kings of the earth on earth. See the connection? When he punishes one, he punishes the other. He not only punishes the kings of the earth, but he punishes the heavenly host, the powers that influence the kings on earth. Because the Bible teaches, and I'm going to show you, stuff we should know that I've talked about. This is nothing new. That behind rulers on earth, human powers, behind them are spirit powers and forces that are demonic, rebellious, that seeks to work through them to oppose God and destroy humanity. Unless that nation turns to God. So here's the message. If you turn to God and hand your land to God, then God will protect you from demonic rule, because now he rules over you and demons cannot rule through you. But when you slowly turn away from God and oppose God and refuse to submit to the convicting with the Spirit, then you anger God to the point that if you end up blaspheming the Spirit, he now removes his sovereign hand of protection and hands you over to these demonic powers once again. And I'm going to show you that from Daniel. Still not convinced that's who these stars are that Christ is coming to destroy? For our struggle, Ephesians 6:12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers. So you're not battling only humans. You're battling rulers, against the authorities, against the world forces of this darkness, against the spiritual forces of wickedness and the heavenly places. Right there, black and white. When it says our Lord does this, Roger, when our Lord comes to do this, to come so that the stars will fall from the sky and the powers of the heavens will be shaken, it means he comes to destroy the demonic realm and their influence. Okay? Now, where do we get more proof that demonic forces are operating through human governments? If you read Daniel 10, it says, Daniel started fasting and praying to receive an answer about what's next in the timetable for Israel. The angel comes and says he was answered immediately. Answered immediately, but it took the angel 21 days to come with an answer. 21 days. Why? Let me just open it up. Let me show you. Why did it take 21 days? Now learn the secret of the spirit realm, how real it is, and how demons will even hinder God's agents from accomplishing God's will. Even angelic beings. Repeat, even angels must struggle with demons in order to fulfill God's will, and they at times pose hindrances to angels from carrying out their mission successfully. The third year of Cyrus, king of Persia, a word was revealed to Daniel, who was named Belteshazzar, and the word was true and one of great conflict, but he understood the word and had understanding of what had appeared. In those days, I, Daniel, had been mourning for 3 entire weeks, 21 days. Here's how he fasted. I did not eat any tasty food, nor did meat or wine enter my mouth. Notice, he ate food, but not tasty food. Nor did I use any anointment at all until the entire 3 weeks were fulfilled. So that's why you have some of the churches, when they tell you to fast, they'll tell you just go, let's say, rice, vegetables, no meats, right? See it right here? Again, you see where they're getting it from Scripture. See right there? Now, why did it take 21 days? Right, so we're going to skip this. On the 24th day of the first month, several beings appeared, one of whom was Jesus, believe it or not. Jesus appeared. In this vision, at least 4 figures showed up, one of whom was our Lord Jesus Christ. At least 4 from my last count. I have to go back and count, because if you go to Daniel 12, at least 4, if my recollection serves me. The one speaking to Daniel, 2 on either side of the river, and 1 floating above the river. The one floating above the river is Jesus Christ. Here he is. I lifted my eyes, verse 5 and 6, but the one speaking to Daniel isn't Jesus Christ. He's appearing to him with his ministering angel, and when he beholds Jesus, he passes out and swoons. And as he's addressing Jesus, the ministering angel is speaking. When he calls Jesus, what will my Lord have his servant do, right? Then the angel speaks for the Lord who's standing there. How do I know this is the Lord? Because this exact description is applied to Jesus in Revelation 1, verses 14 to 16. Jesus appears exactly like this figure in Revelation 1, verses 14 to 16. That's how I know it's Jesus. I lifted my eyes and looked, and behold, there was a certain man dressed in linen, whose loins were girded with a belt of pure fine gold of Uphaz, same way the Lord appeared in Revelation 1. Start at verses 12 to 18. Read Revelation 1, 12 to 18. He appears as the Son of Man, the Ancient of Days. But from 14 to 16, he also appears as this figure. His body also was like beryl, whatever that is. His face had the appearance of lightning. His eyes were like flaming torches. His arms and feet like the gleam of burnished bronze, just like our Lord appeared. And the sound of his words like the sound of a multitude, just like Revelation 1:15. So I'm going to skip this. Right here, verses 10. Then behold, a hand touched me and set me shaking on my hands and knees. And he said to me, O Daniel, man of high esteem, understand the words I'm about to speak to you, and stand upright, for I have now been sent to you. When he had spoken this word to me, I stood up trembling. Then he said to me, do not be afraid, Daniel, for now this is the minister angel who's there with the Lord, speaking on behalf of the Lord, for from the first day that you gave your heart to understand. Now, remember, the first day, that was 21 days earlier. That means you were answered. Now, learn principles here. And he said to me, O Daniel, man of high esteem, your high esteem, you're a man highly esteemed by God. Pay attention. When he had spoken this word to me, I stood up trembling. He said, do not be afraid, Daniel, for from the first day that you gave your heart to understand this, and humble yourself before your God, your words were heard, and I've come in response to your words. But the prince of the king of Persia was standing against me for 21 days. Let's now go into meat. You want meat, right? Okay. Number 1, the more righteous you are, the holier you are, the more esteemed you are, the more God delights in you, so that when you pray, you get immediate results. Because look what he said. You're a man of high esteem. Highly esteemed by who? God. That's why when you prayed, The first day God answered you and said, go and give him the answer. Are you learning?